Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm the founder of Crafter's Companion. Also, one of my hobbies that I do in my spare time is a little bit of investing in other businesses, so you might recognise me as one of the dragons on Dragon's Den. I started Crafter's Companion back in my university bedroom when I was just turned 21, and we design and develop and bring to market products for the papercraft community. So everyone who's into card making, I'd like to think that we are at the cutting edge of all the latest trends, the fabulous designs are out there, and we are researching the market, making the products that customers really want and need, and then bringing them to market, not here in the UK, but all over the world. So for me, Hobbymaker is so different to any other craft shopping channel I've ever worked with from anywhere in the world. The fact that you can do the falling price auctions, the fact that you can have the fixed price shipping for the day, the fact that all of your call centres are based here in the UK and you can offer an elevated customer experience is really all the things that really I know matter to our customers. So for you to be able to offer all of this and give me a platform as a manufacturer of amazing craft products to bring them to the UK market, I just feel like it's a match made in heaven.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome to Hobbymaker. With you, as ever, every single day, 1 until 6, right the way through the afternoon. And we've got lots and lots of great variety for you today with some brilliant brands, lovely guests as well, lots of demonstrations, which is what we're all about. We've got Ribbonly coming up a bit later on, which I've not done before, so looking forward to that. That's at 3 o'clock with the lovely Karen. Also, Gwen is back. She was with us for Wake Up with Hobbymaker this morning. She's back with actually restocked fairy stamps a bit later because they sold out yesterday. We've got them back. And also, we've got fantastic Corrine from Crafter's Companion here.
Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Lovely to be here.
It's good to see you.
Yes.
Now, we're here together for this hour, and Corrine, we've got another hour a bit later.
We
too.
have at 4 o'clock, yes.
Totally different product.
Totally different, completely different show, yes.
Let me introduce you to the crew, though. Who are you with, or who are with you throughout the afternoon today? Well, in the studio today, or in the gallery, should I say, we've got Dan on Knobs and Buttons. There he is. He's our director. There's Laura, producer. There we go. That's who gets all your messages. If you message into the studio, that's who gets them and puts them on the TV for you. In the studio, we've got Cal on camera 2. Hello, mate. Ellie, there we are. Ellie's on the floor. She's just over there, and she'll be producing a bit later as well. So that's your crew. That's who's with you on Hobbymaker all through the afternoon. Now, remember, 2 main things to let you know about. Free phone number, because I know every day we still get loads of brand new customers finding Hobbymaker for the very first time. Free phone number just there. 0800 001 4433 will get you through to the call centre up there in this building. And they'll sort out any issues you've got and also set you up an account. If you want to join us and buy something, they'll do that for you straight away. And the website's there as well. You can order free that way, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can email in and get involved in the show as well, either by traditional email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or using the little message box, which you'll find on our website. And that's probably the quickest and easiest way. You can just send a message in, Laura will see it, put it on the screen, there you go. We've kind of interacted, which is fantastic. Now, what have we got lined up first things first? Now, Crafter's Companion, we've got a brand new craft kit. Now, these have been massively, massively popular. And each craft kit looks at a craft, a different type of craft, craft and gives you a different angle. And this is exciting, Corrine, because this is embroidery, but with a twist.
Yeah. I know. When people say embroidery dies, I think some people go, it's not for me. But I showed some of these elsewhere a week or so ago, and people were blown away.
Yeah.
Blown away by what you can do. So I love the craft kit. So you get your craft box in your craft kit, all in a box. Lovely, beautifully packaged, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got your number on the side. So this is kit number 52, so that you're going to be able to, line them all up, and then you'll be able to find it when you're looking for it. But everything you need, and as it says there, to make a minimum of 18 cards is in this box. Now, what you're going to get is you're going to get the dies to do the piecing, the piercing on there. You're going to get card blanks. You're going to get envelopes. You're going to get threads, backing papers, dewdrops, stamps. I'm going to show you. You get everything in here. Now, that's a minimum of 18 cards because that's how many card blanks and envelopes you put. But a die doesn't run out. No. There's no expiry date on a die. There's no expiry date on a stamp. So you're then going to bring in all the things from your crafty stash and be able to make it.
As you can probably see on the box, 180. There's 180 elements inside this box. The concept behind this is brilliant. And you might be thinking, well, this is going to be a price. I mean, look at the way it's presented.
I know.
There's 180 things in there. It's going to be way out my price range. No, don't think like that, because this is going to go to the most incredible, affordable price. And each kit completely stands alone. So you don't have to have kit 51 for this to work. You don't have to have kit 50 for this to work. This is an all-in-one. And maybe it's a totally different craft that you've never thought of doing before.
Yeah.
UT2048 is the product code if you want to order this today, and it's a great gift idea for people. It
certainly is. I mean, think of this. I mean, not only is it a great gift for Christmas, but it's easy to wrap.
I was thinking that. Yeah, you read my mind.
How perfect is this to wrap? I like square boxes
me too.
And things like that for wrapping. So it's absolutely perfect. And like you say, if you fancy dipping your toe in, and maybe in due course you might go onto Crafter's Companion, or we'll bring them down here, and you might be able to find some other embroidery dies. We haven't got any out at the moment, but you never know what's around the corner. But this is like your trial, see if you like it, have a go. I'm sure you're going to be hooked. This is the most mindful, relaxing kit that I've had a go at since I've been with Crafter's Companion.
And
I'll show you why in a minute.
So many people are looking for that at the moment.
Yes.
There's so much going on in our lives. It's nice just to have a little bit of you time, maybe for half an hour in the evening. You can put all your dies through your die cutting machine, maybe at lunchtime when you get a spare half an hour. Then in the evening, sit down, have us on the television, and just sit there and do the embroidery. You'll lose yourself in this.
You do. And it's one of those, which is what I love. You don't have to do start to end. We're going to look at some other bits.
You can pick it up and put it down.
Yeah, we'll look at some others, and you'll go, right, yeah, I'll need to get to this point before I stop. That's a good place to stop. Mm-hmm. With this, you can just pick it up and put it down as you want. There's no, I've got to get to that bit to finish. Get to the end of your thread,
and also keep the box, because all the bits and pieces, if you are stopping and starting, can go back in the box. You're not going to lose anything there.
No, and if when I show you, we'll make some toppers. Now, if I've made more toppers than I need, they'll go in my box. Yeah. And everything is stored together. Should we have a look at what's in the box?
I think do the unveiling.
Right, okay. Now, this one is mine. So if you do see some bits with a little bit missing, I'm trying to think on this one. I think this one might be okay. But I'm giving out that warning first. Right, so as we said, everything comes in this lovely box. It's not too big. It's not overpowering. It's going to fit perfectly. So then it fits in here. Now, when you get this, you're going to get a nice little foreword from Sarah on here. Now, there are full instructions on how to do these, and it all shows you on there how to do them. Now, I'll show you that piece in a minute because that's quite important.
This is so posh.
Yeah, it all comes wrapped in here, and everything is in our lovely purple, as you would expect. Now, what you're going to get, and I'll pull these out as we go, you're going to get your dewdrops. So let me just put a piece of card behind there. There you go. You're going to get all of those lovely dewdrops. I do think these are the most gorgeous gems. They just look like suspended water. It's amazing. So you've got your dewdrops. Now, I'm going to, throwing it away, and I can't lose that because I need that for my demo. I was going to show you that one in a minute. So then, where we're going, so you've got envelopes and card blanks. Yeah. 4x6 cards, and the envelopes that match absolutely perfect. So like you said, 18 of those.
Gorgeous quality as you'd expect.
Oh, of course. Then you've got your papers. So you've got printed paper. And I'll show you this. Look at this. Now, you're going to find that when I start to show you the sort of things you're going to be able to make, these are the perfect colours, and the pattern is the perfect size. It's not going to be overpowering. And that's what you've got to think, that everything has been worked out so it's the perfect size. So that's your pattern paper, all 8 by 8. So you're not going to use all of the sheets, you're just going to use bits. And then you get your coloured cardstock. So that's paper, this is card.
Double-sided.
Absolutely. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? But then, let me start to, pick up the right bit. Can you see how it works so beautifully together? Now, keeping that colour palette in mind, I'm going to pop that there. The next thing you're going to get are your embroidery threads. Okay. Now, these are going to go a long, long way. So you get all 6 of those. Now, bringing back this little leaflet that we got here, our top tip is you use 2 strands of your embroidery thread. Okay. So these threads are 6 strands thick.
So you separate them?
So you separate them. I'll show you. It's really, really easy to do. So think how long this is. I'm not totally sure how long these are, but they're very long. They're just normal embroidery sheens length. But you're going to use 1/3 at a time.
So they call them spools or spools?
Is it sheens?
Sheens. Skeins. That's it.
Skeins. That's it. I knew it was something like that. So you're going to be using them at 1/3 of the thickness. So each one of these is going to last for 3 times the length of that. Wow. So that's going to go. But now, let me put that there. Let me put these colours. Can you see on there? Look at this. Look at the orange. With the orange, you've got your yellows, you've got your greens, your red, your pinks, and your teal. Look at that. Isn't that absolutely the most perfect colour palette? And everything matches.
This is what Crafters Companion do. You've got no trial and error, no worry about things clashing or anything like that. It's all been done for you by the professionals.
Right, now, the next 2 bits are really important. So you're going to get your clear stamps. So these are all your sentiments. Let me get some cardstock again so you can see. Thinking of you, birthday wishes, sending a little note, good luck, wishing you all happiness in the world. Life is a celebration, so sorry, happy birthday and congratulations. Oh, and love is all you need. Now, I find that these stamps come out time and time again. You look at our other boxes, we've got them. All of our design team use these stamps time and time again because they're so useful.
Those verses and those sentiments have got nothing to do with embroidery. They're just everyday card making, aren't they?
Exactly. So they're going to be super useful. But then, here we go. We're down to the bit. This is the bit that you've been waiting for. So these are your dies. Now, each one comes in 2 parts. So if I show you here. So this is the butterfly. You get the outside die and you get your inside die. Now, there is no cutting blade on this inside die there. Can you see? It's only the piercing bits. That means it's going to cut into your cardstock. If I want it to cut out, I just pop my outside die there, and hey presto, I've now got a top.
You could have an embroidered butterfly in the middle of a larger card blank if you wanted to, and it can stay there, or you can cut it out and use it as a topper.
Exactly. And the same with the border. So this border can go within your cardstock, or it can go out of your cardstock. Now, there are no rules to what patterns that you do your sewing in your embroidery with, but let me just bring this one in. Here's one with a butterfly.
This is
and we're
what
going to have a go at doing that in a few minutes. But how cute is that? Absolutely gorgeous. You pick your stitches. If you don't want to do the zigzag there, don't do it. If you want to, change the stitch, change the colours, it's entirely up to you. But that die here will enable you to create that. Isn't that absolutely wonderful?
So if you've been looking for a different take on your card making, maybe you've been doing the same sort of card making for months, if not years, and you're thinking, I want to do something a bit different. I want to have something that I can just kind of relax doing, because that's what this is all about. When you've actually done the die cutting and you know what you want to do, whether it's the flowers or whether it's for the butterfly, just lose yourself in that embroidery stitch. It doesn't take long to do it, but it's so chilling. It really is. Let's get that price down. Now, what would you expect to pay for all of that? 180 components in that box. You're probably thinking 50 quid, 60 quid. Look at what we can do. £24.99 for maybe a brand new craft, maybe a brand new hobby that you never thought of doing before. Maybe embroidery actually scares you. You can see some embroidery pieces that really do take years to do. Some people, invest not months, but maybe even years, producing amazing, very, very elaborate embroidery pieces. This isn't going to take you long, but it could set you on a journey to take your embroidery a little step further if you wanted to. But for £24.99 to make at least 18 cards, but you can, of course, use your card blanks if you want to, that you've got at at home as well. If you've already got some embroidery thread, that's going to make it go further. We've got more threads in the show as well, which will be on the website. But have a little look at some of the finished cards that we can show you. If this doesn't inspire you to pick up the needle and thread, look at these. They've got texture. There's something very unusual and different about them. They separate and they stand apart from other cards maybe that you usually sell on your craft store. You don't have to sell these. You can just give them to your friends, family, nearest and dearest. But if you wanted to sell them, you could do. Crafter's Companion have a full angel policy. Anything that you've made, you can sell for either charitable purposes or for personal profit. No problem there at all. But that box, like Corrine showed you, is packed full of content, and look at the sort of things you could be creating. Something a bit different, something very beautiful and double-sided too. These, you've got the threading on the back as well as on the front.
If you want to. It's not as neat on the back, and I'm going to show you a few top tips. But if you were going to put two, if you want to show the back, I would just put two together like that, and then that looks beautiful, just like that. That's how I would personally do it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So we're going to show you how to split your thread first of all.
Okay, right, I'll start with that bit. So I'm going to get a bit of my green thread and just take a little bit out. Now, the other thing I would say is once you start taking it off here, they can start to get a bit muddled. So what I would do, this is a smaller version, but what I would do, I'd get a bigger piece of card with a little slit in, and I would unravel it from here, and I'd wind it round a card. Just,
good tip.
Yeah. I found that when I was working with them, they were getting a little bit knotty. So I just put them onto a card. I just decanted them onto a card. So I'm going to cut off a length. I know there's all sorts of rules. You sort of do sort of your arm's length and all sorts like that. Anyway, as I said, these are 6 threads wide.
Is it fingertips to elbow normally, isn't it? I think
something like that, isn't it? Yeah.
There's no rules though, really.
No rules at all. So if I look at this, so you can see I put them into 2s there, just like that. You can just see in there. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to get one of them, and I'm just going to pull it down. So all I do, just a minute. There we go. I've got a bit more muddle with this one. Did it the other day, and they were all coming out. There we go. There we are. Just pull that. This is why you want to.
It's because you're on TV.
Yeah. Come on. I'll get those out. It does. It comes out. I've got in a muddle with that one. Right. I'm going to take that. So I'll sort that bit out in a minute. There we go. Right. So I've got that to 2 thicknesses wide.
Yep.
Perfect. Now you also get a little tube, and inside there is your needle.
Oh, needles included.
Yeah, needles included as well. So however you thread, if you've got a needle threader, then use that. I just fold it over, so I've got a nice double thickness, and then I throw it through there. There we go. With my eyesight, you should be impressed with that. Right, so that's how we do that. But I just wanted to show you, as Dave said, we have some gorgeous additional threads on the show, so you could be picking up these. But I just had a look in my craft bag. Now, this is one of Sarah's threads from one of her signature collections. Look at that. Could you imagine sewing something like that with a gorgeous metallic thread? So have a look at what you've got.
Yeah.
So we're going to give you enough threads for way more than your 18 cards. But have a look round. Have you got some other embroidery threads? Have you got some metallic threads? This would look beautiful through.
Thinking about it, if you're actually gifting this craft kit, maybe for a member of the family or a best friend, you're not only giving them a present, you're giving them possibly a whole new craft and a whole new hobby that they can get immersed in. And it's only £24.99. So the affordability is amazing.
Yeah. Now, what I've done here is I've got my plates. If you've got your Gemini, you'll know how they work. So I've got my cutting plate. I've got my plastic shim. Now, I've put my magnetic shim down next so that it will hold my 2 dies together, because I don't want them to cross over, and I want to make sure that they're evenly spaced. Then I'm going to put a piece of card over the top of that, put my second plate on. Now, I've got my full-size Gemini, but I've got my Gemini Junior plates on here. That means it goes through even quicker. I'm thinking these might go through your smaller die. I should have just checked. Will this go through my, that's 3 inches. It'll just go through your mini.
The mini, which is on the shelf here.
Through the mini, yeah.
And it'll go through the junior, obviously, too.
Obviously, yeah, perfect. So then all you need to do is, there we go, and look at that. They're virtually all popped out. Now, I do tend to pop out any extra little bits that haven't popped. But the fact that you're going to be sewing, if they're
going to pop them out anyway.
They're going to pop out as you need to. So that's perfect. So I've got another piece of card. I can cut my second one, but I've got that there. Now, how do you work these and how do you start these? So it's all about trying to keep it as neat as possible. And what I tend to do personally is I'll show you this. So all you need to do, pick up your needle if you can. There we go. I put some hand cream on a few minutes ago. And then what I would be doing is I would be taping it down onto the back. Now with this, all I would do with this one, because you saw we had some nice yellow wings on it. All I'd do is get a pen, and then you can colour in the bit that you want to. See, they don't have to be all white. So I can do this quicker with the other side. So we can then come in. So I've just got my dandelion on my Classique pens.
So is that alcohol-based, the Classique?
Yes, yeah, alcohol-based. But, you know, whatever you want. So I've just thought you could colour in just into there, just around there, just to add in a little bit of interest, just like that. There you go. You don't have to do anything fancy. And that will colour in just there. So we can colour in that. And then you just need to attach your thread to the back. So what I'd be tempted to do here is take this here. So what I'd do is I would attach with a little bit of a tail, and I'd attach it on like that, because what I'm going to do is finish it off at the end, and then we'd start. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cheat here. I've got one that's partially sewn.
Does it matter where you start?
No, you start where you want. So I'm going to thread this one on here, and I'm going to show you what I've done. So that's given me a nice length of thread. And then I'm going to go up through the first hole that I saw. I'm going to take it like that. So it's really, really easy. So then you go down through the next hole. You can make up any stitch you like. There are no rules from this. So once I've done that, I'm going to go up through the next hole, if I can see it, there. Come up through there, and then I'm just going to go back. I think this is called back stitch. I'm not a sewer. Now, if we had our Becky here, she'd be telling you exactly what this stitch is. But can you see? 2 threads, 3 threads, it's entirely up to you. But how mindful is this? It is so relaxing.
It's the sort of crafting that you'll start maybe at 5 o'clock. The kids are having their tea. Before you know it, it's 8 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
3 hours have passed by in next to no time. Although, having said that, this doesn't take that long to do, does it?
Really doesn't. Really, really doesn't. Now, we'll do some more in a minute, and we'll go into some more of the intricate sort of stitches. But just to show you how easy this is, so we can come up through there. Look at this. It's just the sort of thing, I could be sitting here. I mean, we're chatting now. It's not one that I've got to, you know, so this could be sitting on my knee, doing this, like say, in front of the TV. You could be sat, you know, chatting with your partner when they've got home from work.
I mean, it's not that you've got to count anything. You're just basically going from one hole to the next.
Yes, one hole to the next, swapping your colours around. Look at here, mixing and matching the yellows and the oranges together. You've got all of those threads, and then we can come down there, and then that one. And then I'm going to go, all you've got to remember is not to go back up through the hole that you've just come down, because otherwise that wouldn't work. And look at that. I've now got a gorgeous, I mean, what was that? 3 or 4 minutes possibly?
If that.
Yeah. So all I would then personally do is I would then just run this thread back down here. I'm just going to do it nice and just to keep it tidy, just run it through there. So I'm back down to the bottom. I then take that tape, this is just my personal choice. I'm just going to take that off. Always easier when you've not got cameras watching you. And then I'm just going to tie those 2 together, just like that. And that will be, totally secure. But if you want to, just get a little piece of low tack tape or something that's not going to be that visible. Cut off those threads there. There we go. And then just get your little piece of low tack tape that I used. I could then, if I wanted to, it's up to you, this bit's sort of a little bit extra, you can then just pop a little piece of tape over there. That's not going anywhere. And look at that. I have now got 2 absolutely gorgeous butterflies.
Now, the great thing is, as well, being butterflies and flowers, there are no rules. You can have your flowers whatever colours you want. You can have the wings of the butterfly whatever colours you want. Nothing's wrong. Everything is totally up to you.
It is.
And of course, all of these are for any occasion events. You know, it's not just a birthday card or an anniversary card or a Christmas card or anything like that. These are for absolutely any occasion you have during the year. And you'll have fun. This is the most important thing. You'll have fun and benefit from doing it because it is so chilled out and so relaxing. But you've got something different that you want to sell maybe or give to your family and friends. It's all there for you for £24.99. And it's such a clever concept. I don't know anyone else that does kits like this.
No, not to have it all completely in a kit. Now, you've made your little butterflies. whenever you want. So now I've just got some of my papers out of the box. All I've done is taken one of the cards and I've scored down the centre to create a fold back.
Right.
We can all do that, nice and simple. Then I've got one of my papers and I've cut it down. Now, if you want to keep it light, here's a trick that you can do. Go round the edge with a black pen or a black ink pad. That looks like it's matted and layered, and it's not. So it's just keeping your weight down, it's keeping down how much you need to use. So that's out of the box. Then I have a piece of green card, again, out of the box, so you can see, really easy to do. So that's going to come just down the edge, just down there. Let's just put that. Put that just there we go. Then I've got a piece of the plain card, so you can just see all little bit, but you know, these are from 8x8 sheets, so we're literally using scraps.
Smallest amount, yeah.
Smallest amount.
And the colours that they've given you the cardstock in and the threads are all bright and cheerful, upbeat.
Exactly. A little piece of white card, and then I have stamped happy birthday from those stamps.
Yeah, good.
So, you know, absolutely perfect on there, so we can pop that onto there. And then I've got a couple of foam pads, so I'm just going to put one butterfly here and one butterfly here. Now, they can come off the card. Just remember, never come off the bottom, because if you come off the bottom, then the card won't stand up. So yeah, just a simple rule. It's easily forgotten though, if you know what I mean.
I'd make them into mobiles as well. Have like butterfly mobiles, maybe in a nursery or something like that. They'd look great.
They would. Yeah, these are going to look gorgeous on home decor. They're going to look lovely in apertures, like you say, twirling around an aperture. Put two back to back, and then put a piece of thread down the centre, and then you could have them as
like a
apertures.
spinner.
Yeah, there's a spinner, so that would look lovely. And as you can see, the only thing I have added to this so far have been my foam pads and my glue. So nothing else has been added. I just need to...
Of course, those dies are going to cut into any cardstock. We give you, with the box, the white card blanks, obviously. But, you know, you could use metallic cardstock. You could use Centura Pearl.
Yep.
And put threads through those as well. So you can make them really whatever colour you want.
You certainly could. You know, you can do that, you know, as much or as little as you like. You know, and like you say, go through and get some, you know, your metallic threads on to some metallic card, and really, you know, you could even get these looking quite steampunky, I think, if you start,
yeah, you could,
you know, going with some of those colours. So just using a couple of those little those dewdrops, sorry, not pearls, dewdrops on here, just on there. Oops, I've got a thread. I'll get rid of that one in a minute, and then pop that one onto there, and then I think that's enough. How gorgeous is that? And it's just really, really beautiful, and such, I think it's a really nice thing to be doing.
And also, if you don't want to embroider each one, just the little perforations in the butterfly, a decoration in their own right. And you can also put little sticky back gems where the little holes are as well if you want to.
So many different ways to use them.
Yeah, loads of different ways. So this is the box. It's the latest craft kit from Crafter's Companion. 180 components is what you've got in there. 180 components in that box. 18 card blanks, but that's only what's in the box. You can obviously use the dies and the stamps again and again and again and again. You get loads of threads in there to get you started too. But Corrine did actually mention that we do have extra thread available. Now, Threaders is a part or division of Crafter's Companion. And so we've got two different sets here. We've got Threaders and we've got the Sarah's signature collection as well. So these are different colorways. So here you've got your soft yellow, your spring rose, your sweet pink, your dusky peach, ocean ripple, and your blue lagoon as well. And again, these are 6-stranded threads.
Of 8 meters each one.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, you've got 6 lots of 8. That's 20.
48.
48.
Yep.
And then you can split them into thirds.
Yeah.
So you've got nearly 150
about 100,
meters.
Yeah, about 142.
Yeah.
And lovely colourways, very kind
Beautiful
of
colourway.
spring-like and cheerful.
Going to go really well with some of those papers as well. I think
Look at
that's
this.
a really good add-on compliment one.
Look at this price, £5.99. Really affordable. And remember, only ever 1p&p per day. Yeah, it's basically £1 a colour, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
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 And one P&P charge of £3.95. So if you're going to go for the craft kit, think about getting extra threads. You won't pay any more than that £3.95 postage to get everything home. And then the other ones we've got for you are more kind of natural tones, let's suppose you call them. And these are from Threaders, which is still part of Crafter's Companion. This one, though, you've got your browns, you've got your creams, your greys, your coffee colours in there as well. So if you love the more monochrome, these are kind of essential colours, essential collections. Again, you're going to get a total of 6.
8 metres again.
8 metres again.
On each one, yeah.
Beautiful. So they're available and they're £7.99, just £1 more, and that's OK2065. OK2065 if you fancy going for those. And you know, if you are an embroiderer anyway, these threads are perfect for everyday conventional embroidery. But of course, you are going to go for the craft kit, I'm sure, as well. And if you are, you can get lots of threads in there to get you started as well. So that's OK2065 if you want the Threaders threads there. Now we have also got another kit. Now, bearing in mind, when each kit comes out, they're all totally different themes. I can't believe there have been 52 of them. That's pretty amazing. Now, this one is your stamps and stencils. Now, instantly at a glance on the front of the box, you can see that there's even more in this. There's actually over 225 elements. This only came out a little while ago. Stamps and stencils. So basically it says what it does. Stencils really, I think they're underrated stencils. They don't get thought about as much as they should because they're so versatile. And then the stamps that you've got in here as well. Many of the stamps, as you can see, are like the silhouettes, which are beautiful. And this is, again, £24.99. One of the latest, it's the previous box that came out recently. And it's DU2005, and that's £24.99. And again, the unboxing, Corrine's on the case.
Yeah, I was just getting, I thought I'll get the bits out of, I've got some of the bits out so far. Right, so I'll have a look what you're getting. Now, this is definitely one that I've been using, so you will have to bear with me on this. Now, you're going to get, as you would expect, you're going to get your cards. Let me just double check. Yeah, 16 on this one because they're slightly different. So what you're going to get on this is you're going to get your card blanks and you're going to get your envelopes, just as you did on the last box. But what we've also given you is your cardstock for the top, because we're going to be doing stenciling and stamping.
Okay.
So we've given you the perfect cardstock. It's bigger than the card, so you can trim it down, or you can make more card blanks with it if you want. Then we're going to give you your plain paper, so you can see these colours. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the colours on here. I'm going to show you that. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? Let me bring that over.
And that's uncoated cardstock.
That's uncoated cardstock. But then look at the ribbons that we're going to give you. Look at how these go. Look at the teal and the purple, and you've got your different shades of green. Now you get them in 3 different widths. So as I say, this one, we're going to demo with this. That's why that's a bit short, because I was using that. So you're getting that. Now, the other thing you're going to get is your printed paper, and you can stencil straight onto this. You can see I've been cutting out of that one. Look at this. This is the perfect sort of dream, swirly background for you to be able to do stenciling on, or just use it as a gorgeous background paper.
So that could be like an enchanted garden.
Enchanted garden. It could be your skylight.
Outer space.
Yeah, outer space. It's entirely up to you, depending on how you do it. But then, look at this. Look at how the colours pick up. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. And then when you start to add in your ribbons, it's just...
Everything works.
Everything works, as you would expect. So once you've got to there, then to make this, because it's called stamps and stencils now, have I put it back in here? I hope I have.
So do I.
So it might be in here, actually. I might have put them all into here. Yes, I have. I've put them all into here. So there you've got, right, I'm going to tip this all out of here. I did try and keep these all together. You've got your stencil here, so you've got your trees, so you could put them up that way, or they can come down here. You've got your tree silhouettes here. You've obviously got your moon, and then you've got... Ooh,
so you could actually make your own forest, couldn't you?
Yep, you've got your mask.
Green.
Your mask that's come out of there and out of there, so you can be masking as well as stenciling. Then we're going to give you the little bit, sorry, I tipped them all out now to my hand. These are going to give you your skylines, your ground levels, because they're not straight, they're all different sort of...
Your hills and that sort of thing.
Hills and things like that. Then you're going to get your sentiment stamps, and look at how many there are there. There are so many on there. But then, this is the bit that you've been waiting for. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? These, with these bits here, are going to make some of the most gorgeous scenes that we're going to go you know, to use. And I'll show you how we're going to use those, but they are absolutely beautiful.
Well, again, the price is ridiculous. $24.99 for everything that Corrine's just shown you in that box is the most exceptional value for money. And again, a lot of that is not going to disappear. And again, we were talking about the presentation, how beautifully presented everything is. It's almost like you've been to an upmarket department store and they've wrapped it all up for you. It's a sort of service you pay a fortune for. It's all been done for you. And you may well want to keep everything in the box and then put them on a shelf so you can instantly at a glance see all of your collections. You don't have to have all 52 of them. Just cherry pick the ones that really kind of take your fancy. And who doesn't love stamping and who doesn't love a stencil? The stencils are going to be so good at building up your story. If you just look at this picture here, for example, one of those papers with the beautiful scenery in the background, and then you can of course build up the effect of branches overhanging the glade where the fairy sits and all sorts. You can really kind of tell a story really, really beautifully with this. $24.99. DU 2005. If you want both of them, 51 and 52, that will be just under £50 and one P&P of £3.95. That's what we do every single day. You never pay more than £3.95 postage. And thank you for all the lovely comments that we get here. You send them in on Facebook and personal messages and stuff saying how much you love the channel and also how much you love how you save on the P&P every single day, which is great. Okay, so we're going to put them to the test.
We are. I'm just trying to find where, because I've been so organised. There it is. I knew I'd put everything together. So I've got some bits sort of semi-together and some bits all sorted. Right, now, I've taken one of the pieces of card, and all I did was just a few minutes ago, I've just masked it off, and you'll see why I've done that. And I'm just going to sort of stick it onto my mat. Now, you don't have to do this. This is just how I like it. I'm not going to stick it down too hard, but there we go. So you can see, let me just move that, see if I can just move that over a little bit. There we go. So there we are. We're a little bit more central-wise. There we are. Right, let's move that to there. There we go. You can see what we're doing now.
Slap bang in the middle, yeah.
I think, it was the top of my pokey tool. I thought there was something under there. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a gorgeous scene. So I've taken one of the sort of masks and I'm going to put it upside down like that. And then I'm just going to get a couple of little pieces of tape. Now, you could be spraying this if you wanted to, but I'm just going to just put a little piece of tape just there and there, just to hold that down. So I'm just going to get my, go with my pine tree, get my inks, and then you just can add your colours in. So it's entirely up to you how you do these. So I'm just getting my dauber, and I'm just going to get this, and I'm going to hold that down, and I'm just going to ink onto here. So I'm just creating somewhere for my image to sit, because you know, you don't want your image to be floating.
No.
So we just need somewhere for it to sit on here.
And also, you wouldn't want a straight line because no ground is absolutely straight.
Exactly.
So.
Can you just see how this just has a little bit of a hill? What you have to remember is you've got to sort of put it above, because my initial reaction is to put it at the bottom because it's the grass. But then what you have to remember is it's giving you the top of the grass or the top of the soil, so you're putting it above. Does that make sense? It's just a different way to look at it. Just make that as dark or as light as you want. So just put that on there. So that's my pine tree. So that's my darkest one. So I can then just lift that one off and you'll see the difference. Look at that.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely perfect. Giving that.
What ink pads are you using for this?
I'm just, at the moment, I'm using my water reactive.
Okay.
And just because they're the ones that I really like. Then I'm going to bring in 3 more. So I've got my baby blue, my spring meadow and my grasshopper. Now you'll have seen all of these on our website and here, so you will have seen them at some point. And again, it's entirely up to you how you do them. So I'm just going to get, I do like to do something like this with, what do you call them? A brush, and you know, inking brush. What are they called?
Yeah,
is that
brushes.
What they're called? Brush.
Yeah.
Inking brush. But they had a fancy name then. And then all I'm going to do is pop this on, and I just feel like I've got quite a lot of control if I do that. And there you go. Look at that. So I'm just putting this on. I picked this baby blue because I wanted it to give the impression of twilight.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So it's not like a summer's day bright blue sky. It's just.
It's either before the sun's come up or before the sun goes down or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Or just after, yeah.
Then I'm going into my spring meadow. So this is still a green, but it's more of a yellow. So let's just make sure I've blended it onto there, and then I'm going to come into here.
Now, all these ink pads, by the way, you may or may not know that Crafters Companion have got a product page and like a suppliers page on our website. All the suppliers that supply Hobbymaker. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and look for the brand shop, all the brands come up. There's Crafters Companion, look. Just click on that. It will then take you to everything that Crafters Companion have got to offer. There we go, look. There's goodie bags, that's what the question mark stands for, goodie bags, I'm sure. But yeah, there's tons and tons and tons, thousands of different products from Crafters Companion if you have a little look at the brand shop.
And it's perfect, isn't it? Right, so now I've got a slightly lighter green, so I've used in my grasshopper, which is just a little bit lighter than the pine tree that I used down there. So then we just blend them out. And then so, you know, it sort of gives that sort of light rising, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Then we can just... There we go, come up here. And because I did that first, I can go over that line, it's not a problem, but because I went in quite heavy there, I'm never going to lose that line, am I? So then just blend your cut, just go over where the colours blend. I don't want to see a line as such where each one, I almost want it to be it just a natural progression.
Yeah, so flawless blend.
Yeah, so just come back in here and then we're going from the yellow to the blue, just...
And just to let you know, Gwen and Creative Expressions, the brushes that they brought us yesterday that sold out, we've got more stock of, so they're coming up in the next hour.
Perfect. Right, there we go. So I think that for me, that will do.
Yep.
For now. So we can take those. So get rid of those. Now I'm going to change my ink, and I'm going to change my ink to a pigment ink, just because I find, for me, it works really well, but you can probably try any of your inks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my stencil, and again, if you want to put a piece of tape on it, or if you want to spray it, it's entirely up to you, but you make it work however it works for you. Do I want that to come? Let's come right down there. So we can pop that one. Now it's up to you whether you stencil and then stamp, or stamp and then stencil. You create your composition however you want. Now what I'm going to do is I've got my Spectrum Noir, the little finger daubers, because I find that these work really well for getting into the nooks and crannies. Now the other bit I would also tell you as a little bit of a top tip is, because this is like a stencil for multi-pieces, all I'm going to do is, I'm a bit of a messy crafter, I'm not the tidiest, so if I put a piece of tape over there, I can't accidentally go into that tree because I don't want it.
Okay.
And then all we're going to do, oh, I've just put my finger, let me just get some, there we go. Now the other thing that's useful to have is a piece of kitchen towel ready, because I get into a right mess, I'm going to hold that down. And then I'm just going to go through this. Now it's up to you how dark you go. Now can you see I've gone here off, I'm almost onto the blue. Mm-hmm. Well, I am onto the blue because I don't want it to be contained. I want it to give that feeling of almost like a dell that you're looking into.
And you're kind of stippling rather than brushing with the daubers.
Yes, because I don't want to ruck it up. So you can just stipple into all of the grooves. Now, honestly, if I was at home, I would definitely take a bit longer than we're going to do here. But I'm just going to sort of whiz across here. So I've gone across the different colours, really push down into all those end bits. So can you see here why I've put this blue piece of tape here? Because already I've gone onto the blue tape.
I mean, in this instance, it's branches hanging down that you're creating, but if you use the stencil up the other way, it could be kind of, branches growing from the...
I could see this one as really good coral in an undersea.
Yeah, that would work.
That would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Could be twigs, could be coral, could be all sorts.
Yeah. So how perfect would this be for Halloween coming up soon?
Yes.
You know, I mean, it's getting close.
It is.
But you still get this. If you got this, ordered this now, you'd still have it in time to make projects for Halloween, wouldn't you? So we're not thinking of something that you couldn't achieve. There we go. So if you find it easier, just get some of our stick and spray, put a little bit of that on the back, just to hold it down.
Instead of tape?
Yes, if you wanted to, but I just knew that I wasn't going to really be moving it. If you wanted that, because I've only put a little bit of tape on the back, and honestly, I would stand and go over that a little bit more, but you can always just lift and have a look.
Oh, that does look cool. Yeah, it does look good.
There we go. Do you know what? This is making me very nervous having Gwen in the room because she's very good at things like this. And she keeps looking up, she keeps looking, and I'm like...
There's no judging going on here, no judging.
Right. Right, so now I'm going to come to some of my stamps. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the little fox. I'm just going to pop him just here with no ink on, just for my positioning. Then I'm going to get some of these little flowers and I'm just going to pop those. Again, I'm coming down as much as I want.
You're kind of scene building, aren't you?
I am. So lift him up for a minute and then I know that'll fit there. So I can then turn that over. Now, the only thing you have to, I'm using a pigment ink. So a pigment ink will be a bit longer to dry. But one of the reasons I've used this is it's a very intense black.
Okay.
Some of your other blacks aren't quite as intense. So maybe you want to use a quick dry ink. That would work. But you might not get the same intensity of black. So it's up to you.
And these blocks, by the way, are the rocker blocks. They'll be on the website. They're brilliant. You just rock them backwards and forwards.
Look at that. Perfect image. And then what I'll do then is I want to make sure I've left room for my fox who's going to sit just sort of here. So I can then, I'm only get one more on here, so I can position one more. Again, coming off the edge of the cardstock. There we go. Let me just make sure that I'm new to rocker blocks.
Gwen's watching you.
I'm really, really new to rocker blocks. But look at that. They're absolutely perfect images. So we can take that off. Then I can just think to myself, right, I want him there. Pick him up.
Well, you say you need to rocker blocks, but I mean, the whole point of rocker blocks is it makes stamping easy. You just literally rock it from back to front, back to front.
Yeah. And then we can ink him up. Look at that. You can see just how intense, because these are like your shadow ones. So he's inked up perfectly. And then remember, because we need to ground him, don't put him up there or just sit in, just put him nicely on the grass. And when you do the rocker blocks, you can see the stamp squidge, so you know that's a perfect image. So once we then, now what we can then do is we can then take the tape. Now, some of this tape might, if it catches a bit, don't worry, but look at this. So what we can then do is peel this away. I could have done with taking a little bit of tape, but don't worry, I'm trimming this down, so I wasn't too concerned. We can take that from there. And I just love having that white border all the way around. I needed a bin and I forgot to get a bin. Hopefully Ellie might be able to find me a bin so I can, because some of these are a little bit inky.
Ellie's on the case, should get you a bin.
Oh, brilliant. Let me just take this last one. There we are. Don't worry about that because it's going to be trimmed down. Then we can see, but look at that.
I mean, our pal's here for you.
Thank you so much. I was just concerned because those are a bit inky.
Most people just stick it on the floor. I wouldn't worry about it.
But look at that. So once you've got that like that, and then I wanted to trim it like that. So I just got the tiniest little bit of a white border around. I thought that looked really
cool.
lovely, doesn't it?
Love it.
So all we need to do then, let me just get rid of this off here. There we go. We can put that there. Now, everything has come, obviously not the inks, but everything else has come from within the kit. Now, this, I will admit, was just a piece of white card. It wasn't one of the card blanks, but I wanted to do a little stepper. So we can then pop that on there. So I've just matte and layered some black with the blue from in the kit. So we can then pop that on. I'm keeping the card really, really simple because I don't want to distract at all from the image. But I did think that we needed a little bit of black just to sort of pop, to match those colours that we've got in the inking.
If you took the black away, the blue would be visible, but it wouldn't have the impact it's got with that black frame.
No. And then we can then look at that. And because we've got that white border, it gives us that sort of clean line between the blue and the image. So we can pop that on. So again, so far, everything's come out, apart from the black card that I've just used on here. And I'm sure that if you're been crafting for any length of time, you've got black card.
Or like you said before, you could even use a black marker to give it the look of matting and layering.
Exactly. So that's going to go on there. That one's nice and dry. Then I'm using some of that gorgeous green from within the box. We can pop that on. And that's going to go on my stepper. But again, you could make your own background once you've used up all that cardstock if you wanted to. Then I've got one of my sentiments, I'm so grateful for you, which I thought was really nice because it sort of was a little bit contemplative, which is what the fox is. And then all I then did was find my tape pen, right, wrong one. And then I could just pop, oh, 2 dotty ones out, pop that onto there. And then I've got
That's lovely.
our gorgeous little fox.
How cute is that? You've made your own scene, told your own story.
Yep, isn't he gorgeous?
Yeah. Well, remember, in the box, you've got stamps and you've got stencils, you've got cardstock, you've got so much in there for your money, and the stamps with the verses as well. And they're not verses that you've probably got in your collection already. They're slightly unusual. So the chances of you having duplicates are very, very low. So that is box number 51. So that was the last one to come out. And if you're into your stamping, that will be the one to go for. But the one that we're all excited about today, remember, is the embroidery box. Now, this has got a totally different craft and a totally different hobby inside of it that you're going to absolutely love. The thing about this is, and talking to Corrine before the show today, it's so relaxing to do it. If you are maybe into your sandtangle and you love that because it means that you've got a little bit of you time, a little bit of unwinding time, this is going to be right up your street as well, because you lose yourself in doing the embroidery. And when you think of embroidery, think of maybe works of art that have taken someone hours, if not maybe weeks to complete. These don't take that long, but they still allow you to kind of chill and lose yourself in the craft, which I think an awful lot of people want at the moment. So UT2048 is the product code for the brand new one. It's box number 52, the latest to come from Crafter's Companion, and that just shows you how stunning that butterfly is. And remember, that will probably take you tops half an hour to do, even if you've never picked up a needle and thread before. Now remember, inside the box you're going to get lots of the skeins of thread. Skeins is the word, it escaped me earlier on. And each skein is actually 6 threads in thickness, and you need to use 2. So just basically separate the yarns, so it's going to go 3 times as far as you first imagined. You've got your cardstock in there, enough to make at least 18 cards, but you've also got the dies that will do all the perforations for you. They're never going to run out. You've also, of course, got everything else that you need in there too to do these fantastic cards, even down to the needle. That's included in a little protective case inside the box as well. But it's something different, and they're lovely and bright, and there's no rules, as I said before. Flowers can be any colour, butterfly wings can be any colour. $24.99, brand new today, and you also get sentiment stamps in there as well. It was 180 elements in that box, 180 elements with the cardstock as well, and beautiful papers. UT2048 is the item code. And we've got enough time to do one more quick demo, hopefully.
We have. Right, let me just get everything, I'm just getting everything out and ready to go. So we're going to just do a little bit of, I'll show you how to use the edger die. So let's have a quick open up the box again. Right, so we haven't shown you this one yet. So this is the edger die. So what we're going to do here is I am going to do it onto my card stock rather than cut it out. So I'm going to take my piece of card, and then I'm going to take my die, I'm going to work out which way around I want it, that way round. So I'm going to pop that there. So let me get a piece of low tack tape, and I'm going to pop that on here.
And we reckon that all of these dies will go through not only your standard size Gemini, but Junior. It'll go through your Junior and also your Gemini Mini as well, because none of them are more than 3 inches wide. So
it depends. So for going through your Mini, it's all dependent on the size of the piece of card that you're cutting into.
Right.
So on here, we are wanting it into a piece of card that's a bit bigger than. Can you see my plates? Where have I put my plates? Can't see them. I've got so much stuff. Let's go into these plates because I can't see where I've put my Junior plate. Oh, they're there, look, they're right in front of me.
Oh, yeah.
They're right in front of me. That's because I've got so much stuff on here. So, because I'm going to use this whole piece, obviously this is slightly bigger. So, I've got my outside die and my detail die, and then we can pop that through there, and that's going to cut there. Now, we're going to use this orange thread.
Okay.
So, this has been separated into 3 strands long, thick. So 2 or 3 strands, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to get the most out of it, do it into 2. But I'm going to stick with this for 3 because we've done 3 strands for some of the other bits. So
that just means it'll be slightly thicker.
Yeah, slightly thicker. What you need to think about is how you're going to do your sewing. And if you're going to be using one of the holes a lot of times, then go down to 2, because otherwise you're going to be putting too much through.
Yeah,
All I'm going to do is just release this from the card, just like that. And like you said, how pretty is that? You could be putting that onto, you know, you could be doing all sorts of clever things with that because you've got all.
You could just leave it like that if you wanted to.
Really pretty, isn't it? Really, really pretty. Or like you said, it could be the guide for dots and things like that. It's entirely up to you. So then I need to find my needle, which I very carefully put away. So you can see on here, we've just got the thread just nicely onto a piece of card. And then we can take our needle, get that way. There we go. And then we can just thread that round. I'm sure everybody has different ways of threading needles.
No one's going to judge you.
There we
I don't think I could do it with my eyesight.
My eyesight's dreadful. There we go, got that. There we are, through there. So then, there we are. So again, we'd do exactly the same. I would take this and I would fasten it to the back, and I'm going to fasten it to the back of one that I've already started sewing, and I'll show you how I'm going. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to fasten it just down there, just to hold it into place. Put a knot in the back if you want to. I just find it's neater for when I've finished. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to start there and I'm going to come up through here.
Again, there's no right or wrong place to start.
No, not at all. And so what you've got on this is you've got, if you look at this, you've got in blocks of 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks of 4 and 6 little ones in the middle. So again, you can do whatever pattern you want. But how I like to do this is I come down to that centre. So this little block of 4 are all going to lead into that one hole. So I'm going back through that same hole there.
Right.
2, and that third one.
When you've done that fourth one, you then go on to the next hole, yeah?
Exactly.
Right.
So it's really, really easy. So we can do that. Now, can you see, if I had this at 6 threads wide,
Be too thick.
that would be starting to fill up that hole quite a lot. So all I do now is go on to the next one. It's just not going to look as neat. It's going to look a bit bulky. You should still be able to sort of see white, or through the hole, if when it's finished. And then, can you see how quickly do these petals?
And it just makes you want to touch it, because you can instantly see that it's an incredibly tactile thing once it's done.
Yeah. Very tactile. I love this. Look at this with different colours to make like little, almost remind me of dandelion clocks. Yes, there's a pattern, but I'm not having to sit here and really concentrate to get the pattern right, because they seem to just come natural. I don't think you have to do them in any particular way. If you can see a pattern in your head that works with the dots that we've provided, then follow that pattern.
Put your own twist.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you. So I've done 3, do this one here, so I've done 3, there we go, through there, and then that will come through here. And once you've, like we did before, once you've done it all on the back, tie it, and then, as you can see, I don't know if you can see on here, just maybe put a little piece of low tap tape over the back, and then it won't unravel. So all I would do with this is I'd take one of those card blanks, just one of those card blanks that we already had, and then I would put this on. I haven't got a straight tape pen, I've got 2 dotty ones. So we can pop this on here. Now, another thing you could do is, when you're doing this, you could even maybe put just some double-sided tape over the back of there if you wanted to, because that would then hold everything in place as well. But how simple is this? I don't need lots and lots of fancy things. So another piece of the paper from the box, edged in black, just keeping it all really, really simple. And all I've done here is a couple of little dewdrops into the centre of each of the big flowers.
Beautiful.
Just to add on like that. Let me grab...
And remember, the coordination,
pad.
all the papers, all the cardstock, all the threads, all coordinate together really well, so you know everything's going to match, everything's going to work well together.
Certainly is. So we can take the back of my foam pad. I can pop that. If you want a ribbon, put a ribbon on. If you don't, how about just like that? Really quick and simple. Let me move that out of the way so that you can actually see. But how pretty is that? Really simple, because I don't think you need a lot more, but so mindful and so Yeah, it's lovely to do.
You went into Tommy Cooper mode then, just like that.
Just like that.
So there's the new box. It's box number 52. It's all about your card embroidery today, and it's UT2048. That's the product code. Everything you need in there to make at least 18 cards. But remember, the dies will never wear out. You can use those again and again and again, and you don't always have to use them for embroidery. They look great as just perforated designs as well, or you can put little gemstones on the openings too. So if you would like it today, there it is. We've got another show a bit later on that's completely different with Corrine. We're looking at our intricate doily dies for Christmas coming up a bit later on. That's at 4 o'clock this afternoon with Corrine. Gwen's up next though, and then we've got Karen coming up as well with Ribbonly, which I've not done before. Looking forward to that, and looking forward to Gwen as well, because Gwen was my breakfast buddy this morning, up bright and early with Wake Up to Hobby Maker. But we've got the return, I'm pleased to say, of stamp sets that sold out yesterday. The popularity was off the charts. So if you missed them yesterday, you've got a chance to get them today. Thank you, Corrine, for now.
Been a pleasure.
I'll be with Gwen then in about 3 minutes. Don't go away.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Now this coming Friday on Hobby Maker, we've been joined by a brand new supplier. The supplier is called Nerge, and you might be thinking, what is that? Well, if you like hand embroidery and you like hand embroidering into hoops and you're thinking, I need some hoops, I need some brand new designs, you need to be here at 4 p.m. on Friday with our fantastic new supplier. We're going to have everything you need. So please join us Friday at 4 on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Hobby Maker. It's hour 2, just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. How are you keeping? How are you faring?
All right,
You're all right?
I'm fine, yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
thanks,
yeah. We were up, but actually we bumped into each other in the car park at the hotel at like 4:30 in the morning. Did wake up to Hobby Maker. Gwen is with us all through until 6 o'clock actually this afternoon. She's got one show now and one show at 5 o'clock this afternoon as well. Now I thought when I came in today, I didn't think we were going to be able to have anything that's in this show, but we've been able to get more stock. Can I just let you know something? I've only learnt this in the last 2 minutes. We have, and thank you Creative Expressions if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, we've been able to get more of an offer that we had yesterday that sold out, and we're being able to repeat the spotlight price that we did yesterday. I didn't know you did Glitter Kiss in duo colours like
we've
this.
quite a few different combos as well. They're really fab.
Love the look of this.
2 for 1.
Yeah, almost 4 for 1.
4 for 1.
Yeah, because look, £5 for 2. That is just ridiculous.
That's cheaper than 1 on its own.
Yes.
It's like 2/3 off.
And you've also got, remember, the adapter sponge is in the lid of the actual unit as well, so you can keep them specific for the colorways. And you're going to get both of these for, like Gwen said, less than what you should be paying for one. £5. It's technically a spotlight. We're not going to play the sting or anything like that because we only learnt about it literally a few seconds ago. So thank you, Creative Expressions, for giving us to these. These are amazing. How would you describe Glitter Kiss for people who've not seen this before, Gwen?
Well, it's gorgeous, of course, but it's a glitter, a very fine, sparkly glitter in a glue gel base. It's quite a heavy glue gel, so I love it for stenciling, use like a stencil paste, but obviously you can use it with that sponge applicator to go across the highlights of an embossing folder or anything textured. You can add it on top of other coloured backgrounds just to give a quick smoosh of glitter. Absolutely beautiful, and getting those 2 colours in the pot means you can do 2-tone effects. You just have to be careful that you keep your sponge running in one direction only, so that you don't mix the 2 colours together if you want to use it in that way. But obviously, because you've got 2 colours in one pot, if you only want to use one of the colours, you can scoop a little bit out and use it individually. So absolutely gorgeous, beautiful colours, and what a bargain.
Did you manage to get them yesterday? We had a complete sellout of the spotlight yesterday afternoon. We've been able to get these 2 restocked for £5 for the pair. That is quite an unbelievable price. These are going to go again, and this is all we can get. So YH2835, loads of you with the baskets, putting them in your baskets right now. Even if you bought them yesterday, buy another set today, because this is it will run out eventually, but if you've stocked up at these prices, I mean, what should these normally be on their own, roughly? Are they about £6.99?
£7.99.
Oh, £7.50, yeah. So
£7.50.
£15 for 2 it should be.
Yeah.
£5, you get both.
Yeah.
And remember, we'll cap the P&P at $3.95 for the whole day. We'll leave that there. These are going to sell out, but congratulations and good luck. I hope you get them. Free phone number or the website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, something else that sold out yesterday, and we were able to get more stock, so thank you, Creative Expressions. Have a little look at this over here. These stamps absolutely flew yesterday. We've been able to get them, so it may well be that you missed the show yesterday. Don't worry, you can still get hold of these today. All 6 of these stamp sets are absolutely gorgeous. They've got the silhouette to them. This is your fairy collection, as you can see here. Make a Wish. You've got other sort of verses on here as well, fairy tales and the word dream too, but it's the images. And some of these stamps are huge as well, aren't they?
They are. These are all A6 size stamp plates, and some of them fill up practically all the plate, but we've given you accessory little stamps of critters and smaller fairies and toadstools. So there's a lot going on. There's one set in particular that I found myself using time and time again, which is that one there on the right of the screen with the foliage, because that helps you to build a scene, build a picture. There's a glorious dandelion head there, which goes in perfect combination with one of our stencils, of course. So these are so versatile, and they are going to allow you to have some great fun building pictures.
As you can see here, great fun. Look at that toadstool house, isn't that just amazing? How you colour them in and what colours is entirely up to you, but the whole stamp set is available. I just want to show you some of the finished cards as well, because your design team are fantastic. This is the first stamp set. I just want to show you quickly. There it is. But look at the sort of things that you can create. Thank you to Jacqueline, who's done this one. Hello to, who's done this one? Jacqueline again. Nice one, Jacqueline. Lots of different techniques. This one hasn't got a name.
That's the one I did yesterday, demoed that yesterday.
That'll be why there's no name on it. And then this one is Diane Williams.
That's Diane, she's done a cracking job there.
Wow. Now, if I go through each of the stamp sets individually and just show you some of the finished cards as well. The next one, this is the one that you said is really versatile with the foliage. Yeah?
Yes, And I think a lot of the stamp sets, you can mix and match across them as well. But this one in particular, I think if you perhaps could only go for two, go for your favourite and then go for this one to get the foliage, because it's going to help you build those pictures.
There are individuals on the website if you want them. What we tend to do now is we kind of put everything that's in the show available on the website straight away. So if you want to go out in 10 minutes, you can't stay to the end of the show at 3 o'clock, you can actually see ahead and see what is available in the show and cherry pick your favourites. But of course, as with all of our shows, whenever there's a big bundle, it's the big bundle that represents the most value for money. The next one is the Toadstool House, which I think is my favourite. Diane Williams has done this. There's the actual dice stamp set.
So she's used a combination there of three of the sets, I think. Well, two of the sets and stencils, two stencils. Absolutely beautiful. Black and white with loads and loads of sparkle.
Diane's done this one as well.
And again, combining the stencils in there with the main stamp image. Just beautiful.
Look, if you want to go the whole hog and make it into wall art, why not? Isn't that lovely? Really beautiful. Don't know who's done that one.
That's me.
Oh, that's you. So if there's no name on the back, it's yours.
Not necessarily,
right.
but possibly.
Okay, loads of you now putting these in your baskets. You thought you'd missed out yesterday. Congratulations. And thank you again to Creative Expressions. This is working out, if we divided it by 6, to £6.66 a stamp. And we're going to get that price in for you. Here's the next one. Fairy Wishes. There's the stamp. But look, the dandelion clocks. I remember blowing those when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
Who's done that one? Debbie Smith.
Isn't that lovely?
£39.99 for all 6 stamp sets. £39.99, working out to £6.66 per stamp set. And that's a lot of stamps for £6.66.
Yes, it really is. It's really good value. And what I really love about these stamps is, yes, they are silhouettes, but they're only partial silhouette. So you've also got open areas that allow you to add colour. So it's really quite a unique concept, I think.
It is.
Because
Yeah.
we've seen lots of silhouette fairies before, which are gorgeous, but these have got that open area, so you can add colour, you can add sparkle, you can really do something different with these.
2 more to show you. That last one was by Maria, by the way. This is going to be right next. We've got this one. So there's the actual stamp set. And there she is sitting in the moon. Beautiful. Oh, how's that been done?
That's with the silver sparkle embossing powder.
Very nice.
The backgrounds I've used were backgrounds I already had, so things had been done on the jelly plate, or they may have been spritz backgrounds that I'd put to one side, and I decided to use them up.
Well, this one's done by Christine Smith. Nice one, Christine. Lovely background on that one. I think this is another one by Christine again. Yeah, it is. Beautiful.
Lovely.
And then this one's Debbie Smith. Again, all that foliage in different shades of grey and black.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It really gives depth, doesn't it? Really lovely. Yeah. So that's the 5th set, and then the final set you're going to get in the collection is this one just here, which is, again, the fairy sat on that beautiful, would that be a sunflower?
It's a daisy, is it?
Daisy.
I think it's a daisy.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Depends how big the fairy
Let's
is,
not
I
get
suppose.
too technical. We're talking fairies here, Dave.
Absolutely.
Let's not get technical about the flowers.
Christine Smith has done that one with a black embossing powder, really lovely, and then with a white embossing powder, completely the opposite way. Jacqueline's done this one. I think you'll agree, when you see the finished cards, the potential for these stamps is absolutely massive, which is why they sold out yesterday, but we were able to restock them. Now, if you want them, KC2865 is the product code. We use letters and we use numbers. Loads of you with these in your baskets. I'll give you a quick name check to some of you. Janice has already checked out, so is Joe in East Sussex, Linda in North Yorkshire, Doreen in Berkshire, Kathy in Dorset, Kate in Staffordshire. Hello to you. You've got them and you've checked out. Loads more with them in their baskets. Joe, Michelle, Janice, Marion, Kim, Tracy, Susan, Sylvia, loads of you. Enjoy. Get them now while we've got them at $39.99. Who doesn't love a fairy theme, let's face it?
I know, and they're quick on the buttons, aren't they, today?
Oh, yeah. You got to be.
They are whizzing out, so don't hang about. Yeah, I think fairies are always popular. It's that little bit of magic, mystique, and obviously there's no limit to how much glitter you can add, is there?
Absolutely.
You know, you really got to town with
you
the
can go to
sparkly
town with it.
things.
Now, the stencils also sold out yesterday. We've been able to restock these as well. Now, these are not only popular in their size, because DL anything at the moment is hugely and massively popular, but look at the foliage that you've got here. Combining this with the fairies as well. You can really build up your scene,
Aren't they
can't you?
gorgeous? I really love these. And don't forget, even though they are DL tall and slim, you can extend widthwise if you want to and create a large square panel as well. I love stencils, they're so versatile. Obviously you can use your inky spritzers, you could blend inks, you can use pastes, polishes, and don't forget that technique with your rubber mat through your die cutting machine to raise the embossing as well.
Christine Smith again has done all of these so far, these 2 cards. This next one with the dandelion clock is Diane Williams.
Isn't that lovely? Quite simple but really striking.
Have you done this one?
Yes.
There's no name on it, so it must be Gwen. And look at this. Is this yours too?
It is.
Look at that. The black fairy on acetate.
Yes.
And what have you used in the background?
So that's lunar paste
Right.
over an inky background.
And finally, Diane Williams has done this one. I mean, to be honest, fairies or no fairies, all of these wonderful stencils will be used again and again and again. And it's working out to how much per stencil? $3.49 per stencil. $13.99 for all 4. They're back today as well by popular demand. GQ2816. All I can hear is my producer Laura saying, I think we're going to sell out of everything again. It's going that quickly. Half the stock of the stencil's already gone, just to warn you.
Eek.
Okay, Gwen.
All right, let's get cracking.
Do your thing.
Okay, I'm going to get messy to start with.
Okay.
So I'm going to use some ink onto my craft mat. I'm going to do that mop-up technique. If you don't know what I'm talking about, keep watching. So I've got some Wendy Vecchi ink pads for you today. These are lovely water-based dye inks, beautiful colours, very blendable.
We've got a lot of them on the website for you to choose. So.
And when you do this, you squidge your ink down onto your craft mat or a glass mat, whatever your chosen surface, and then spritz it so that the ink beads up nicely. I want it really quite wet. So plenty of water, and you can see how that's all beaded up now. And then I'm going to take some of our heavyweight coconut white card, pop that down and just give it a slight twist. Nothing too much because you'll mix all the colours together, but just a slight twist to get them moving. And then press so that the ink
now this
can
is
move
Forget-Me-Not
about.
and Pink Peony.
And then when we lift that, you get this beautiful marbly kind of effect. I would take several prints off that, and I would then also dry it and go back in and pick up the spots. I haven't set my heat gun up, but you can certainly go back and pick up spots once that's dry.
Yeah.
So let me just pop that over there.
So actually, out of what you put on that mat, you could probably get what, about 3
I
or 4
would do
backgrounds?
several different backgrounds, and actually the one I'm going to stamp on here, you can see I've already done some speckling on it, but the second print I took off when I was inking, look how different that is, because
Yeah,
it had a
totally
lot more
different.
water, so it became a lot paler. So that's how you get that effect.
A background's one of your favourite things to do?
Yeah, and I love just messing, basically. And it's a surprise every time, you know, when you pick it, until you pick it up, you don't really know what's under there. And I love
two will ever be
that.
the same, will they?
And they don't always work out. I mean, I think I said yesterday, this card I'm going to demo now, the first one I did was actually on a background that I'd saved. I didn't like it. I wasn't very happy with it, but I kept it because I thought it'll come in. And it did, and it's changed it completely, and it looks great now. So, let me go to this one that's dry because I can't do it on top of a wet one. So I want to show you how to add some speckles. So I'm going to add some ink to my acrylic block. I've got a fan brush, but if you don't have a brush like this, you can use just a flat brush.
Okay.
If you can get one of these, they are great for this. And I just want to make my ink really, really watery. So pop that in there. And then pick that up on the brush, and I like to get right at the end, you get more torque on it, and we can add some speckles onto this background. So when you're doing a background like this, it's really nice to just add different levels of texture. So you can see the spots where I dried off the first ink that I'd picked up, like the one I've just shown you. Then I went back in and dipped it and picked up some spots, and then when that was dry, I'm now spattering on top of it. So it just sort of adds texture and interest to your background. So that's how I've done that.
Brilliant.
And that will carry on moving. You can stop it with a heat gun if you want it to stop at a certain point.
See, that now looks like fairy dust.
Yes, and you can of course add some sparkle to that once that's dry as well. So I'll pop that one up there. So I've got one here loaded into my stamp press. You can see I've got a lot more blue on this one and spattered with bright pink. So I'm going to stamp my fairy using a VersaFine Clair ink pad. This is an oil-based ink and it gives fantastic detail. It's also specially designed to work with clear stamps, so it sticks to the surface really, really well. When you are stamping, just give the ink time to transfer to the card.
Okay.
Sometimes we're in such a rush to see what we've managed to stamp. We forget that the ink needs time to actually settle and move.
True. Looks good.
So I just want the hair to be a little more solid, at least the silhouette parts of her, so I can go in and darken that a little bit, but the other bits I'm happy with.
That's why stamping presses are
Absolutely. So cool. Game changer, weren't they, when they came on?
Oh, yeah.
There we go, that's much better. So she's lovely and solid now. All right. So now we can start to build our scene. So I want to start by taking out, this sounds mad, but I'm going to take some colour out again now.
You get to take what?
Colour out.
Okay.
So where the daisy is, I want to try and lighten the colour. You can do it with water, but I'm going to use some bleach. I have it in my water brush. And it won't bleach the VersaFine Clair. I found it doesn't get rid of it, so it's really cool because you
This
can
is just household bleach.
This
yeah?
is really thin, really the cheapest type of bleach that you can get your hands on. It's the really runny stuff, and it's really inexpensive for a large bottle. So don't use your posh Domestos because it won't work. If it's thick bleach, it doesn't work. Don't know why. I've tried it and watered it down, and it still didn't work.
So the benefit of using bleach rather than water, is it more effective?
More effective
Right.
and quicker, yeah. You can use water to lighten it slightly,
Yeah.
but it comes to a point where it stops taking any more colour out. Whereas with the bleach, it'll take it all out eventually. I'm not worried about those little spots. They're probably going to stay. But my daisy is now coming up lovely and white, if it is a daisy, whatever we decided it was. Let's say it's a gerbera.
Yeah.
How about that?
I suppose it depends how big the fairy is. The daisy, if the fairy is quite small, but if it's a sunflower, the fairy is quite huge.
Yes, well, the choice is yours.
Yeah. Artistic license.
Indeed. So I'm going to put down some pink ink onto my acrylic block. This is the pink peony ink pad.
Yeah.
I'm just going to change my brush for a fine one. Or, no, actually, I can use a slightly bigger one. So I just want a tiny bit of water just to loosen that ink. And now what I can do is put this colour back in, but it can be a different colour. And this is cool because when you've done an inky background, you kind of feel that you're stuck with the colours that are there, but you're not.
Right.
So you can go back in with a completely contrasting colour, and then it's one of those things where you look at it and you think, how have you done that?
I didn't think that was going to show up, but it does.
Oh, yeah. It's really surprising.
Yeah.
And it's a technique, I've done this technique for years and I love it every time. It's so
Very subtle, but
intriguing. Well, that depends on how much you put back in. And actually my bleach, because it's not quite dry, it's taking the colour out as fast as I'm adding it. So it needs to be drier. But you can build it. You can build it. It doesn't have to just be one layer. That's better.
I think I've said it before, but I always learn so much from you. Different techniques that I've been doing this job for years, but I've not seen this technique before.
Well, that's nice. Yeah, well, I think because I've been at it such a long time, I've got quite a big back catalogue in my head. And sometimes some of them emerge into the light of day again, which is quite nice to revisit, isn't it, old things?
Well, let's face it, most of you watch this for hints and tips and advice and new ideas. And that's what it's all about, really.
Yeah, definitely. And I love sharing my ideas when I've got them. So we've got a nice pink daisy now, and you look at that and you think, yeah, that's lovely. But then you look a bit more closely and you think, oh, actually, how have you done that? So it's quite cool. Get people guessing. Now, I had a pink pen somewhere. I just want to accent the ends of the flowers with a little bit of a darker shade. So I'm just going to do some very light flicks with these brush pens. We have these at Creative Expressions. They're the Koi watercolour brush pens. They're wonderful. I don't know if we've got them on the website at the moment because, again, it's one of those things we can't keep in stock.
And the bleach won't actually ruin the pen or anything like that?
No, the bleach is dried off now.
Oh, okay.
It's finished its work, yeah. So there we've just got a little bit of accent on the tips of those petals. And now I can go back in and start to add a bit more colour. So I'm going to bring in the leaf green, and I'm going to do the same thing. Put it down on my acrylic block, a little bit of a damp brush. Make sure the pink's out of it. And I can just add some green. So this is what I'm saying about these stamps. They might look like silhouettes, but actually when you look, they've all got areas where you can add an extra level of colour, which I think is really clever. I really like that.
Because often silhouette stamps are just purely designed to be black.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily black, but a solid colour.
Yeah, solid colour.
Yeah, yeah. Most people tend to do them in a dark colour because that's what a silhouette is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's lovely to have this variety.
That looks amazing.
So just that little bit of green and suddenly that comes alive, doesn't it? Look at the difference. Just a small amount of colour makes. So this is the thing, you don't have to go over the top. I think sometimes we tend to think we've got to put loads of everything on, and you really don't. It can be quite subtle. So then I want to decide what to do with her wings. So I think we'll have the wings blue. So the same thing, ink onto a palette of some description. If you don't like using ink pads this way, then obviously you can use your chosen pens or pencils or whatever you've got to hand.
I think it's a great way to use them though.
I like the fact that, excuse me, I know once I've finished this, all the colours are going to match because I've used the same colours across the project, just in different ways and different intensities. And to me, that's half the battle, is getting your colours right when you're building a project.
Now, over 40% of the restock stock of our fairy stamps has gone. The stencil's going crazy as well. So we're, 24 minutes into the show. It looks like it's going to be another sellout today. And we've got another show together later.
Eek. I hope we get there, because I've got some lovely things to show you. But we'll see. Keep spending, though. Keep buying. So there we've got some blue on her wings now. So she's really starting to pick up a little bit of style. Now I want to go to one of our stencils, and this is the, what is it, the Weeping Willow?
Yep.
And I'm going to use one of our fantastic blending brushes, which we have got available again.
Yes, these sold out yesterday as well, but we've been able to get more stock of them. I think we're able to show you details of them if you want them. 4 different sizes you're going to get of these blending brushes. They look like foam, but they're not. They're tiny, tiny, tiny little bristles. They're revolutionising blending, really, aren't they?
They are, because they are so soft. It's almost impossible to overdo it with the ink when you're using one of these. That said, if you want to build layers of colour up, you can do. But if you want that really soft effect and you want an easy blend, then these will give it you, and no effort required. They're just beautiful.
Well, we've got more stock of those, $18.99. I did, when we were working with Corrine a few minutes ago in the last show, I did mention they were back in today. So 4 different sizes, £18.99 if you fancy them.
So I'm just going to add this willow weeping around our lovely fairy lady. Sitting there contemplative on her mushroom. Oh, she's not on the mushroom, she's on the flower.
On the dandelion or the daisy or whatever.
And because she is silhouette, I can go straight over the top of her and not worry about contaminating. I'm just being careful over the pink areas. But look at that.
Oh, yes.
And then, again, I can come to this side. Let's change the height a little bit, just to give some variety.
And all the Wendy Vecchi ink pads are on the website. Remember, Creative Expressions have always got a brand shop on our website, as all the suppliers to Hobbymaker have. So anytime, even if Gwen's not here, that you want to see Wendy Vecchi ink pads, the stamps that are available, dies, all the Cosmic Shimmer products as well.
Oh, the stamps that were available.
Yeah. Oh, now hang on, update on the stencils. What is it? Got 12 left. 12 of the stencils, Leafy Swirls, Weeping Willow, Wild Oak Grass, Dandelion Whisper. Next 12 people will be lucky. Good luck.
Heck. Okay, and then I just need one little bit to complete that little weeping canopy over our fairy. And there you have it.
Oh, look.
So she's now sitting in a lovely little glade.
Isn't that magical?
So, couple of finishing touches. I'm going to add some sparkle, of course. So we've got these fantastic twinkles for you today. This is our version of glitter glue, and I have to say it's really good. They've got a fantastic nozzle which makes piping them very, very easy. They're packed with glitter, and this particular one has got multicoloured glitter in there, so it's really beautiful.
Okay.
I just need to get it come down the bottle because my bottle's been stood. So I'm going to add a little bit to her star, because you can't have a star that doesn't sparkle, can you?
No.
So these nozzles are very easy to control as well, really lovely. And then on her wings, I'm going to pipe it across the wings. And then I'm going to get in with my finger because it's easier to just dab that on. And it doesn't matter if it surrounds her wings, because she can have a little halo of sparkles coming off. So you don't even have to stay within her wings.
I can see where I'm stood here, just how effective that is. Really.
Isn't it stunning?
Yeah.
Can you catch that in the light, Dave, do you think?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm rubbish at doing that, as you know.
Let me just angle this to the camera. You can see. Look at this. Look at this, Gwen.
Oh, lovely.
Isn't that
I
amazing?
do say so myself.
It is absolutely beautiful. And it's got like rainbow glitter, hasn't it? Like you
Yes,
said.
it has,
Yeah.
yes.
Really cool.
Thanks. And then you can add more little hints of sparkle. You could add little dots in among the foliage, you know, just little, because these are great for piping little dots and spots. So we could really have lots of sparkling fairy dust in amongst, so you can take it to whatever level you like. And then, just to finish off, we've got some fantastic sentiment stamps as well for you today.
We have.
And we didn't really get a chance to talk about these very much. So I've stamped a couple of those out, and I've got one here which says, "Thank you very much." And it's got these amazing little teeny toadstools at the side of it. So I've painted those in exactly the same way you've seen me do that. So with my ink pads, I've used a white pen to reinstate the spots, and then just edged it with the blue ink. And if I pop my blue frame over her, how beautiful is that? And then I can pop this sentiment down here with also matching colours. And I've just one little thing I want to do to finish this off. How are we doing for time?
Ooh, about half an hour.
Oh, that's not so bad then. I might get my next one done.
Yeah, loads of time.
So this is a little stamp which is on the sentiment sheet. And I want to stamp this onto my surround here. So I'm going to use this blue ink. Now I haven't used this stamp before, so I'm going to stamp it a couple of times just to check that it's taking the ink and picking it up. And then once I'm happy with that, and I've primed my stamp, I can take it to...
It's like running in a car. You run in the stamp. Give it a go for a couple of...
Yes, don't be worried when you get a new stamp, and it will come out blotchy initially until you prime the surface. So let's just pop that in the corner there. How lovely is that? So delicate.
Like it.
And we'll have another one on this corner.
Don't worry, we'll give you a little shopping list of things that Gwen's used in a demonstration before we move on to the next one. So.
And then I want to add a little bit of sparkle to that. So for that one, I'm going to bring in our Aqua Twinkles, which is a white glitter, but again, it's got that colour changing sort of...
AB sort of finish.
Yes, that's it, perfect. So this onto those little hearts. We'll just add that finishing touch. And make this really pretty. And when it dries, it will take on the blue tones in the ink. So although it's looking white at the moment, because it's wet and it's quite thick, I've applied it quite thickly. But once that dries, it will go to like a sparkly blue. And we can pop our sentiment on here.
Beautiful.
There we are.
Job done.
And here's the one I did in the other colour.
Totally different look, same stamp.
The background that I didn't like.
How could you not like that?
It was just, I don't know, it was just odd until I did something with it, and that's often the case.
Yeah. Well, that's gorgeous.
So,
two totally
there we
different
go.
looks from the same stamp.
Yeah.
So should we have a little bit of a shopping list of what we've still got available? I've got to warn you, if you want these stencils, Obviously, the stencils make a fantastic background. We've only literally got 5 of these sets left now.
All right.
5 remaining. You'll get all 4 of them DL-shaped and sized, but of course you can use them on any size of project that you want to. You can buy them individually as well, but of course the best deal is always to buy the bundle. So you're going to get your dandelions, you're going to get your, what was it, bulrushes? Weeping willow, wild oak grass and leafy swirls. All 4 of those, but the next few people will be lucky. Also, we showed you and talked about the sentiments. So let's have a look at these for a second or two, because these we didn't feature very much yesterday. And these are going to go very, very nicely with the kind of fairy theme here. You've got have a magical birthday. Actually, I'll turn it around that way. It's easy for you to see what they say. Have a magical birthday. Thank you very much, which is what Gwen used. Make a wish. Fairy kisses. It's never too late to be who you want to be. Have a fairy birthday, or a very happy birthday. Special friend to someone special, fairy hugs, good friends, may all your wishes come true. And of course you've got those beautiful little extra detail in the stamps as well. You've actually got, that's what Gwen was using, and then you've got the little flowers there too. So that's only £9.99 if you want to add that to your order today. If you've gone for the main fairy stamps, you'll probably want to go for the sentiments because they work together so nicely. Then Gwen went on to use our twinkles. Now you've got Cosmic Shimmer Twinkles. You've actually got 4 different colours here, and you're going to get all 4 of them. We put a bundle together specially. Now, obviously, the one that, or the 2 that Gwen used were the lilac one there, and also the white one, both with the AB glitter in them. And then you've also got these 2 colours in the centre, the red one, and what colour is that one?
It's titanium.
Ooh.
So it's like a really dark gunmetal kind of colour. It's lovely.
Okay. Now, these are £12.99. Is that for all 4?
So $3.25 each.
Wow.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Well,
really
our prices are good anyway.
Yeah, they are.
They are good.
Even more so today. SN2879 if you want those. They're in the show and they're available as well. Now we are limited stock on this. Limited stock on these now. So not many of these remaining. SN2879. And don't forget, of course, the beginning of the show, we were able to bring back those fantastic stamp sets from yesterday. So let's remind you of those. There are your Cosmic Twinkles. But if you want the main stamp set, how are we doing on that, Ellie? The main stamp set that came back after selling out yesterday. All 6 stamp sets. We've got less than 40 remaining. That's not many at all when you consider how many we had at the beginning of yesterday and also at the beginning of today. Loads of you in the ordering process at the moment. Brand new crafter in Cheshire, Linda in Lincolnshire, Rosemary in Merseyside, Sue in Cornwall. Hello to you. You're all going for the stamps at the moment, I believe. So that's KC2865 is your item number, $39.99. We thought we weren't quite sure actually what this afternoon show was going to be like when we sold out yesterday, but we were able to get more. So again, Creative Expressions, thank you very much. Much appreciated. But they're lovely, they really are. Tell your story, you build a scene. And if you're going for the stencils as well, that's really going to help to create that scene, the depth and everything else. Stencils have gone. Congratulations if you wanted the stencils, they have sold out. Have we still got the spotlight? Have we still got the, that's gone, is it? Yeah, that's gone as well. Sell out, sell out, sell out. All right, we've got enough time for one more demo, I think, hopefully.
Oh, I forgot anything left to demo with you. Okay, so I'm going to do another mop-up technique, but this time I want to introduce you to Pixie Burst. We haven't talked about these yet, and they're absolutely amazing. So they are a dye-based powder which you activate with water. So traditionally, you can sprinkle them onto a piece of card, spritz that with water, and it explodes to give this kind of effect. So these are swatches of the colours we have. So you get this gorgeous colour burst, and they're multicolours. They're not just one colour in each pot. So these are the 6 colours I've got for you today.
Okay.
So I'm sure Dave will come back with more detail
I
for
will.
you about that.
Yep.
But in the meantime, I'm going to work with my Forget-Me-Not and my Thistle Wendy Vecchi ink pads. And I'm going to add into this some of the Pixie Burst. Now, this is a different way of doing it. Onto the craft mat. And this is going to activate along with the ink when I spritz it with water.
Okay.
So this is going to give us a really dramatic effect, she says confidently. So lots of water.
Oh, you're not joking, look.
Make sure the ink beads up nicely.
Which Pixie Burst did you just use?
Oh, it's Green Jasper.
Green Jasper.
Which is my favourite.
Okay,
I'm
Green
allowed
Jasper is in set A. set A. So black cherry, purple orchid, and green jasper, set A, okay?
I'm going to grab another piece of card because I don't want to waste all this ink. So I'm going to take my first print, just squish, like I said, pop it down. I like to just twist ever so slightly. It just gets the inks moving and mixing.
And this is coconut white card again, yeah?
It is, but it's the heavy weight. Just let me grab some paper to put this on. It's our heavyweight 315 GSM, which I love for doing inky wet stuff because it takes it really, really well.
Oh, it does.
Look at that.
That's amazing.
So that's just glorious. And I'm going to now add some more water to this and take a second image off that.
Not adding any more ink, just a bit more water.
So it's going to be paler
Yep.
and it'll be different. You just never know what you're going to get.
Oh, well, look at that.
That's great. And if you want it, you know, more perfect, just pop it back down, pick up a little bit of ink from another part of it, and there you go.
Yeah.
Really
Well, Ellie, our
lovely.
producer, just said it's a bit like tie-dyeing. It looks like
It is
that,
a little
doesn't it?
bit, yes, yes.
So we've got two backgrounds and we can get another out.
We
of
could, but let's not.
All right.
I'm getting very messy. Okay, let's just clean that up. Easy to clean up, of course, it's all water-based, so no issues there. So here's one I did earlier, and I'm sorry, but I need to use a stencil, but if you've bought them, you need to know what to do with them, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm going to bring in Lunar Paste. This is, again, one of our gorgeous Cosmic Shimmer products.
Right.
And I'm going to actually tape this stencil down so I don't go, because I have a tendency to think I'll just hold it with my hand and then I go past the edge of the stencil and make a mess. So I'm going to tape it in place. And then all I need is a spatula, palette knife. This one is Moonlight Mist, and it's a beautiful sort of purple heather colour, which of course is going to work beautifully with this background.
Now, although the stencils have sold out, they are still available as singles. They're $3.99 each, so all is not lost if you missed out on the bundle before. Look at that. Doesn't it spread beautifully?
It's very creamy.
It's not gritty.
No, although it's got large flakes of mica in it, and they are large, that's what gives it this amazing sparkle. But it's not gritty at all. When I first became familiar with this product, I was quite surprised because I expected it to be gritty. And it's not, it's creamy. And actually you can blend with it. You can blend it across with a foam applicator quite happily. It's wonderful stuff. I really love it. You can also incorporate ink with it, and I found that when it's dry and you then ink over it, it takes on the ink as well. So it's really quite interesting stuff. Well, I think so, but then I like things like that. So take up as much as you can of the excess, pop that back in the jar. You can use that again, it's not wasted.
Okay.
And you need to get your stencil into water as soon as you've finished doing this. So those are a bit sticky, they'll go.
Oh, look at this.
And there we go, I've got some water under there.
That's amazing.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
So that just needs to dry, and once it is dry, I would then ink over that. I thought I had one, I've misplaced it somewhere. But ink over the centre of the flowers just to make those pop a little bit more.
Right.
And then again, a frame makes all the difference. So cut that down and add a nice little frame or a couple of mats and layers. And then I want to move on to talk about, again, the sentiment stamps. Let's just pop that to one side. So here I've got a piece of that card that was an offcut when I did this, and I cut it down to fit my frame. So you can see that's quite a bit shorter than that one.
Yeah.
So what came off the bottom, not wasted, I use it to die cut a panel that I can stamp a sentiment on. And again, that way, you know that everything's going to mix and match.
Yes.
And your colours are right, you know, your inks are right. Be careful it's not too heavy, because obviously when you stamp on top of it, then it's not really going to show up.
And dandelion stencil, we've got 3 left now, individually.
So let's choose a sentiment. Let's have a look. Well, stick with me, all your wishes come true. I like that one.
Okay.
Pop that on the book.
And to be honest with you, the dandelion and actually all the stencils here can be used for happy cards and sad cards too.
They are actually really useful for things like, sadly, you know, sympathy cards. We do need them though, don't we? And so a nice, simple floral image, I think, is really, really good for things like that. Or even just a thinking of you if somebody's having a rough time. You know, it's quite a nice, neutral kind of image,
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it? You know. So you can see how that has got little flowers in place of the O and some little spots around the M. It's not, I haven't made a mess, I haven't splattered. It's got little spots, and I would then, when that's dry, dot that with some sparkle.
And that was a VersaFine ink pad.
That was the
you used,
VersaFine Claire ink pad. I've already mounted this onto a little bit of our wisteria cardstock. And then I can just trim this down with a tiny little border. There we go.
Very nice. Now the next person to check out with the stencil collection has got the last one, so hope it's you.
So obviously my paste is still wet on this, but pop your frame, cut your panel down to suit, and then add your sentiment. Probably put it across the middle, something like that. And you've got it was really quite quick. Obviously you've got waiting time, but when I'm doing backgrounds I tend to do a job lot. And then when they dry, I can work on them and decide what I want to do with them.
How long would the lunar paste take to dry then?
About half an hour, that thickness.
Okay, it's not long.
So not long, no. As I say, I did just ink the centre with, I took my blending brush and the thistle ink and just blended the centre. You can see it's a slightly different colour, but it just helped those flowers to stand out.
Excellent.
So there we go.
Fantastic. Now, okay, let's do a little shopping list again of what Gwen's been using in that demonstration then. Now, the lunar paste, you are going to get two. I know we used only one in the demonstration, but you are going to get two. And the colourways you're going to get are Moonlight Silver, and this is the one that Gwen was using, Moonlight Mist. So that's got the kind of lavender hues to it. So both of these, and unlike other kind of glitter pastes that are out there that can sometimes be a little bit gritty, I know some people don't like the texture or the sound of it when they're using it. It's completely smooth. It's full of mica, not glitter. So you get that similar effect, but without the grittiness. $10.99 for both of these. Remember, with us every single day at Hobby Maker, if you've already made an order for something, maybe you ordered something this morning with Gwen and I and Wake Up with Hobby Maker, you've already paid your $3.95 postage. That's $10.99 delivered to you now if you've already bought something today. BU2895 gets you both of those. Remember the stamp set? We used that, of course, as well, and we didn't really feature it much yesterday, so let's give it a little bit of airtime today, because bearing in mind the fairy theme with the stamps, this has got a fairy connection. Not all of them are, but some of them do have that. Special friend, obviously, is generic, so is may all your wishes come true. Fairy hugs, they're good friends. All the little images of the little flowers, they're stamps as well. And Gwen pointed out also earlier on that the thank you very much, that's got toadstools either side, which is really sweet. In different fonts as well. That's $9.99 if you fancy that one. And that's CB2880, your item number there. And what was the only thing? Did we use anything else in that demonstration?
Oh gosh, what did I use?
Wendy Vicky ink
Wendy
pads.
Vicky ink pads.
Now,
Pixie Burst.
Oh, Pixie Burst, that's right. Let me show you the Pixie Burst, because this is option A. They're option A and option B. So this is option A. And the Pixie Burst themselves, these are kind of matte colours, aren't they?
They're matte, dry, dye-based powder, but multicoloured within each bottle. They go a very, very, very long way. I've made my swatches quite intense. You can have any level of intensity from that, which is full on, to very, very soft and wishy-washy. And if you use that pick-up technique you saw me do on my mat, that helps soften them as well. So you've got the full range of intensity that you can go at. And you can layer the colours together, you can add 2 or 3 together and get totally different effects.
So those three, SB2803. Now we do have set B available as well, and set B is basically Very Berry, like that, Making Waves and Wild Moss. So those three together, if you want to go for all of them, that would be $21.98 for all 6 and 1 P&P. Kate's already in. Hello, Doreen, as well. This is set B. Maybe you've already got set A. And like Gwen quite rightly said, a little bit goes a long way, whether you're actually just tapping it onto dry card, then spritzing it, and that kind of wakes it up, or whether you're putting it directly onto saturated card, and it just kind of explodes when it touches the surface. Either way, they're just great fun. And it gives you unpredictable backgrounds. DZ2897, DZ2897. Now, something I don't think we've used yet, correct me if I'm wrong, Gwen.
No, we haven't.
Now, these are the matte chalk polishes. Now, set 1, oh, I love these colours. Oh, yes. Very, very me.
They're lovely, aren't they?
They are gorgeous. What's the name of this one? That one's Opulent. Opulent Olive. Love that. And this one is called Aqua Matte. So aqua and olive, those two. And again, they work in the same way as the Kiss Duos that we showed you earlier on, that you've got the sponge applicator in the top.
So that is actually aqua and olive together.
Oh.
Just sponged randomly like you might with an ink pad.
Yeah.
They dry so flat and so matte that you can't believe it was really chalky, really beautiful, and then you can stamp on top of them. So I've got a couple of panels here. That's with the wisteria and the, I think, is it ballet slippers, did we say we've got?
Wisteria is the purpley one.
Yeah.
And then the ballet slippers, I presume, ballet slippers is the pinky one.
So that's what I've done on that panel, but I've then added Pixie Burst on top of it.
Yeah.
While it's still wet, but they dry pretty fast, so you've got to get on there. Mist it with water, get your Pixie Burst on and mist it again, and then the Pixie Burst sort of toned right down by the chalk effect of the chalk polish.
I'm just thinking, if someone watching is a big fan of like Distress Oxides, they're going to love these, aren't they? Because it's a matte finish, like a chalky finish.
And then this is to show how you can stamp on top of it.
I mean, I know Distress Oxides aren't creative expressions, they're obviously Ranger, but if you like that finish and that texture...
We'll have them in our web shop though.
Oh, okay.
Because we've brought them.
Brilliant. KF2876, KF2876, if you fancy going for those two in the pink and the lavender. But the wonderful mint and the olive up there, certainly go for those two as well. They're available for you. And I love the fact that each one comes with its own sponge.
Yeah. So they're really easy to use. You just take out the applicator. Hang on, let me get my olive. Just pop the applicator out the top. It stays wet quite a long time, a few days, and then what you need to do is just create a little slope up the side of the jar and take that to a piece of card.
Oh,
hang on.
I've got some good news.
What's that?
I've just been told in my ear, Ellie has just told me, thank you, Liam. He said, that's all right. You want to thank Liam as well, maybe. We've got an extra 50 of these stencils that have just gone. So that's all we can get.
Wow.
That is literally it. We can't get any more. So if you were really upset that we sold out of the stencils, everyone in the office at Creative Expressions, thank you very much. We've got all 4 of them back at the same price, $13.99, GQ2816. And remember, they are, you've got your Dandelion Whisper, which is the one that we used in the demonstration with Gwen. This one is Wild Oak Grass. And of course, you can use the back and the front, so you can have them going left and right. Do remember that. Then you've got the Weeping Willow, which was in the first demo. And then lastly, we've then got our Leafy Swirls. All 4 of them back in stock, $13.99. It's your last chance to get them. So if you thought you'd missed out, that is your last chance now. GQ2816. They've been very accommodating at head office.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Good news.
I'm glad we can, because quite often we can't. So it's lovely that we've been able to do that. So I'm going to show you how you can also use these through a stencil. So you need to use more of a pouncing action to do that, but they certainly go through the stencils beautifully.
Oh, yeah. What a great colour for that as well.
Isn't it? Or, as I say, you can blend them flat, and they go on really easily. Again, really creamy, really beautiful texture, and then they dry just so flat. You can blend colours together, you can paint with them, you can stamp with them. So let me grab a stamp. I've just got this little one still on here, I might as well use that. So what you need to do if you want to stamp is, again, load up your sponge, tap that as you would if you were inking the stamp, and then quickly stamp, and then pop that into water straight away.
Okay.
So super products, really versatile. I absolutely adore these. I'm sorry I've not had time to show you more of them, but we've had so much else to show you.
I know. I tell you what, there are a lot of happy people out there, particularly Rosemary in Merseyside, Angela in West Sussex, Florence in Hampshire, Rita in South Yorkshire, Rhonda, hello, Anne in Somerset, all with those stencils in their baskets. I can't think of any more versatile stencils than these, really.
Yeah, that's the thing, I think, because they are so sort of inoffensive, unspecific, so they're going to work with whatever you want them to work with. I think that's the beauty of them.
Absolutely. And yeah, think about all the different colours you can use, light and dark greens and that sort of thing to create depth and dimension. Yeah, they are very, very busy, going very fast actually. So this is all we can get. We can't get any more. And I know we've got a show together later at 5 o'clock. What will be in that show at this point, I do not know.
We'll be here, won't we?
We'll be here, yeah. Tap dancing or singing or doing something.
Speak for yourself.
GQ 2816 if you want to go for the stencils. And have we got many of the actual stamps left, Ellie? The big bundle? Under 30 now of the stamps. Under 30 of these wonderful fairy silhouette stamps. Remember, they did sell out yesterday, as did so many other things from Creative Expressions. We have stock, but the next 30 of you will be lucky. So if you want those stamps, remember, we got them back today. We weren't sure if we could, but we managed to get the call in. And yeah, they're here, but they're going incredibly fast. And a lot of you watch the show, watch the demonstrations, get inspired, and then call in at the end of the show. So we may not have any left at 5 o'clock. Is there anything else you want to show?
Yeah, I want to show you the pixie bursts.
Okay, great.
If that's all right. I haven't really had time to talk about them today. So I'm going to mist the back of my card just so it doesn't all bow up. And then I'm going to bring in, what shall we use? Let's use Very Berry because that's really fabulous.
Go on then.
This is a super bright pink mix and you just need to tap gently. And trust me, that is a lot. I don't know if you can see, but there's hardly any on there. Or there appears not to be. But just wait and see.
Oh, blimey.
And this is what they do, they just burst.
Where's that come from?
Pixie burst. Well, it's that incredibly concentrated dry dye powder that's in there. Look at that, you've got pinks and red and purple and aubergine. It's just the most wonderful colour. You can also paint with these, so you can tap out a little bit of powder onto a palette, and actually physically mix it with water, and then use that as a paint. Because again, you're then creating a liquid ink, aren't you?
Isn't that amazing?
So isn't that stunning?
Yeah.
But then I thought, well, do you know what? I always tend to do it on a piece of white card, but we don't have to.
Okay.
So we could do it on top of a piece that we've already inked. So I've got a panel here. I just need to find another bit of spare card. Hang on. As I'm making lots of messy stuff. And they always put me on the wooden counter when I'm making a mess. And I'm conscious of not making a mess, of course. So I think we need to go for something perhaps a little bit darker on here. So I'm probably going to go back to my green jasper. And let's add a little bit of this on top of this already inked panel. So this has had plenty of time to dry, this inked panel.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping it won't move too much once I spritz my pixie burst. And you can use pixie bursts through a stencil.
Oh, great.
As well.
So if you bought the stencils, get some pixie bursts and have hours of fun. Oh, look at this.
I don't want to over wet it because I don't want to start mixing it into the already inked background, but I can't stop. It's just magic. So let that dry. You can blot it if you want to stop it at any point. So for instance, if you think, oh, that bit's getting a bit heavy, just take off a little bit here and there till you're happy with the result. I mean, they're so fun to play with, these. There are no rights or wrongs. And then, go on.
I was going to say, see you at 5.
Are we done?
We're done.
My
We're nearly
goodness.
out of time.
Thank you.
Brilliant demos, Gwen, as ever. Thank you ever so much. And now, remember, don't forget your brushes. These brushes we've still got stock of. Look at just how fine these bristles are on these brushes. This is why people love them so much. They're amazing, aren't they? Yeah, they can't stop stroking them. Set 4, we've got those on the website as well. Gwen, see you at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Coming up next, the ultimate in wreaths.
See, that is stunning.
I know. Ribbonally is on the way in a second with Karen. I've not done this show before, really looking forward to it. So we'll see you right after a short break and I'll see you at 5.
Thanks, Dave.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website, Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Now this coming Friday on Hobby Maker, we've been joined by a brand new supplier. The supplier is called Nerge, and you might be thinking, what is that? Well, if you like hand embroidery and you like hand embroidering into hoops and you're thinking, I need some hoops, I need some brand new designs, you need to be here at 4 p.m. on Friday with our fantastic new supplier. We're going to have everything you need. So please join us Friday at 4 on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hello everybody, good afternoon, welcome back. It is Hobby Maker, I hope you're well and I hope you're enjoying our shows today. More from Corrine and Gwen a bit later on, but this hour I've been looking forward to immensely as well because I've seen it on the schedule, but I've never actually been in for a ribbonly show. So bearing in mind I love wreaths, I love ribbons, I love everything about them. Been looking forward to this an awful lot. Karen is here, hello Karen.
Hello.
Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Dave.
Great to do a show at long last.
It's exciting. Yeah, I'm flying solo today because Grace is taking a well-earned break, so it's me on my own, so be gentle with me.
I will be. I promise you I will be. Now, we've got 4 different wreaths to show you, but we've also got a very, very, very different type of ribbon to show you and to introduce you to as well. Now, this is no ordinary ribbon. Now, I don't know how you're going to use this or what you're going to want to use it on, whether you're going to wrap up presents with it, make ornaments out of it. Literally, it's sky's the limit with something like this. You've got 3 meters of this. But it's no ordinary ribbon. It's got a little control box on it, hasn't it?
It has got a little control box on it, yes.
Why has it got a control box?
Well, because especially new to Ribbonly and exclusive to Ribbonly, because Grace actually got the ribbon designed herself. This is actually light up ribbon.
Yay!
So yeah, fantastic for Christmas, of course, brilliant for Christmas, but actually we've been selling quite a lot for Halloween as well. Looks lovely in a Halloween wreath.
You know me so well, because anything illuminated like this, I'm there. I love it. If you've got a main present for someone, imagine wrapping the 3 meters of this ribbon around that special present. Maybe a bike, kid's bike or whatever it might be. I mean, the lights just go on and on and on for all of the 3 meters, and the batteries are included as well. And if you need to change the batteries, they're readily available. They're like the little tiny little watch batteries, aren't they? That you can
They're
buy.
tiny batteries, and you can get a packet of 20 of them for £2.99 with a well-known online retailer. So, you know, it's very easy to replace the batteries as and when you need to. Yeah, they're just the very small hearing aid or watch batteries.
Hey, how cool is this? Now, it's not just for wrapping up presents, it's for ornaments. You can make a bow out of this if you wanted to.
You can make a lovely bow out of it. Yeah, you can make a great big bow, which you can put on the top of your Christmas tree. You can tie it around your Christmas tree pot if you want to. If you're somebody who likes to have a poinsettia, you know, at Christmas, which often people do, it would look lovely around a poinsettia pot.
Tree skirt.
Yes, absolutely. Zena mentioned that you could just literally put it inside a vase or inside a hurricane lamp. You could tie it around a hurricane lamp. I mean, really, as you say, the sky's the limit. And also, Zena said, if you've got those ornamental trees outside your house, like a little olive tree or something like that, it would look nice sort of
Topiary.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. So there's lots of ways you can use it. I mean, obviously, it would be really fabulous to have it on a present as well. I mean, goodness, you'd really be wowed, wouldn't you, if somebody gave you a gift
now,
with the light up ribbon wrapped around it.
For something so different and so unusual and unique, £12.99 for 3 meters of it, and it's wired ribbon as well, so it holds its shape.
Yes, it's wired, so you can, as I say, you can make the most wonderful bows. I mean, if we've got time at the end, I can perhaps demonstrate how to make a floppy bow with it. But yes, because it's wired, you can basically tell it how you want it to behave. You can sort of make loops, and it really does look really very, very pretty as a bow. It's got about 6 or 8 loops to it, and it looks really, really super.
I love this. I mean, the quality of it is absolutely superb. You've got these little icicles or snowflakes on
yeah,
each.
they're gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah. And it's a sheer kind of organza sort of fabric that's been used on this as well, but lots of sparkle.
You know your ribbon, Dave. It is organza. You do. Yes, it is. It's sheer and it's so pretty.
I love this, don't you? £12.99 for 3 meters. So that's only, what, just over £4 a metre for illuminated ribbon. I never knew there was such a thing.
No, well, no. Grace discovered it and she said, we've really got to try and get this in for the Christmas season for Ribbonly. And so she worked really hard at it.
And you've got different modes. You've actually got, obviously that's the off mode.
Multifunction.
So if you want the flash, you've got the fast flash.
Yeah.
Push it again, you've then got the slow flash.
Yeah.
And then if that's too much for you, push it again, you've just got steady on.
You can just have the constant. If you're having a more of a relaxing evening or whatever, and if you're not having a rave, you might just want to have, just have it on constant. But yes, you've got the option, three options there.
I'd be tempted to maybe use this instead of tinsel.
Yeah, you certainly could do that. Yeah, definitely. Quite different.
Get a few of them, wrap it round the tree.
Yeah, absolutely, you could.
Built-in lights.
Yeah.
And also, if you've got maybe someone in the family, my mum and dad now, they're very kind of reluctant to get the tree down from the loft there at a certain age now. Whereas if you've just got a plain basic tree and you don't want to go to the hassle of buying all the decorations or the lights or whatever, just get this, wrap it round that tree.
Because it's just lovely to have a little bit of sparkle in your room, isn't it? Just a little bit of like, especially in the dark winter evenings, they're soft lights and it would just look really, really lovely. It's just cosy and just very attractive.
Yeah, it's the warm white, isn't it?
I love a bit of twinkle.
Yeah, me too. And it's the warm glow. It's not that kind of bright stark.
No. It's they're warm lights. Yeah, they're not the white ones. They're warm. So it's just a really, really lovely glow to them.
If you're buying this, tell us what you're going to be doing with it. What are you planning? Where are you planning to put it? What are you planning to wrap up with it? Are you going to be making it into ornaments, like we said, into a bow or something like that? And a demonstration, hopefully, with Karen before the end of the show as to how to make that into a bow. I love it. And I love the fact that it's not got a mind of its own. It has got the structure, it's got the wire in the edges.
Yes, yeah. You can make it look absolutely beautiful.
You could even wear it yourself if you wanted to.
Well, yeah, I think Zena suggested that as well, actually. You could wear it, yes. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go out, maybe carol singing and that sort of thing.
Oh, yes, you could, yeah.
It's battery operated, it's perfectly safe.
Absolutely, yeah, you could.
And they don't get hot.
Yeah. Yeah, Christmas party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Everybody needs a set.
Everybody needs more than one. £12.99. We've got Lynn coming in. Hello, Margaret in Fife as well. Ellen in Hampshire, you're already in. What is the present that you're planning to wrap up this year that is extra special for someone in your life? Were you thinking that this could be what you could, maybe if you've got a big, actually you could use it just as an ornament. If you've got a big square box and just crisscross this around it and put a bow on the top.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, just a bit of sort of like set design in a way, isn't it? Yeah, just
I'm sure last year I saw in a magazine, it was like a wrapped up Christmas box, but it had lights on the ribbon like this, and it was like about £70 or £80.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
So just get a cardboard box.
Just a little bit of home decor. Yes, and it doesn't even, I mean, actually, the ribbon does all the talking, doesn't it?
It
so
does.
You can just do some plain wrapping and just tie the ribbon around it, and it'll do all the talking for you.
I'm loving this. I knew I'd like this show. £12.99 for 3 metres with the batteries. And if you do need to change the batteries, which you will do at some point, they're not expensive at all. You can get them online. Well-known River website, whereby they're how many did you get for
£2.99 for 20.
For 20?
Yeah.
And there's only one in there.
No, there's three in there. So
right.
that you get 7 lots of exchanges, which you certainly wouldn't need over the Christmas period.
No,
but
absolutely.
as I say, great for Halloween too. Grace has tied some into a wreath that she designed and she had on the show last week, which I think is still for sale on the website. And they look, she put 2 of those into her wreath, and that looks really good. Quite a different sort of Halloween design.
Well, a bestseller already. I'm not at all surprised. Remember, full control. It's a tiny little box. It's not going to get in the way. Normally, boxes for the string lights that we sometimes see can be quite big and quite long. This is a really compact little control box. You just actually push the button. Push the button, you get the fast flash. Push it again, you get the slow flash. Push it again, you get the steady on. Yeah. There you go.
You can easily disguise that box. I've used it in wreaths too, and you just literally can just tuck it behind a loop and you can't see it. So it's very unobtrusive.
£12.99. Order yours now while we've got the stock. Now, what wreaths are we bringing you today? Now, this is actually one of the most impressive wreaths I've ever seen. Actually, all your wreaths are incredibly impressive.
Thank you.
But look at the size of this. Now, I mentioned to you earlier, asked you earlier, can you put these inside, or are they just inside, or are they outside too?
Oh no, you can use them for both. You can use our wreaths for both. Yeah, this is, so this year, for Christmas this year, we decided to bring out some new products. We're well known for our 12-inch wreath frames and our bow wreaths. But this year we wanted to bring something even more fabulous. So we've bought some 18-inch frames.
Wow.
And they're quite different to our 12-inch wire frames because they've actually got 4 circles within the frame. And that actually allows you to employ a different technique for making these wreaths.
Now, let me just show you. The box that this comes in is really, really sizable because obviously the actual wreath itself, the metal frame, is 18 inches across, so it has to be at least that size. But this is brilliant. Don't throw this away because after you've made your wreath and you want to take it down and use it again next year, it makes a great storage box for the wreath, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It'll keep it beautifully for you till next year. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's the box it comes in, and this is what's inside it. Have a look over here because this is the 4 separate stage wreath that Karen was talking about. So there it is. That's how it starts life. But then you get these 3 rolls of, now this is a very special type of mesh, isn't it?
This is deco mesh, and it's very big in America. If you go on Pinterest, you'll see lots of people using deco mesh, and there are lots of different ways to use deco mesh to make a wreath. We've used just a couple of different techniques for our wreaths this year. We've got lots of different designs to bring to you. We've used just a couple of designs to make it nice and simple and to make it accessible for everybody because a lot of people, we find when we go to shows, people will say, oh, that's beautiful, but I could never make it. And we always want to say to them, but you can. You really can. It's not tricky. So, yes, so I'm going off the point a little bit. The deco mesh is very big in America. We've got these wreaths in particular so that we can show you the push and pull through method and how you can make these beautiful loops on the wreath. To make them, it's very, very simple. Well, you can see there, you've got the instructions. Now, we put 2 sets of instructions in. We've got a written instruction, which is obviously...
there we go.
Yeah, especially for that particular wreath design. But we've also got some pictorial instructions which we've taken. Now, those pictorial instructions are for all of our Christmas designs this year, but there will be ones that are specific to you within those pictures and will help you to make your wreath. And on top of that, on top of the demonstration today as well, We've made some videos and they're on our YouTube site,
Okay.
and they'll also be on our Ribbonly site. So people, after watching it today, might think, oh, I'd like to refresh, and they can just pop onto YouTube and just see exactly how to make the
And also, of course, why not record the show? Or you can watch this show back when it's convenient to you. If you've got to go out in a few minutes' time or whatever, place your order first and make sure you watch the show back up to a week after the show's gone out live. ZA4925. Now, it's not just the deco mesh and the instructions and the actual metal wreath you get. You've got these beautiful baubles included as well. You've got your ties, which we'll explain more about fairly soon. And you've also got this. This is amazing.
It is, isn't it? So I've got some here out of the packet, so you can see. This is our silver cobweb glitter mesh ribbon. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's really, really popular. I would say it's one of Ribbonly's best, if not Ribbonly's bestseller.
Right.
There's 5 meters of this on the roll. You can use it obviously for all sorts of things, and people do. They use it in card making, and people have put it around cakes. Obviously, you can tie it into wreaths. There's so much you can do with it. And the reason I'm telling you that you can do other things with it, because obviously we're using it today to pop into the candy cane wreath, but you don't need an awful lot for it, and you're getting the whole roll. So you get 5 meters on this roll, and there'll be quite a bit left over for other crafty projects afterwards.
Fantastic.
So you're getting some extra potential there. There's extra potential.
I've got to let you know, 20% of the light up ribbon has already gone. So if you want the illuminated ribbon, 3 meters of it for £12.99, that's going very, very quickly. But let's just spend a bit of time looking at the finished wreath. This is a work of art.
Thank you.
It's really stunning, very modern and eye-catching and fun. I don't think anyone would have this in their home if they didn't, have a bit of a personality and a giggle.
Don't you think it's a bit of a showstopper, Dave?
Yes.
Don't you think? I mean, this is our most pricey wreath that we are showcasing today. It's got 2 techniques in it. We've got the push and pull through method, which is the white deco mesh, and then we've got the cruffle method, which is the red deco mesh. Obviously, I'll be demonstrating both of those to you. We've also got some little embellishments with the silver cobweb, which you'll be able to see here, just dotted around, and then the baubles as well to just give it that last little finish and make it look. And we've called it candy cane because obviously the colours are very
absolutely
candy
the red
cane,
and the
aren't
white.
they?
Let me just put it on the table next to me, and you can see hopefully some idea of the size of this. It is, wow, really, really impressive. I mean, whether it's going to be the lounge door you want to put this on, whether it's going to be your front door under the porch that you want to put this on, it is. Would you say it's weatherproof or?
Yes, I would. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That one would be absolutely weatherproof, no problem.
It's amazing though, isn't it? I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, they are incredible, aren't they? They really are eye-catching. And very simple to make. And a nice thing to do, I mean, make it for yourself, but also you could make one for somebody else. You know, I mean, it's would be a very nice thing to do.
And you get all the baubles. You also, of course, get that wonderful silver mesh that we showed you a few minutes ago too. And full instructions and tutorials on YouTube. And also there's going to be demonstrations here as well. We have this on split pay. So it's £54.99. We have it on 2 split payments of £27.49. This makes a statement. It really, really does. And a great fun statement too. Jane in Bedfordshire, you're in. Hello, Jane. Jan in Hampshire, you're in as well. Michelle in Kent and Margot in Fife sent messages. Ribbonly wreaths are stunning, Margaret says. Margot. Got the light up ribbon. Good on you, Margot.
I think Margot might have messaged him before, actually. On another
Margot's
show
a regular.
we did, yeah. Oh, is she? Oh, bless you. Well, thank you, Margot.
But let's just show you around the back. There you can see the metal wreath itself. It's just a case of basically weaving this through, and Karen will show us fairly soon how to do that. But I just think if you're looking for something that's really going to stand out, be unique, be different, we've all had a bit of a tough time over the last few years. Let's make Christmas even more flamboyant, even more upbeat.
Absolutely, and it'll last you for years. It'll absolutely last you for years. Or you could just change it up a little bit. You could, if you wanted to, just take the red cruffles out and take the red baubles off and just put in a different colour next year. So you could use your base and just change it up with a slightly different colour, you know.
I'm just thinking as well, it could also be someone's favourite football shirt colours, couldn't it?
Oh, definitely. It certainly could, yes.
That could convince the other half. I bought it because, you support whatever team it is. But this is a showstopper. I mean, you've got all these threads of silver running through this mesh as well. So if you've got like fairy lights near it or something like that
very
really will
sparkly.
pick up the light.
Yeah.
I don't know if it comes across on camera, but yeah, really, really beautiful. 18 inches is the size of the metal wreath, but of course it actually goes out further than that.
Well, yes, once you've got the width of the deco mesh, yes, it really is really quite big. But it really is stunning. And we recently went to a craft show and everybody was like, oh my goodness, those are incredible. So I think they can be very popular. I mean, we've been very used to the traditional wreaths, and obviously last year we did a lot of our bow wreaths, and we'll still be doing those this year. But we wanted to bring something new, and often what starts off in America comes over here, and really we wanted to sort of embrace the trend.
Well, I just love it. It's a showstopper. It really is. It's certainly going to be a talking point, especially if maybe the neighbours can see it as well. ZA4925. They'll want one. There'll be wreath envy in your street if you've got this hanging up on your door. You really will. Can you show us how to do it? Is that all right?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah.
We've got 3 more other wreaths in the show as well, by the way. So we'll get to those soon.
Right, so this is the 18-inch wreath frame, which we've just been looking at, and I'm going to start off by demonstrating the push and pull through method. And once you have got the hang of this, you're absolutely made. You'll have your wreath done in absolutely no time whatsoever. So with the deco mesh, you don't actually have to cut it at all. You just basically working with the whole roll. So there's no, all you need to be able to do really is put the deco mesh out of your way, because you just need it to sort of basically roll off the spool, so to speak. So I'm just going to pop it down on the floor there.
That's good, because I was thinking there'd be lots of cutting and measuring and all that.
No, not at all. Not with this kind of wreath at all. You just go right to the end of the roll, and then once you've got to the end of the roll, you just secure with a table tie,
okay,
or even a cable tie.
Cable tie. Yeah.
You secure with a cable tie, and then you would just start again with your next roll. So it's really very simple. So with this candy cane wreath, I've got a layer of cruffles in the middle. I'm going to do the cruffles second. So I'll explain how you begin with the white deco mesh, and you'll see I'm actually not going to start on the innermost ring. So we've got 4 rings, 4 circles. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the innermost, that's the outermost. You take your deco mesh, you literally just scrunch it all up, sort of like almost to the width of ribbon. You don't need to worry too much about just scrunching up like that. It doesn't really crease. Then I'm taking it, I'm just going to trim the ends off there so it looks nice and neat. There we go. And I'm going to attach it to the wireframe. It's really easy to attach the wireframe. I'm actually not going to attach it to this inner circle because I need that for my cruffles.
Okay.
For my cruffles. So all I'm going to do, you work underneath the frame. So I'm lifting the frame up. I'm popping the deco mesh underneath like that. I'm taking my cable tie. I'm going underneath this second circle here. I'm going to hopefully encourage the cable tie to pop up. There we go. So you might be able to see there, the cable tie is underneath circle 2, and it's got, it's all the way around the deco mesh. And then I love these cable ties. They make life so much easier. Just pull it on nice and tightly like that.
No toolkit needed?
No toolkit, no, and trim it off. So there we go. That's your cable tie. Securing your deco mesh. That's your deco mesh attached.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
That's not going anywhere.
That's not going anywhere. And then what you do basically, I'm going to work to the right. Obviously, if you are left-handed, you'd probably work around the other way. But you grasp your deco mesh. Can you see that? And I'm just going to now I'm pushing through between the circles 2 and 3. Because as I've mentioned, I need to leave circle 1 free for my cruffles.
Okay. It's a new language, isn't it?
It is a new language, yes. In fact, Grace said, oh, a cruffle. Oh, that sounds like something you could eat, doesn't it? It's something like a croissant and a muffin or something. So did you see? I just pushed that through. I'm working underneath. I just pushed a loop through.
Yep.
And how do I know if I've got enough? Because I've just slipped my 4 fingers in there. Now, you want to be careful not to, you don't want a really massive loop. However, you might think, well, that's going to look fabulous, but you'll run out of deco mesh.
Right.
You don't want it to be too small either, because you want that lovely volume that we've got over there. So basically, if you can slip your 4 fingers in like that, then you know you're good. Then I'm going to slip my fingers out, hold on to that loop, and I'm just going to do the same again. Just push the deco mesh up. Push and pull.
Okay.
Here we
Through
go.
the same channel.
It's just, well, I've gone through the other gap. You're
Right.
basically working between gaps.
Right.
So for this particular design, we're working between circle 2 and 3 and 3 and 4.
Right, got you.
You'll see when we go onto the icicle, which is simpler in a way, it's simpler in terms of the fact there's no cruffles.
Right, okay.
So basically, you're just filling in between all the gaps. But this one, we're just literally filling in between circle 2 and 3, circle 3 and 4. I've got my 2 loops there. I'm going to carry on. So to carry on, you don't have to come over the top. You just go back underneath and push up.
I bet you get into a kind of a momentum with it.
Oh, you just, honestly, but you can do it in no time whatsoever. There you are, you see, so I've pushed up another one. Here I go again, you see, okay. Up through circle, between circles 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I've
You just
already...
alternate between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Between 2 and 3 and 3 and 4.
2 and 3 and 3 and 4, yeah.
And as you can see, I've already made 4 loops there. I'm just fluffing it out a bit to just show you the potential. Obviously, I squish it up initially like ribbon because it's easier to feed through that way. You wouldn't want to, because obviously this is 25 centimetres wide and you wouldn't want to be feeding it through like that. So make it nice and narrow, and then it's got all this potential for fluffing out. We do like to have a fluff at Ribbon
We do.
League. We do like to have a fluff.
I've heard that. Now, I've got to be honest with you. Obviously, our tabletops are white and our walls are white in the studio. Obviously, at home, you've probably got some colourful walls or darker colours. This is really going to pop on, say, like any other colour other than white. I mean, it's going to look great against white as well, but if you've got a dark wall like a feature wall, imagine that in the middle of it.
Oh gosh, yeah, it'd be really eye-catching. It would be. So you just carry on in that way, literally all the way around the frame to make this beautiful candy cane wreath. All you do is just this push and pull method. As I say, we've got videos, so you'll be able to watch the video of how to attach and also how to employ this push and pull through method. But you just carry on like that until you've filled a section, and then you move on to your next section.
Well, Gloria in Staffordshire's just sent us a message. She says, "Hi, super excited. My Christmas cruffle package has literally just arrived. I absolutely love the quality of the ribbons, so thank you so much."
Oh, Gloria, thank
watching.
you.
Brilliant,
I hope you
Gloria.
enjoy making your Christmas cruffle. That was a wreath design that we had on a week or so ago. So it's a different, because we've got lots of different designs here at Ribbon League.
Well, this one is brand new today. This one, as you can see, is candy cane in colour, but it could also be Santa's outfit, couldn't it?
It could be Santa's outfit, of course it could.
Red and
definitely.
white.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We might employ you for naming our items, Dave. We're often looking for inspiration.
It is absolutely beautiful. 2 split payments as well of £27.49, and this is going to be something you'll look forward to getting out every single year, and will be a main decorative feature in your home. It's much an important part of Christmas, as your favourite Christmas tree, of course, as well. You could actually use it as a table decoration if you want.
You certainly could, yeah. If you had a nice big table, you'd need to be quite a big table, wouldn't it, Dave? But yeah, definitely. And we've often said with our wreaths, you could put a hurricane lamp with a candle. Obviously, it needs to be a hurricane lamp, not just a bare candle, but a naked flame. But yes, you could put a hurricane lamp in the middle of it as well. Yeah.
It would look stunning. It really would.
It would look
So
really lovely.
this one is your candy cane, and it's $54.99, ZA 4925. If you fancy that one today, are we going to move on now to the other one?
Shall I just show you the cruffle?
Okay.
Or not?
Yeah.
Because
show us the cruffle.
this is the
Yeah,
only
if you
one
could.
that's got a cruffle in it.
All right,
And then,
yeah.
is that okay?
Let's do that.
So basically, I'll just pop this down for one moment to make the cruffle, which is the red.
Okay.
The red is a slightly different technique. All you do, so this is our lovely red poinsettia deco mesh, and I'm going to measure out 50 centimetres of this. So for making the candy cane, we need 18 of these cruffles.
Okay.
But obviously, I'll just show you the one now. I'm going to cut 50 centimetres. This cuts really beautifully. It's really lovely, this. It's got a super sort of red tinsel running through it, a red sparkle, so it's really very, very lovely. And all I'm going to do now is I'm going to take another pair of scissors, only because I need my deco mesh to behave itself. But you basically, to make a cruffle, it's really, really simple. You've cut your 50 centimetres, and all I've got to do is just pleat it. It's basically a pleating technique. So I'm just going to pull the deco mesh towards me using my fingers.
Right.
nothing really to it.
Gathering it.
It's a gather. You do know all your terms, don't you? Yeah, it's just a gather. It's a simple gather. There you are. I've gathered it up. I'm going to just turn that bit over as well. So I've got a nice, neat bit in the middle. Move those scissors out of the way. And then you take your cable tie and secure it around the middle. Now I'm not going to tie it too tightly initially. I just want to make sure that it's fairly even. It's a bit like a butterfly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
You can see the shimmer there. It's really pretty, isn't it? So then you just push, once you think, yeah, that's fairly even, it's not a lopsided butterfly, you can just pull it nice and tightly, and then you just obviously trim off the end of the cable tie. And then if I come back to what I was working on earlier, obviously you would have finished putting all of your diamond white deco mesh all the way around, and you're ready to pop your cruffles on. So you make your cruffles, and then all you have to do then is, do you remember I kept saying leave circle one free for the cruffles?
Yep.
Well, that's all you've got to do. So all you have to do is pop your cable tie underneath. Oh, it's hard to see from this side, but I think I'm winning. There we are.
Everything you need to make the kit.
Everything.
The cable ties, all
Everything
included.
is there.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you just pop your cruffle on like this. Pop it through. And of course, it's the bulk. It's the bulk of it all, which at the moment, this cruffle is just sort of sitting there a bit open. But of course, you'll then put another one in this section, and they push up together, and that's what gives that lovely effect.
So you've got 3 rolls of the mesh, including 1 red, 2 white. You get the 18-inch wreath itself.
Yeah.
All the baubles that you can see there, 3 baubles. You get that beautiful silver mesh ribbon as well, and all the cable ties, full instructions in pictures and words, and also tutorials on YouTube and that sort of thing as well. ZA4925. Now the next one we're going to show you is the icicle. Now we won't demo that because basically the technique is the same as what we've just shown you.
It's literally the push and pull through method, yes.
Push and pull through, but there's no scruffles. Or
No,
scruffles? What is it? Cuffles.
no cruffles.
No cruffles.
I quite like scruffle, actually.
Okay, now look at this. If red and white's not your thing, maybe you're more of a turquoisey, tealy person. Look at this one.
Oh, well done, Dave. You've got that balanced beautifully.
Isn't that a lovely look?
Yes,
I mean,
now this is inspired by your very own Zena, who said to us
really?
she really likes silver, and could we sort of do something silver? And I said, oh, do you think blue would look nice with that? And she said, oh, I think it would look really lovely.
It does look fantastic.
And so we thought, now this is a very simple wreath, in that there are no cruffles. They're all simple, but there are no cruffles. So literally, you can make that so quickly, because all you're doing is the push and pull through method through all the circles, and then you just have to basically add your beautiful bows. Now, we've got some lovely ribbon. I've actually got, the ribbon that's in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Should we have a little look at all of that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what comes in the bundle. So if you just have a little look here, I'll just get the lit up ribbon out of the way for a second. So you get all these beautiful baubles. You get 3 glittered, 3 shiny, and 3 matte in this beautiful teal blue. Look at that ribbon. Isn't that just absolutely amazing?
And I've got some of it here. This is what we call topaz. It's our gloss satin. It's absolutely beautiful. It's 38mm wide. You get 15 meters on this roll.
Wow.
So there's an awful lot of ribbon, far more than you need for that wreath. So again, you will have, you'll have some ribbon left over for tying your wreath up to your door, but you'll also have lots of ribbon left over for other crafty projects or for just gift wrapping. You're getting an awful lot there. And yeah, it's really glossy. It makes beautiful, luxurious bows, as you can see there.
Absolutely. And that's all that is a bow, is it?
It's literally a bow. All I've done is tied, literally just separated the layers of the deco mesh, and then just pulled the ribbon under and tied a bow. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Be prepared for the doorbell to go. If you've got this on your front door, everyone's going to want to know where you got that from. Where can I get one? Tell them it's Hobby Maker and Ribbonly. BRA4956. The technique is exactly the same as Karen demonstrated with the candy cane wreath a few minutes ago. So it's exactly the same technique of weaving the deco mesh around the actual frame. And There's the product code if you would like it. $49.99 for that beautiful wreath inspired by Zena. I can see Zena loving it, absolutely loving it. It is a beauty, it really, really is. She's probably at home actually ordering one and buying one right now, I'm sure. But again, indoors, on the table, indoor doors, upstairs, downstairs. Maybe put it in a room that you don't normally decorate for Christmas.
Yeah, you certainly could do that, yeah.
I love it.
It's very eye-catching, isn't it? Yeah, and we've called that one Icicle,
yeah.
For obvious reasons. And yeah, we're really pleased with that. We really like that.
So we've shown you the candy cane, we've shown you the icicle. They're both available right now. Coming up in a second, we've got some ribbon wreaths coming up as well, which are slightly different in their techniques. But if you love the deco mesh, these two are the only two that we've got in the show today with the deco mesh, either the candy cane or the icicle. The choice is yours. We'll take a short break at this point. Now's a good time to order, by the way. I've just realised this is on split pay as well. I didn't think it was, but it is. So it's $24.99, your first split payment of two today if you want to spread the cost over a couple of payments. You know, it's coming up to nearly the beginning of October. Imagine this on your door, on your house, or maybe even in the window. You could put it on the inside of the window where the lounge is or whatever looks out to the road so that it's safe and everything. Beautiful. Absolute showstopper. BRA 4956. The other reason then in the show coming up next.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Oh my word, these absolute beautiful wreaths are just showstoppers. They really, really are. I hope you love the deco mesh ones. We've still got two more wreaths to show you and some more gorgeous luxury ribbon as well. But now we're going to move on to Bar Humbug. Now this isn't the deco mesh, this is more traditional ribbon, isn't it, in this one?
Yes, this is very much similar. Well, it's quite similar to our other wreaths that we do. However, obviously, again, we're using this really big 18-inch wreath ring.
Yep.
And we've got a lot of requests last year for wide ribbon, so we're using some of that too.
Okay.
And also we've got, well, as you can see, some of our other range that we normally have on sale.
So what we've got here, we've got the ribbon in the red, we've got it in cream, and we've also got it in black. You get 3 rolls there. We've also got, of course, the black and kind of, it's almost like a cream colour, is it? A black and cream This is super.
We call that licorice stripe.
Licorice stripe. Then you've got more of your fantastic
The silver glitter
yeah.
mesh, yes.
And then you get a selection, 3 silver and 3 red of your baubles. Now this is £24.99 your first split pay of 2 or one payment of £49.99. But look at this on the easel. Have a look at this. Isn't this absolutely gorgeous? This is called Bar Humbug. Everyone's saying in my ear, reminds me of Beetlejuice, the film.
Yeah.
I can see that, yeah. But what about that? I've never seen a wreath like it. It's so different.
It's quite contemporary, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we just thought we'd try these colourways and see, and we just think it looks really, really lovely. The black and white stripe, I think, is really stunning. It's very classy. Looks really sort of high-end, I think. But just using a different technique, so just not using the deco mesh, using ribbon instead, just tying bows.
This is the sort of thing that I'd expect to see maybe in a high-end, either London, Birmingham, Manchester department store, costing a small fortune.
Yes, well, absolutely, yes. And you can make it for a fraction of that and make your front door or your Christmas party or your table decoration, your table just look absolutely beautiful. And people will sort of say, where did you get that from? When you say, I've made it, they're just going to be really impressed.
Now, is this as easy as the previous wreaths to make?
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely it is, yes. Do you want me to show you?
Could you?
Yes, so here is our wreath ring. It's divided into 9 sections. So there are 9 crossbars running around this frame. And the reason I'm telling you that is because we need to make 9 bows initially. Now, normally when we sell our circular wreaths, we sell you a combination of colours and then say, you know, just go for it, make it however you would like, put the colours wherever you like. In this one, we've been a bit more specific. Obviously, it's up to you where you want to put them, but we think it looks really nice using the black and white ribbon, staging it quite evenly around the wreath.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Love
So
it.
basically, I'm taking the black and white. So this is what we call, this is a beautiful jute ribbon, canvasy type ribbon. We've called it licorice stripe for obvious reasons. And I need, to make a nice bow, I need 80 centimetres. Now this is all in your instructions. It'll be very clear once you get your kit how to do it, but I'm just measuring out 80 centimetres. Now what you probably want to do is actually measure out all 9 straight away, because then you've done it, yeah. But basically, there you are, there's your 80 centimetres. I'm passing it underneath the wire frame, and then I'm actually circling all of the rings.
Okay.
So there you go. I'm going to try and tie a nice even bow, so it's, there we are, got nice even lengths both sides, and then it's just a matter, because it's wired, you can just make it look absolutely beautiful. Here I go, round and then pull it through.
And if you're not happy with it after you've done it, you can just tease it a little bit.
Oh, absolutely, of course you can, yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
sometimes bows can get a bit wonky, can't they? You can sort of, it can be a bit uneven, you just untie it, yeah, absolutely. So here we go, because you can see as it's wired, it looks absolutely beautiful. You can make these loops look really, really lovely, and then you trim the ends however you'd like them to look. So I quite like, well, Grace calls it the snake tongue. I think it's the swallowtail. Zena thinks it's cutting a triangle.
Okay.
It can, but you don't have to.
I go with you with swallowtail.
Yeah, I quite like swallowtail. Yeah. But of course you don't have to do that. You could just cut it off at an angle if you wanted to. I mean, some people use pinking shears as well. It's entirely up to you. You know, you can just knock yourself out and do it exactly how you want to. So I would go around the wreath and tie all of those bows so that they're spaced nice and evenly. And then I would just begin using these wreaths and these ribbons. Very, very simple. You don't need 80 centimetres for this because it's a slightly narrower ribbon, and you just don't have to put quite so much ribbon in. You don't want
to tie that red ribbon into bows as well.
Yes,
yeah.
So I'm going to show. So basically, this is our lovely organza, which we call Poppy, and I'm going to measure out 50 centimetres. Now, again, I would say, you know, go and cut quite a few out at once. That way you won't be always picking up your tape measure and your scissors, you know, just get it all done and then you can begin tying. And the only difference between this wreath and our normal 12-inch wreaths is that normally we say our 12-inch wreaths normally just have 2 circles, one on the outside and one on the inside.
Right.
And so we say just go around alternating, tie one on the inside, one on the outside, one on the inside, one on the outside. Well, of course, you've got a few more circles here. So all we're suggesting is that you just to begin with, I'm tying this, just to make it look nice and even really, I'm just tying this, if I do it here, you'll be able to see a little better. I'm tying it between circles 1 and 2. And then you're just literally tying a bow. It doesn't have to be a fabulous bow. Sometimes people say, oh, but I'm not very good at bows. Well, it doesn't really matter when you're doing a wreath like this, because it's not on a present, you want the bow to look really super.
Sure.
But because these are all squashed up together, as you can see, what you're seeing really is the loops.
Yeah, it's a riot of colour as well.
It is a riot, it is a riot. So basically I'm just trimming off the ends, I'm just trimming those on an angle, and I would then push that along. It's the pushing which causes the loops to come up and to sort of give that luxurious look. So I've tied onto between circles 1 and 2, and so just to demonstrate again what you would do next, another length of 50 centimetres. Here I'm using our single-sided satin in pearl. It's a lovely creamy colour, and obviously it really complements the colour in the licorice stripe. And because I tied my first ribbon, my red ribbon, and my organza between circles 1 and 2, now I'm going to just go between 3 and 4. It's just to sort of give it a much more even look.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to. You can do whatever you'd like. But it's just what we suggest. Just if you want it to look like that, that's how I made that.
And honestly, the quality of the ribbon, I don't think I've ever seen or felt ribbon quite like it. It's absolutely gorgeous. $49.99. It's a lovely little project to do as well. And it's something that you can, again, put away in the box. You can store it in the box that the bits actually come in. So it's going to keep it nice and fresh for year after year after year. But every year it comes out, it'll be a focal point of any room or any door. But also, you'll remember the fun you had actually making it. And maybe next year you'll come back and buy some more from Ribbonly here at Hobby Maker as well. $24.99 on split pay, or one payment of $49.99. I've got to let you know, if you want the illuminated ribbon, you've got to be very quick for this now. 3 meters of this, and it's only £12.99 for 3 meters of LED lit ribbon. Whether you're wrapping up a present, whether you're wrapping up yourself, whether you're making it into a bow, you can make it into a bow, because this has got the wired sides inside and outside as well, so it holds its shape whatever you do with it. But you've got 3 settings. You can either have it on quick flash, slow flash, or static. Nearly 40% of the stock is now gone if everybody checks out their baskets, and it comes with the batteries needed inside it, but you can easily get hold of replacement batteries, not very much money at all, and they're very readily available on that well-known internet site. QW4980, what are you going to do with yours? Let us know, message in, tell us where you're going to be putting this. Are you going to be wrapping it around the tree? Are you going to be wrapping it around a present? Whatever you want to use it on, it's entirely fine and safe because it's battery operated. So
Absolutely.
Love it, absolutely love it. Right, now, another thing that we've got to show you before we move on to our final wreath in a second. This is gorgeous. Look at this ribbon. Tell us about this ribbon, Karen, because it is so opulent, it's so luxurious.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Well, these ribbons are particularly special to us at Ribbonly because Grace designed them herself.
Oh, wow.
So they can't be bought anywhere else at all, literally only from Ribbonly. She designed them. She wanted some, we got a lot of requests for wire-edged ribbon last year, and so we thought we'd get a couple designed. Obviously they're in your traditional Christmas colours. They're very luxurious, they're very beautiful. I've got some here actually which are out of the wrapping, so you might be able to see. So this is our Ruby Jacquard, absolutely stunning ribbon, really, really beautiful.
What sort of length are we talking about on each of these?
So there's 10 metres on these, and they're 63 mils wide, so they're nice and wide, and obviously wired as well. So you can see you've got the wire there in the edge, and so you can create beautiful bows with it. I mean, obviously these would make very special embellishments to go on gifts, but it doesn't just have to go on a gift. You can, you could just tie it on the ends of your Christmas tree boughs. That would look really, really lovely. Around a plant pot, if you're giving someone some Christmas flowers. I mean, it really is very, very luxurious ribbon, really, really beautiful.
I mean, imagine just a plain green tree, whether it's a real one or artificial one, just with those red and gold bows all over it. That would look amazing.
Quite traditional in the colours, but quite contemporary in the patterns.
Yeah.
And then we've got this lovely festive polka spot, which has got a glitter spot to to it. And again, on a roll of 10 metres and 63 mil wide and wired at the edges. Beautiful ribbon, really. We've had a lot of great feedback about this ribbon. A lot of people think it's very classy and luxurious.
The fact that it's got wire in it, it just means that it keeps its shape, yeah?
It keeps its shape, yes. So you've not got a floppy bow, basically.
Right.
So if you
Nothing
really
worse.
want... No, absolutely nothing worse than a floppy bow. So you just want it, you know, it stands proud and it looks really, really beautiful. And of course, we've included some of this in our next wreath.
Yes, which we're going to move on to. But if you want the light up ribbon, remember 3 metres, 60% of the stock of that has now gone. If you're determined this year to make this Christmas really, really special, because the last couple haven't been that great, have they, for any of us, to be honest with you?
They haven't, no.
Yeah, push the boat out and decorate your house and really kind of go for it, go to town and look forward to happier days and hopefully family get-togethers this Christmas as well. Push the boat out, get some luxurious ribbon, decorate your home, make it a really special Christmas 2022. Now, the last wreath that we've got, bear with me, I've just got to go and get the box, because this is probably the most traditional of all of the wreaths that we've had in the show today, but it is also using that green and gold spotted ribbon that we showed you a few minutes ago. This one is the Christmas jewel.
We call this one the Christmas jewel. It looks really lovely when it's hung on a wall and hung on a door. They're very traditional colours, but it's just very, very pretty. It's got our festive polka spot wired ribbon, and as you can see, they're evenly spaced because you make it in exactly the same way that you make the bar humbug. You just tie your 9 bows on those 9 crossbars, and then you just fill in between. And we've got some really beautiful ribbons in that kit.
Let me just take bar humbug down for a second and put the Christmas jewel up there so you can absolutely see it in its own glory. Look at that. Isn't that glorious? Now, I'll open up the box just to show you how your kit comes. Everything you need is in there. And of course, the benefit of this, sorry about that, the benefit of this is that wreath, when it's made, can go back into that 18-inch box, can go back into the attic where the tree is or whatever. But you get all of these ribbons of ribbon, all of these spools of ribbon, sorry. Then you're going to get your pictured instructions, step by step, and your written instructions. But of course you can access the YouTube videos as well, or you can record our shows to remind yourself how to do it. But it's really, really simplicity itself. Pop the box down there. So there we go. Everything you need to make it is here. And this again, $49.99, or the first split payment of £24.99, and some different ribbons in here.
Yes,
ribbons.
yes, we have. So this is a really lovely. This is our Holly Grow Grain, and it's a really beautiful ribbon. It's a zigzaggy pattern, so you can see it's a grow grain ribbon, but there's this beautiful gold zigzag pattern on it, and that complements the festive polka really well. So we've got 2 green and gold ribbons in there, but we've also got this beautiful. This is what we call claret, our claret ribbon. It's obviously on a roll of 10 metres. It's 38 mil wide.
That's so rich, isn't it?
Yes, but look at this, Dave. You're going to be really surprised because look, it's double-sided. This is a double-sided foil. It's absolutely beautiful. So you can, if you want to, you can tie your ribbons one way so that you've got the bow and it's red, or you could tie your ribbon the other way and you've got your bow so it's gold. Either would work in there because it's all the same colourway. But yeah, so this is a really lovely double-sided foil. And then you've also got, this is one of my favourite ribbons for working with. It's really lovely. We call this antique gold. It's a mesh, but it's a soft mesh. It's got a real lovely sparkle to it.
It's like it's spun gold.
Oh, yes,
like
it
that.
is.
Yeah.
It is like it's spun gold. You're right. And this is really, really lovely. Makes beautiful bows, and they've got some structure to them there. You can see them just popping out of the wreath a little. You know, they're not overly textured, not overly hard, but they just pop out a little bit more. Are really, really pretty. Nice to have different textures in a wreath.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, the light up ribbon, remember, 60% now of the entire stock's gone. That's heading very, very close towards limited stock now if you want to get hold of it. This one, though, is the most traditional of all of them, but it has got that modern twist to it as well. But what a size. It's a lovely thing. It really is. Could you use these on outside doors, or is it better indoors, this one?
You can use them on. Well, we always say you can put our ribbon wreaths outside. I mean, I think if you had a front door where you knew you were very exposed to the elements, then I think if you had rain lashing in, something, then it probably wouldn't look very good for very long. And you might want to have that hanging inside. But generally, we don't have an enclosed porch. We've just got a little bit of a little kind of
Like an awning or something?
well, I don't know what it's called actually, Dave. But anyway, it's a little bit of protection. And I mean, I put our wreaths out there, had one out at Easter, obviously had one out at Christmas last year, and they're absolutely fine. So yes, I think they'd be absolutely fine outside.
And if you are worried about putting them outside, like I said before, if you've got maybe a lounge window that looks out to the front of the house, you could hang it inside the lounge window. That would look lovely.
And wouldn't that one look lovely in the middle of a Christmas table? Because the colours are so lovely.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really would look ever so pretty there.
Beautiful.
But
So
yeah, just have a Christmas. You could just hang it. You know, if you're having a Christmas party, it can be hung inside, can't it? I mean, it's not limited to being on a front door.
now we have actually put on our website, I believe, some other very, very popular ribbons that we've been on the post. The ornamental ribbon has been added to the show as well, which I know we've had in previous shows before.
And has been very popular, the ornamental ribbons. They're beautiful for tying around presents, but also for popping into wreaths. They're really, really lovely. You can use them in sewing, you can use them in card making. I mean, they really are. They're really super collection, yes.
Well, this is it. If you missed it on previous shows, the ornamental ribbon, we can show you the box. There we are. That's in stock at the moment. It is available. So it's actually shaped ribbon, isn't it? It's like laurel.
Yes, so what we've got there is our green, gold and silver leafy ribbon. We call it a vine, and it literally is just a ribbon that's got all these lovely leaves sewn on, well, not sewn onto it, they're just part of the ribbon. It really is very ornamental, and they look beautiful. You can just literally tie a little bit into a wreath and then it falls. It looks very natural, it looks really, really gorgeous. But yes, we have people buying them for card making, people put them around cakes. Obviously the gold and silver, it doesn't have to be Christmas, it could be anniversaries, you know, it could be weddings. And there's also a snowflake ribbon in there as well, which is like a soft grey colour. Again, very topical for Christmas. Look really nice in a wreath, but really nice around a present as well.
And lengthwise, we're talking about how many?
Do you know, there's 10 metres on each of those. Yes, you
That's 40
tested me then,
metres,
but yes,
sorry.
it's 10 metres.
40 metres in total of that designer ribbon, and all these ribbons are designer, very much so. £19.99, that's available and in stock right now for you. TU 4972, TU 4972. And a quick recap, remember, of some of the highlights of the show. This one, remember, is your most traditional, I'd say, with the red, the gold, and the beautiful mesh in there. This is Christmas Jewel, okay? Christmas Jewel, all of these are 18-inch wreaths, remember. Is it first time we've done 18-inch wreaths?
We had some on at a show a few weeks ago, but yeah. So, these are all new to Hobby Maker today. Yes,
Right.
These are our new designs. They're exclusive to Hobby Maker. You can't get them anywhere else.
Okay, now if that's too traditional for you, thinking, oh, I'm a bit more contemporary than that, then we can solve that for you, because we've got the Bar Humbug, which is absolutely funky and lovely. It's great. That kind of licorice ribbon there, the black striped ribbon is gorgeous. You've got the cream and the satin ribbon as well, the red organza, and then the baubles. All of it, everything you need is included, even the cable ties as well. All of these are on split pay too, which is fantastic. So that's £24.99 to pay today. You've got your kit with the pictured instructions and the written instructions. And don't forget, if you have a little look on YouTube, search for Ribbonly and you'll actually see there's tutorials on there at your command whenever you need them. But also, of course, you can watch this show back on our website as well. So that one is your Bar Humbug. Now, I don't know if I can reach the others. I think I can, just to remind you. If you just got in or just switched on, bear with me. I'm just going to get our icicle. There we are. Zena evidently said that she loved the idea of silver and green together, or the turquoise. I think this is lovely. That is really stylish, isn't it?
Yeah, we're really pleased with that one. It's very
So that one's called Icicle. And then the last one where we started, and the technique to make that is exactly the same as the technique to make this. This one is your candy cane, which is obviously in the red and the white. There we go. They're stunning. They really, really are. Karen, it's been a pleasure to do a show with you. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed it.
So, me too. And it's my first Ribbonly show. Hopefully it won't be my last either. But if you do want to go for any of these, you can watch them again on of course, watch them back on our website. You can, of course, order at any time provided the stock is there. I must warn you, though, that the illuminated golden ribbon with all these LED light bulbs in them and the batteries are included as well. 3 meters of this. What are you going to be using this on? Are you going to be wearing it? Are you going to be decorating your tree with it? Are you going to be decorating your presents with it? Whatever you want to do with it, it's going to light up for you, and it will flash if you want it to, or it's a steady on if you'd rather have it on continually. And you can easily get replacement batteries for it as well. Karen, thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much, Dave. Look forward to working with you again.
Absolutely brilliant. Stay tuned though, we've still got 2 more live shows to go this afternoon. Thanks for all your orders. Corrine's here from Crafter's Companion in a couple of minutes' time here on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Now, this coming Friday on Hobby Maker, we've been joined by a brand new supplier. The supplier is called Nerge, and you might be thinking, what is that? Well, if you like hand embroidery and you like hand embroidering into hoops and you're thinking, I need some hoops, I need some brand new designs, you need to be here at 4 p.m. on Friday with our fantastic new supplier. We're going to have everything you need. So please join us Friday at 4 on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hi, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm the founder of Crafter's Companion. Also, one of my hobbies that I do in my spare time is a little bit of investing in other businesses, so you might recognise me as one of the dragons on Dragon's Den. I started Crafter's Companion back in my university bedroom when I was just turned 21, and we design and develop and bring to market products for the papercraft community. So everyone who's into card making, I'd like to think that we are at the cutting edge of all the latest trends, the fabulous designs are out there, and we are researching the market, making the products that customers really want and need, and then bringing them to market, not here in the UK, but all over the world. So for me, Hobby Maker is so different to any other craft shopping channel I've ever worked with from anywhere in the world. The fact that you can do the falling price auctions, the fact that you can have the fixed price shipping for the day, the fact that all of your call centres are based here in the UK and you can offer an elevated customer experience is really all the things that really I know matter to our customers. So for you to be able to offer all of this and give me a platform as a manufacturer of amazing craft products to bring them to the UK market, I just feel like it's a match made in heaven.
Hello, welcome back. Just after 4 o'clock. Hope you're all right. And lovely Corinne's back for part two. Hello.
How did it get to 4 o'clock?
I know. I don't know where this day has gone.
I know. So busy.
It always does. Between 1 and 6, people say to me, how do you keep talking for 5 hours? It goes like that.
Yeah, it does.
It's like you've been on air for an hour. Right now, back with Crafter's Companion. They had a massively successful takeover recently. I hope you got what you wanted in that show. But we've brought back some of the most popular items that you may have missed in previous shows. Now, we're very much thinking Christmas, aren't we? We're nearly into October now.
Yeah.
I went into my local supermarket the other day and they're already getting the Christmas stuff out. We're getting Christmas emails from the supermarkets, pre-order your Christmas food.
You go into your homeware shops, it's to the ceiling.
Yeah, exactly. But what about snowflakes? Can't have Christmas without snowflakes. Now, these dies are incredibly detailed. Now, we've done them before and we're bringing them back for you today at a cracking price. $37.99 for all 6. They should be $49.93, so you're saving about £12 off the price. And you're also going to get, thrown in for good measure, just down here, a couple of pokey tools. You can't have enough. You may have already got a pokey tool or 2 in your craft room, but 1 is never enough because you can never find them when you want them. No. So here's an extra 2 pokey tools as a bonus from Crafter's Companion thrown into the mix. But these are so detailed.
Yeah, they really are. So there are intricate doilies. So are you going to use them flat on your card front?
Yep.
Are you going to use them to create textured backgrounds? Are you going to ink through them, use them as stencils? Are you going to make 3D doilies? So we're going to do a couple of different sorts of 3D doilies on our projects. There are so many different ways that you can be using those. Look at that, using them as an aperture and pushing them behind, raising them, swapping the colours around, you know, using 2 different colours. So many, look at that, isn't that beautiful? And it's really simple, just having it hanging from
kind
the
of suspended
apex.
Like an aperture.
Yeah, absolutely. So simple. Run it through your die cutting machine and then you have got your gorgeous doily dies. Now, can you see there? They're intricate dies, so they will need a little bit of poking out. They'll cut perfectly. That's why we're giving you the pokey tools.
Absolutely.
When you've got intricate dies like this is what you need.
Stunning though, eh? And they're not just for Gemini machines. They're going to work through any machine, any metal machine, or any machine that takes thin metal dies, manual or automatic, doesn't make any difference. But you're going to get 6 different snowflake varieties. I can see them being maybe used as tree ornaments and tree decorations.
Yeah, perfect,
too.
yeah. You could imagine doing these in white and sticking them onto your windows or onto your mirrors, things like that. You know, you could even cut them out of thinner paper and put them wrap it onto like a craft card. You know, a brown paper, wrapping paper, they're going to look absolutely beautiful. But then you can also snip into them. I'm sure as you're looking at these, you can see smaller doilies within each one. We're going to use them as their full size, but there are so many sort of smaller doilies layered up within each one.
Loads of snippability. What about maybe decorating a wall with nothing other than snowflakes like this? Maybe the kids' bedroom, just have one wall full of snowflakes. Mobiles.
Ribbons, hanging ribbons to create a wall decor, you know, like a backdrop. Just put them on a ribbon and just hang them down.
Or have them in the windows at the front of the house as well at different heights, and they'd look absolutely fantastic. So all 6 today, that's the main offer, and that's where you save the most money as well, about £12 off the price, £37.99. And let's give you an idea as to how you can use them. This is a scrapbooking page, but look how beautiful that is, just using them behind the pictures. Absolutely gorgeous. And no 2 snowflakes are the same. All of these are completely different. On an easel card, as you can see there, it just makes it. It's the focal point. They're almost like mandala snowflakes.
They are. They're very. You've got that mandala feel to them, haven't
Definitely,
you?
yeah. but every one is stunning. It doesn't need much more on a card than having something as elaborate and as beautiful as that. And like you said, didn't think about that. Snippability to make slightly smaller snowflakes as well. There's lots of ways that you can cut into them. And then three-dimensional, you mentioned that. Cut them out, what, 3 times? Join them together like that?
As many as you want.
Okay.
As many as you want. Now, they are all mirror images, or symmetrical. That's the word I was looking for, symmetrical.
Yeah.
They are all symmetrical, so you will be able to, you know, find that centre point and fold them up. So, look, you can see on there, doesn't that look that amazing? Just by coming in with the different colours.
Yeah.
Looks beautiful.
And then layer one on top of the other.
Yeah.
Love it. $37.99. They have been massively popular before. We've got them back for you today. And it may well be that there are two kind of camps of people. Some people that like to get prepared for Christmas in June. And then there are other people that think, oh, that's way too early.
Yeah.
Wait until October, please, at least. Well, now we're nearly there, aren't we? $37.99. This is how easy they are to run through your machine. And then you get a couple of bonus pokey tools into the bargain as well. Very nice.
That's our century of pearl with a coating on it. It still cuts beautifully.
Brilliant.
So should we have a go? I'm going to do something that is relatively simple. Just 2 cuts of our dies.
Okay.
And we're going to make an absolutely gorgeous card. So we're going to use some of our encapsulated silver. Now this is a silver. It's in our luxury card pack. So if you look at the blue one, you've got a silver in there. So it's got just like a hint of a blue to it. And I'm just going to use some navy card as well. So I'm using the mandala star and I've put it onto here. And so I've just popped it onto the magnetic sheet so I can then put my card on top. Now I can cut that through. So I'm just using my junior plates because that's all I need to do. Run that through. Now, when I come to use my encapsulated card, I'm going to double up with my metal cutting plate.
Okay.
Because this is coated.
Yes.
So let's just give it a fighting chance. Look, if I look at the navy blue and I look on here.
Now, the luxury cardstock, just to let you know, it's a combination of mirrored card, satin card, and non-shed glitter card. So you're going to get, how many sheets is it in total? 30? Is it 10 of each? I think it is. I think it is 10 of each. Yeah, 10 of the satin, 10 of the mirrored, and 10 of the non-shed glitter card. There is a slight hint of blue to that silver. There really, really is. We've got it in green, we've got it in red, we've got it in purple, we've got it in blue, and it's all on the website if you want to have a little look. And to take advantage of our capped postage, everything's on the website. Everything's preloaded on our website as well. So if it's in the show, you can see it there if you want to shop ahead of us, which is good.
Right, so I've just poked out those few, but look at that. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? The detail. And I do think navy blue is a gorgeous colour for Christmas. So, like I said, let me just get rid of all the little bits out of my die. So, right, so I have got losing plates here. So I'm going to go back in with cutting plate, plastic shim, magnetic shim, pop my die on top. Then I'm going to take my encapsulated or non-shed glitter card and lay that on top. Like I say, I'm going to lay my metal cutting shim.
Yep.
Just because it's going to save me a lot of poking.
Now, we do have the snowflakes available individually. You don't get a pokey tool if you buy them on their own, but they're only $7.99 each. So if you've got a favourite and just want to cherry pick which one, PO2009 is that one. But you can see there's loads. They're all on the website, all individually photographed.
But if you look at that, because I've used my metal cutting plate, can you see? Well, I always look on the back and it just looks like a pencil line. There isn't any pieces that have missed.
No.
Every single one of those has cut. So give it a little tap. No, it's going to need a little bit more because, like I say, it's encapsulated, so it's just going to take. Now, look at this. This is where having that pokey tool really comes out. Every single one of these is cut out. It just, because, like I say, because it's got that coating on, you sometimes have to poke them out. But that doesn't take long to do because they are all cut through. But you're just like almost cracking that coating.
And the reward of a little bit of your time is the most spectacular snowflake.
Yeah.
The detail's phenomenal.
But look at this, in silver is absolutely gorgeous. Now, we have the paper piece hold and release sheets on. It would take you a little bit of time with something like this. Maybe you're going to, the blue, I've put all the bits on the floor. If I had the hold and release sheets, all of those would be there.
If you've got the time and the inclination, which a lot of you I know have, then that would be worth it, I think.
Oh, it would.
Look like a quilted snowflake,
It
which
would.
is amazing.
Just swap the two colours over. So you can keep going. Actually, I had one here, look, that I've actually poked out, so I'll just show you that one. But doesn't that look absolutely gorgeous? So, so pretty. So all I'm going to do, I was thinking about cutting it in half, but then I have to change my mind. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this silver one over, and then I'm going to come in, there it is, with my dotty tape pen. So the dotty tape pen is, the tape is not solid. So it means I can come over things like this, and I won't have glue in all those little gaps in all those
The dots only
papillets.
stick to the card.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't have to worry. So if I turn it over, I can see, you know, it's clean in the gaps. So I'm going to take my blue one. Now, these are symmetrical, so I'm not having to twist it round going, oh, which way does it fit? They will all fit perfectly. I can see a little dot. I can see one in there. There we go. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to just create the smallest little drop shadow, and you'll see why in a minute. So I can just come off to the side and just, now, sometimes it's nice to sort of cut the card in half so that you've got the drop shadow on either side, but I'll show you why I've not done that in a minute. So we can put that there. But can you see now, just with that little bit of a drop shadow on there, really makes it pop. And when you look through there, it just makes everything come out. So all I've got is a piece of our multi-purpose card, folded in half and trimmed down nicely, and then some of our navy card with some more of that silver. And I'll tell you why I've already stuck those down, because I needed a piece of the card. So I was being frugal and taking out the centre, so I just cut it all down. I'm using my all-purpose glue. This is our solvent-based glue, which is absolutely perfect for sticking that navy card to the white, because it will stick perfectly. Gives you that wiggle room, but it also really sort of makes the card a little bit more rigid.
Sets hard, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Now, the next one I'm going to go in with is from one of our Christmas papers.
I can't remember what it's called. I remember the pad.
Ooh, there was two.
Yeah.
Give me a David Essex song and you'll know it.
Winter's Tale?
Thank you, that was the one. How do we get it?
What a team. What a team.
I knew it was a David Essex song. There you go, Winter's Tale. And so now, because I'm going on to the glitter card, obviously the solvent-based glue would react with the glitter card, so I'm just going in with my
Oh, would it? I
glue.
didn't know that.
Yes. So just swap it around. So I've just got some of my Winter's Tale, and I'm actually using the reverse of the paper. But I just thought it was so, so pretty. I've gone round the edge with a glue pen and a little bit of glitter and popped that on there. And then the other thing I've done is I've just got a couple of inks just blended onto there, sort of a grey and a blue, and then I've just dropped water droplets onto there just to make that really pretty. So you can pop that on here, and I've got exactly the same format as we had before. You can put that. Now, you'll probably notice that there are a few glossy accents on here, and we'll show you the glossy accents. I'm going to put some more on in a minute. And they are just like our liquid, how would you describe them? It's just like liquid highlights, aren't they?
It is, absolutely.
They're absolutely perfect. And you can see they just sit as suspended little
It's one of my favourite things, actually.
water droplets.
It makes eyes on animals or people look glassy.
Glasses,
Headlights on cars, it makes it shiny. So yeah, Glossy Highlights, which is Spectrum Noir's version of that product. We've got that in the show, and we'll show you that in a minute.
Yep. Okay, so I've popped those on here. So I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to just come back in with... That one just finished. That one's just finished. It's all right. I had a second one ready. Oh, take the lid off, Corrine. That helps. There we go. Got my second one. Now, when you are using things like the dotty tape pen, don't press overly hard. You only need to do a light touch with it, and it will work. So there we go. So then I'm going to pop that, and I'm going to pop that onto my card, so it's half on there and half off. Now, this... Let's get it the right way around. This is why I did the drop shadow where it was, because I found that if I had the navy blue on there, you couldn't see it because it was over the navy blue.
Okay.
So I just had the drop shadow down on that side. So then I've got my glossy highlights, which
Now,
I've got here.
This, you get a lot for your money as well. There's actually 60 ml in each bottle. There it is.
There you go.
60 ml for £5.99. There's a lot there for your money.
Oh, not many of those left, are there?
Nope. Not many at all. So the 3D clear medium, it goes on, and when it's dry, it's completely solid, but it gives you the look of liquid, water, shiny surfaces. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And we can't keep this in stock for love and money. As soon as it comes in, it goes out again. So £5.99 CI2007, and it's yours.
Right, so I've just got a sentiment, and I've done exactly the same with the drop shadow, so that it keeps it in line. And then what I've done here is I've put a high foam on there and a shallow foam there, so that when I layer it over the top of here, it'll sit nice and flat. So it just, you know, balances out. And you can see I've just added another little glossy highlight right to the centre of there. So, you know, it's just absolutely perfect. When I put my bow on, we'll have a quick look to see if we need any more, oops, my bow's coming apart, there we go. Any more little highlights. If we do, we can pop those on, just opening out the bow a little bit. I should have been talking to Karen about tying bows, shouldn't I? I'm sure she'd give me some tips.
What do you think about those wreaths, aren't they?
Oh, they're absolutely gorgeous. So if you just want, when you want to do it, you just really just go in, that's all you need to do, and add in any extra little highlights. I know, they were beautiful, weren't they? Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. And that is how I do my first card. So you can see, really simple, just with 2 die cuts. But how effective is that? Doesn't that look beautiful?
Stunning. Now remember, if you want the glossy highlights, that's what's on the screen at the moment. It's £5.99. But if we go back to the main collection of all 6 of these fantastic snowflakes, if you look at them, you might think, why do I need 6 snowflakes? Well, because they're all different. They've all got slightly different shapes to them. So you can really go to town and make fantastic ornaments using each and every one of them. You can see that everyone's a different size and different design. But if there's one in particular that you like the look of, you can buy them individually, and you can also get them in 2 smaller bundles as well. So we actually have them in 2 sets of 3. You don't get the Poke Tools with that bundle. You only get the Poke Tools if you go for the set of 6. But you can choose the first set of 3 for £19.99. So that's really good value for money, less than £7 each. And that's set number 1. So that's basically the 3 that are on the top of the display here in the studio. So having a closer look at them, all 3 of these for £19.99. I remember the days when one would be £19.99, and that wasn't many years ago. So they really are much, much more affordable now. They should be £24. So you're saving a £5 by going for that set of 3. Maybe you don't need all 6. It's entirely up to you. So that's why we're doing them as either sets of 6, sets of 3, or individuals. But the best saving is always to go for the bigger set. And then this is set 2. This is the other one that will be, again, just £19.99, saving you a £5. So that's giving you these 3. You don't get those with this, so I'll just take those out of the way. There we go. So here we go. This snowflake, this next one, and then this last one. Slightly more angular, that one. More star-like, that one, absolutely. So those 3, if you fancy those, they're our second set at £19.99, RU2068. If you've got a £20 budget and that's all you really want to spend today, and if you've bought something already, you don't have to worry about any more postage charges. It's just capped at £3.95. And remember, our free phone number is the call centre here in our building just outside Birmingham. So if you want to get in contact with the guys and the ladies up there, they'd love to hear from you, especially if you're a brand new customer as well. If you've never ordered from us before, but you'd like to get maybe these or go for the designer papers or the cardstock that Crafters Companion have got, 0800 001 4433. They'd love to talk to you, and they'll set up an account if you haven't got one already, or maybe you just want to, you've had an account since day one, but you just like to talk to them to place your order, because not everybody likes doing things on the website. We understand that. So it's there for you as a free phone option. 0800 001 4433, or the website hobbymaker.co.uk. And don't forget, of course, the email address if you want to send in your makes. Share your makes. We do this every single day of the month. Whenever you've made something, take a picture of it and send it in. You then automatically get entered into a draw, and every last Saturday of the month we give a £100 credit to someone's account, and that could be you just by sharing your makes. RU2068 though for the set of 3. Choose which 3 you'd like, or the individuals are available at £7.99 each. Brilliant. All right, Corrine.
I certainly am. Should we have a go and make another one?
Yeah.
On my dice,
Doing next the 3D one, or?
Yes, we're going to do a 3D one.
Ooh,
so what
these are my favourites.
I know. So we're going to use this one, which is our elegant snowflake. This is absolutely beautiful. Look at this. This is a proper, you know, you think snowflake when you look at this one. Absolutely gorgeous. And look at how it cuts out. So it is so, so pretty. You can see all sorts of different shapes in there. So we're going to come up with the same plate combination. And I'm just cutting this time out of my regular white multi-purpose card. Nothing fancy. Now, I don't need to go in with my metal shim because we just cut in regular cardstock.
Now, the white multi-purpose card, it used to be called stamping card.
It did.
But then the guys at Crafters realised,
I
know.
It's, you know, we called it stamping card, but we were making card bases out of it. We were doing mats and layers. We were die cutting it. And people were like, well, what's that? Because I can only find stamping card. So we renamed it so that you can actually see.
It does what it says on the front cover. 300 GSM, 60 sheets, only $9.99. And if, again, you've bought something already today, we'll deliver that for no more P&P charge, which is amazing.
I've just ordered 4 packs today.
Have you?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, I get through quite a lot.
Yeah.
So you can see straight away, this is cut absolutely perfectly. I'm not worried at all about any little bits. If any bits have missed, go back in with your metal shim or just run it through a second time.
It's snowing.
I know, I'm covered, caught in my hair. There we are, look at that. Every little bit. Now this I am a die cutter first and foremost, and this is why I want to die cut, and I always love die cutting. Look at that. I've got the beveled edge on each and every piece. I've got that perfect cut, something that I could not achieve without. I mean, I know we all used to fold up our paper to make snowflakes, but you couldn't make snowflakes like that, could you? It is
dies give you the precision that you just couldn't do yourself.
No. Absolutely gorgeous. But as you were saying, maybe cut into this. Look at this gorgeous design here. You know, you've got another sort of layer in here if you wanted to cut down, you know, cut it in multiple colours and then just change it around. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to get my scoreboard in. I didn't need my large A3, but I bought it just in case. And what I'm going to do then is I'm going to pop my snowflake onto here. And you'll notice that all the experts, if you see us with our scoreboards, we've all put a permanent marker pen down the halfway point.
Absolutely.
Always. Because if I tried to line it up here, it'd only need to be slightly off and I wouldn't have it on a straight line. So by doing it like that, I can see if I line top and bottom, I know it's straight. So if you've got a scoreboard and you find that you really struggle to line up, then just go down with a pen and just mark. So all I'm doing then is running that down. I went with my largest, the round ball first. Once that's sort of stretched the fibres, I can go in with my precision end.
Excellent.
And I've just scored that down the middle.
Let's say hi to those of you that are going for these snowflakes at the moment. Christine in Devon, Jeanette in Fife, Catherine in Lancashire, Christine in Tyne-and-Wear, you've checked out already. Sylvia, you need to check out if you don't mind, that'd be great. Julie in Lincolnshire, brand new crafter in Cheshire as well. Loads of you wanting these.
I'm not surprised, not surprised. Right, so as I folded it over, I just made sure it lined up, and then I just burnished it down. So I've now got a snowflake folded in half. How many have I got here? I've already cut 4 out, so I've got 5.
Okay.
The number is entirely up to you. There is no right nor wrong. Now, if I was at home, I might spend a little bit more time and do wet glue. There's no reason, because our tape pens are so good, you don't need to, but I often do when I'm at home. Now, I'm not going to make a complete surround one here, so I'm just going to line these up, and you can see straight away how easy it is.
And because the die gives you that 100% accuracy, you know it's going to match brilliantly.
Oh, it will, and you know they're symmetrical.
Yeah.
So if there's any error, it's user error, not the die. It's just about lining it up. Just, come on. If I could put my head right over, it would be easier. I'm trying to do it so I don't cover it up. There we go. Right, come this way around, Corrine. Let's see if that way works. There we go, that's better. It's because I'm going down with there we are, down with the adhesive. It's easier just from this angle. So I've done one. Then I'm going to put the adhesive on a second one.
Okay.
And then it actually gets easier to line up because you've got almost like somewhere to butt up against, look, you see.
Apologies if we haven't got our tape pens in stock at the moment. We are, I think, waiting for more stock to come in, but...
There we go.
Now, the glossy highlights nearly sold out. We've got one
wow.
of glossy highlights left. See, I told you that happens. If you want it, good luck. I hope you get it. Wow.
Okay, so I'm just lining them. And don't worry, you can go on either side. All I just need to remember is I'm not joining this up at the very end. And I'll do one in a minute where we do join it up. So we can pop this onto here. And then as I go, I just sort of burn it. Can you see how big that pile's getting? Let's do this last one. Because I've got 5, so let's do 5. It reminds me of the sort of ornaments you'd have as children not ornaments, decorations that you'd have up at Christmas.
That were made out of tissue paper, used to open them up.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. So we've now got... Now, if I was doing it as a round one, I'd glue those together and then I'd have something solid. But what we're going to do is we're going to do it flat so you can then pop that.
Oh, so you're going to put it on a card base?
I'm going to put it on a base.
Okay.
Yep, so you can do it.
But equally, if you joined it up so it was completely spherical, you could then have that as a mobile?
Because you've got a hole in the top. They've even left you the hole from which to hang your ribbon.
An aperture card? That would look good?
Aperture card.
Yeah.
Shh, that's next demo.
Oh, is it? Sorry. I didn't know.
Right, so what I've done here, now we have our textured cardstock right down at the front. We've got it in the pastels and we've got it in the brights. So this is the pink from the brights and this is our frosty and bright papers, if you manage to get that. And all I've done is I've just come out with a nested shape and I've cut out an aperture out of the card base and also out of my card.
Now, the brights, if you fancy it, 36 sheets of 12 by 12, double-sided, same texture on the front and on the back, or same colour on the front and on the back. I think the texture's on the front, but not on the back.
It's less textured on the back.
Okay, 36 sheets, and that's the brights at $15.99, WG2005, if you fancy that one. And then we've also got the same, but in the pastels. So as you can see, they work together really well. You know, to mat and layer, maybe a light followed by a bright would be wonderful. Same quantity, same GSM, 230 GSM, so very good quality cardstock.
And it's got a really low chalk content, so they actually die cut beautifully. They don't clog up your dies at all.
And don't forget, everything that's in this show is already on the website. In the coming up section, you'll see that everything is there for you to put in your basket and order before we even get to it. So we listened to what you were saying. Lots of you are saying, I can't find what's in the show. Everything now is being pre-loaded before the show begins or just as the show begins, so you can see everything that's available in that show right the way through. Okay,
so I've got some acetate. Just from our heavy-duty acetate that we sell it in sort of A5 sheets. So I was able to cut this piece out of A5. So we've put that on there. So I've now got an aperture. So this is where my snowflake is going to rest, you see.
Oh, great.
So I've now got something to put that onto there. So what I could actually do this bit next. So I've now got myself a lovely little, I just cut out a couple of more there. So it just neatens it up, doesn't it? Just sort of gives an edge. So we can put this one onto here. This is just using not the consecutive sizes, but I nudged one out, you know, missed one out to give it myself a little frame. So I can pop that on to there. So that goes on beautifully. And then I'm going to just turn this over. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a shaker. So I have got a second piece of acetate. I've lined up my tape so that it fits perfectly. I just want to make sure, I think that's going to go that way. Because what I've done is I've just put extra little bits of foam in the corner because it means that what we put into the shaker doesn't disappear into those corners and it just keeps it in view a little bit more. So all we're going to do is put that onto there. I've already come ready sorted with lots of glitter.
And always make sure that your foam tape is completely sealed, because otherwise all your sequins will fall out.
You'll see on here, there's no gaps, and also having this piece there also sort of strengthened my weak points as well. Now, where's my end here? So I have just gone round, I've had a ball, gone round all the things, all the collections that I've got, sequins and chunky glitter. I want quite a bit because it's going to drop down. There we go, pop that on there, pop that onto there.
Now, the multi-purpose card, that's flying at the moment. Over 20% of that's gone. The classic white, 60 sheets, 300 GSM, going very fast at the moment. It's nice to have a cardstock that you can do multiple things with.
Yes. Yeah, it's so usable. It die cuts beautifully. You can stamp onto it.
Yeah.
If you were stamping and then going in with your alcohol pens, you'd go for our Nina. If you were stamping onto it and then going in with our water or aqua pens, you'd use watercolour card.
Okay.
If you're just if you're going in with your aqua pens and not doing lots of blending, it's absolutely perfect. So then I can just seal that off in there, just like that, and I've now created my shaker element. Oh, that's out of my glue. So you can see, there you go, look at that. We've got that lovely shaker element, and all of those drop down just like that. Now, when we put that there, let me see where that is. So let's get this the right way. That, I have to remember which way round. I had it all the right way, and then I've turned my card. Which way round was that? That was that way, I think. No, it wasn't. It was that way. There we go. That was the way it was.
Yeah.
So there we go. So we've put that on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop that down into the back of there, just to add in. There's no point wasting it. We've got it, so I might as well use it.
Well, use it,
put
absolutely,
out.
yeah.
And it's just going to add a little bit of interest. So we can pop that onto there. And then this now will fit perfectly onto here. So I've put my tape on already. So obviously I had to put tape on here so that it sits flat with the shaker. But all of the workings are beautifully hidden behind.
And you know what? Snowflakes are never going to be out of date. They're not in fashion
never.
1 year, out of fashion the next. They're just a Christmas classic must-have. So it's going to be a good investment at $37.99 for 6 different snowflakes.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to look beautiful. So we can then pop this onto here. Make sure that's centred up. Look gorgeous like that. So when I pop that in there, so you couldn't catch up in just a tick, you can see we've got the shaker and we've got the image behind. So I'm going to find this now, find my halfway point. There we go. Let's pop that. So now we're going to pop the tape on both sides. And the great thing about using these the dots as well is it doesn't show up on your acetate either.
No, that's a good point, yeah.
So brilliant for doing things like that. So we can then take that and just centre that in the middle, press that down, and then you just adjust it. Where have we gone? We've got 2 stuck down there. Yes, there we are. So we can then just, because I had 5, so I've got 1, 2, there we go, and 4 around there.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So it really just looks stunning.
So as a card front, that looks incredible, very 3D, but also as an ornament. You know, you can hang them. I remember when I was a kid, Blue Peter making Christmas hanging ornaments out of coat hangers and that sort of thing. You could hang these snowflakes from those if you wanted to. Now, the big bundle, 10% of the big bundle is now gone, $37.99 for all 6. That works out to about £6.50 each, something like that. Glossy highlights, last one's gone. Congratulations if you got it. We'll try and get some more back in stock as soon as we can.
That didn't last long, did it?
Nope.
Right.
And 30% of the multi-purpose card now is gone as well.
Oh, I'm not surprised. It's so useful, isn't it? So pop that onto there, and then I can show you we've got the most gorgeous shaker card. Oh, sorry. Most gorgeous shaker card with our snowflake on the front. Isn't that beautiful?
Great, isn't it? So the deals today, as ever with Crafter's Companion, are absolutely stunning. We did talk about the luxury cardstock earlier on. Let me show you. We've sold out of the red, have we? Okay, so the red is gone. We've got purple. I'm not sure if have we got just these colours? Is that all that's left now? Because I know we did have a lot more other colours. But the purple, Crafter's Companion purple, there we are, look. The colour of creativity, that's why Crafter's Companion have it. The colours are lovely, but look, you're going to get 10 sheets of your non-shed glitter card, and it really is non-shed. You're going to get 10 sheets of your mirrored card, and you're going to get 10 sheets of your satin card at the back there as well. And they all just work together so, so well. I mean, look, imagine matting and layering with all 3 different types.
You'll get these little pieces as well, so these are like a bonus.
Yeah. They're basically the packaging at the front, aren't they?
Yeah, the packaging, but you can use those. Make sure you use them.
Yeah, don't throw them away. No, absolutely. So $9.99 for 30 sheets, basically. And that's the purple option, which I know is always a firm favourite. We've got it in the green. which is a real kind of Sherwood green
yeah.
as well, this.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Just think of all those Christmas projects you're going to be doing with that. Or your spring, I can see that as Easter. So many uses for that. It's going to work brilliantly on your masculine card. Think about embossing your mirror card.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful effect when you do that. But
It actually looks black, but it's not.
It's not. You can see on the front, it's definitely green.
Definitely. But it's because we've got a black studio wall and black studio roof, it's reflecting the colour of that. So there is your wonderful green, $9.99 for all 30 of those. And then the blue, and I must admit, when I first saw this, I thought, oh, they've put a silver in with the blue. No, it is a very, very pale blue. And if you put it against silver glitter cards, you'll see the difference. It's a very subtle blue, having said that, though.
Yeah.
And then you get the mirrored blue, and you've got the satin blue as well. $9.99 for 30 sheets there of the A4. 0800 001 4433 will get you those, and they do actually come in resealable packets, so if you just want to take a sheet or two out, you can do that without actually exposing the rest of them to dust and that sort of thing. Are those the only colours we've got? Purple, green and blue, the rest of them are gone. Wow.
Okay.
But we do have those available if you want them. They're all on the website, along with the 12 by 12, the brights and the pastels, remember,
yep.
they're on the website as well. And individually, you can get the snowflakes. You can get them in sets of 3, or you can get them in the biggest saving, which is, of course, the set of 6. So apologies if you wanted the glossy highlights, but that now has gone. Right. Should we do something else?
Our third demo. Right, now, this is what's going back to what we were saying earlier. Just a minute. Right, let's get rid of that one, so we don't want to do that one. And then we're going to use our lace edge star, which is really nice, really, really pretty. So we're going to take that one and we're going to, let's have a go. Right, let me get this ready.
Now you say to yourself, oh, snowflakes are snowflakes. Why do I need 6? They're all totally different.
They are completely different. Right, so what I want to do first is I want to show you how you can go about creating completely different effects. And have I saved myself a few on here? No, right, so what we're going to do here, I've got that, I've got a piece of card there. So I've just created, this was from our Christmas one with the robins on...
Not a Winter's Tale.
Not a Winter's Tale, it'll come to me in a minute. It just disappeared for a minute, but I'll come back to that in a minute. And then so I'm going to take that on that side, and I love the different aspects of that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to die cut out from this sheet of card. Have I cut it down to, yes, it's down to A5. So we can, oops, pop that there. So we've got plates, all the plates there, and then I'm going to pop this onto here. So I want a couple of these. So we're going to cut a couple of those out. Cut those out like that. And pop that through there. Mm-hmm. So I've got one just here. Now you don't actually need too many of those. Don't let me lose that piece of thread.
Okay.
I put tape on it so I didn't lose it because I know what I'm like.
I'll keep my eye on it. Things disappear in this place.
Perfect for sewing with those embroidery dies, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be actually, that we did earlier on. You can watch that show back if you didn't see the embroidery dies earlier. That was at 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Was it 1?
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, wasn't it? Right, so I've cut one out. Let's just do another one so that we can get as many as we can. So let's put another one on.
I'm really impressed the way these dies cut, actually, because there is so much detail in them.
Yeah, it never fails, does it?
No.
Never, ever fails, which is brilliant.
And please don't think because they're Gemini dies, they only work in Gemini machines. They'll work in any machine, manual or electronic, size permitting, obviously.
Yeah, right. So now I've got 3. And it's going to look like I've had a lot more, but I can make it look, I can get away with hopefully just about 3. So let's make sure that's poked out. Right, so just make sure all the last little bits. Now, I'll tell you why those haven't poked out. It's because I didn't clean my die properly. If you find that they're cut but not poking out, and it could be that you've cut them with a die that's got bits in.
So you need one of those little brushes to brush all the bits
out. Or
out.
you use your pokey tool.
Yeah, the quickest way is to get one of the brushes. Craftsman's Companion do them. Hunky Dory do them. The 3-in-1.
There.
There you go.
That one, just like that. I knew I had one.
Shall I clean it for you?
Oh, that would be good. Oh, because look at them, just popping out.
Oh, it just pops out. That's the way to do it.
Popping out. Brilliant.
Very therapeutic too.
It is, isn't it?
Couple more bits.
Right, so once I've got that, so I've got my piece of cardstock, and I'm actually going to do this with my wet glue. I'll show you why in a minute. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take these and we're just going to pop some glue on the back. And then we can just put it all over on the back, just like this. Now, ideally, what you would do is you would pop these on and then leave them, even if it was just for 10 minutes to dry, which we're not going to have really the luxury to do.
Perfectly clean dye, there you go.
You're an angel, thank you so much. Because I need to cut it in green in a minute.
Oh,
so
I missed
know
a bit, sorry.
I'll let you off. I'll let you off.
There you go.
Right, so then I'm going to get it again, and sorry, you can see I've just popped it onto here, but I've got it coming off over the edge of my cardstock. So this is going to be the topper on my card. So let's do it again. Put it on again, just here. And then I'm going to put the glue just sort of beyond halfway.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
And do remember, if you don't want 6, if that's a little bit much for you, then we do them in sets of 3 and we do them individually. You still save by going for the set of 3, $19.99 for 3. But if you go for the set of 6, you get an extra couple of pokey tools at no extra charge included in your order, plus the biggest discount too. So,
right, and then I'm going to trim that off. So now I've just started to trim it off, but that means now I've got some more bits, and this is how I make it look like I've die cut a lot more than I actually have. So what I'll then do is take this little piece here that I've just die cut.
oh, I see what you mean. Clever.
Yeah, and then we'll maybe go down in this corner. Always trying to do it so they're not like perfectly symmetrical. Can you see? So I've not taken it to the halfway point. Let's want it to go to the edge there. And you can even, just the smallest pieces that you cut off, just there, you could use, if you wanted to, we can pop that. So that to me looks like...
That's very economical, I like that.
Oh yeah, a perfect, look at that, corner piece, just there. So it looks like you've used an awful lot more than you have. So let's come...
I like that tip, actually. That's a really good idea.
Come down here, and then I can use that piece just there.
So you've only used 3 snowflakes, but it looks like you've used 6.
Yeah.
Ah.
Right,
It's an optical illusion sort of thing.
It is, just... I know we say, oh, die cutting's easy, you let the machine do the work, but sometimes you're thinking, oh, I haven't got time to just, even that, you know, you're trying to get on to the next thing, especially if you're doing things like Christmas prep. So it is always useful to find shortcuts, you know, and, you know, you might say, well, that takes a bit longer, but actually it's not about whether it takes longer. It's about how much cardstock it would have used up to have used them all.
Exactly.
If you were doing like multiples. So let's just put a bit of glue.
Now, this bundle of 3, which 3 is it, Ellie? Is it the top 3 or the bottom 3? Top 3. OK, so the top 3 snowflakes, 10% of that stock has now gone. A lot of you are going for the set of 6, though, but this set of 3 at the top, that's what you'll get if you go for what's on the screen right now. PM 2082, you get those 3. If you want the other 3, they're the same price, just a different item number. PM 2082 is the top 3. And if you want the bottom bundle, if they're the bundle of choice that you prefer, that's a different item number. That is RU 2068. And there you've got the one that looks like a star and the other 2 there as well. Again, you don't get the pokey tools with those, but if you go for the set of 6, you'll get the pokey tools.
Right, so once I've done that, now this is where I would just give it a few minutes to dry. Just giving it a good blot. That's pressing everything down, but it's also getting up any excess glue. So then I would then cut my aperture.
Okay.
So I can then just put a piece of put a die cut on here. I haven't lined this one up, so I've got one where it's lined up. So you can put that like that, and then you can die cut through here. Now, I've done it different ways in the past. I've done it sometimes where I've cut the aperture and then trimmed the doilies off afterwards. But you're not going to get as perfect. You're going to see where I can't cut as perfect in an internal circle as well as a die can do it.
No.
So if you do it this way, and you'll see that's why I sort of put all my doilies round the outside. That means then I've got the perfect aperture with those.
That's great, isn't it? That's really come out well.
Now, These were, we've seen these, we've seen them in silver, we've seen them as 3D. They now look like you've embossed or you've embedded them in the paper.
They do.
Lots and lots of different ways. I just want to show you that it's not always just about popping them, you know, into the cards, you know, onto the cardstock. So let's now cut it out of our green cardstock. So this is our brights.
I tell you what, you're stocking up on the multi-purpose card. Remember, it was formerly known as stamping card, but it doesn't just do stamping, it does all sorts of other things. Half stock gone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 60 sheets, 300 GSM, $9.99. You can have as many as you like, and we'll deliver it to your door for just $3.95. Even if you bought 10 of them, imagine the stack and how much that would weigh. We'll deliver all of it for just $3.95 P&P. If you've paid it already today, we'll deliver it for $9.99. Simple as that. There you go. 15p a sheet for multi-purpose card.
That's good.
That is good.
Now, look at that. I haven't had to poke anything out of there. And that is our the textured cardstock. So it's green on the back, green on the front, and green right through the core, which is absolutely beautiful.
And that's important with die cuts, because otherwise you end up with a white edge, don't you?
You really do. So we're going to do exactly the same as we did on the last one. We're going to score it down the middle, just down there, so that I can fold it. I'm going to fold it that way. Fold it on there. Let me just get rid of that. So we've got a fighting chance. So got the score line, line it all up, and there we go. Line that up. So we're going to do very similar, which I've already started on here with this one. So you can see on this one, I've already put 1, 2, 3 together. So this is going to be the fourth one. I had to count that. Now, on some dies, when you get to this point, you've got to start thinking about where's your thread going, how are you going to do this. On each of them, you'll find there's always somewhere near the top where you can thread a thread through if you want to, you know, I need to do that on both sides. If you want to tie them up. So if you do want to make hanging ornaments, it's never going to be a problem. So then we can pop this in here. So now, because we put the glue on both sides, we can pop this one on that side, just there. How easy did that line up? Then I can turn this one round and I can line that one up. I've got a little piece of wasted. There we go. Line that one up. And now I've got the perfect hanging ornament. So all I've done then is I've just looked at this and I've gone, actually, there are some gorgeous little points in here. So let's just, these are just some gems I had, and I'm just going to pop just for a little bit of interest so that when it sort of sparkles and twirls, I better actually just put some glue on because it's not coming off with the glue. Let's put a little blob of glue just there, there, and there. And then we can pop these on. Touch my finger. There we go, one there. And another one just there. So they are, the versatility is brilliant, isn't it?
If you were buying these and they were just purely for decorating cards, they do one thing, but they do multiple jobs. You can make them three-dimensional, make them into tree decorations if you want to. I mean, imagine those just done in like a silver metallic cardstock or something like that, or a Centura pearl, just having those up and down the tree and nothing else apart from fairy lights. That would look magical.
Oh, it would look so pretty. Think about getting your double-sided adhesive on some white cards so that once you've, you know, die cut it, peel it off, and then you can add your glitters and your sparkles, lots of different ways. So we didn't lose my piece of thread, that was good. So that can now, I could do with that needle we had earlier, couldn't I?
Yeah.
I can take that and then I can thread it through the centre here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that through. Oh, come on, because I tied a little knot so it didn't fray. There we go. Tie that. Now, like you say, this could go however you wanted. So that's my three-dimensional. So we can bring back all the pieces that we've made so far. So what I have got so far is I've got a card blank. Now, definitely need to do this as a tent fold, so that you've got your fold at the top. And then what I've got is the piece that we've just created along with the green. So we'll just pop those on. They're going to fit perfectly like that. Let's do that with some glue. So this will be quite strong. Again, I've used the back of the cardstock. So,
Yep.
you know, because our card packs are double-sided, that's the main side, and I've actually used the reverse, because sometimes you don't want as much detail. Sometimes you need it to be a little bit more,
Very often on your card packs, you've got like a busier, more of a scene on the front, and then like a background paper on the back. Yeah,
exactly. So that's going to look beautiful like that, and then I've just got circle again, a frame, just to finish it off. Just put that around there, and that will then fit. That just neatens it off, doesn't it, and just finishes it off perfectly. And look at that. So, I mean, that with a sentiment and potentially a bow with just a background would look gorgeous.
Yes,
but we
it
can
would.
put that onto our card. And
actually, this could be a Christmas card to a friend or a family member, but it could have a detachable snowflake ornament. So not only is it a card, it then becomes an ornament that they can take off the card.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what
I
I'm
like
going
that.
to, you know, when I put this together, I was obviously thinking something slightly different. So what I'm going to do is put that thread onto here, and then I'm just going to grab, I've got some more of the thread just here, look, and I'm going to actually pop another piece just to give it a little bit more structure.
So it's going to hold it, it's not going to swing from side to side.
Yes.
It will just hang in the middle. Yeah.
Exactly. Has that gone through? No, it hasn't. Let's go. There we go, through there. Let's put another piece of thread, just like that. And all I've put on here is just some double-sided tape, you know, red liner tape, because that will hold. And I've just put myself a little pencil mark so that I know that if I put my tape and my string there, it's going to hold nice and flat. So we can then just trim that off there, trim that just there, and then we can take our cardstock. But how Christmassy, I mean, you don't normally think of doing snowflakes in green, but I just think it works really well. It just looks a little bit different, a bit more contemporary, something rather splendid. But it just shows how we've now brought all of those layers together because we've used the same die to create our background as we've got in our foreground. And again, if you wanted to, you could pop that behind if you wanted to. So let's just do that so that we can see.
Just made me laugh actually. Ellie, our producer, she's saying, we've got the Centura Pearl green and Centura Pearl cardstock, and I was expecting it to be like silver or gold or whatever. I said, no, I can't see it. Let's see, it's in green and red. I didn't realise they did green and red in Centura Pearl cardstock, but they do.
They do them all sorts of colours. So the last little bit I'm going to do is just to grab myself a sentiment. I think I might have used the same one as on that first one, and then
I've just seen how many of you have gone for this offer with the pack of 6. You're going to get 2 Pokey Tools. Barry, hello to you. Lottie, Julie, Christine, Catherine, Marilyn, Anne in County Durham. Brand new crafters coming through as well with them in their baskets. It's a great offer, it really is. For £37.99 you get all 6 of them. Maybe you're thinking 1 for yourself and 5 gifts for friends.
Yeah.
You know, how affordable is that? It's working out to just over £6 per snowflake.
Let's just loosen that up a little bit so it still twirls but doesn't go anywhere.
Great, isn't
it? Go. How perfect is that?
Now, let me show you the Centura Pearl. If you've never seen Centura Pearl before, it's been like a staple of Crafter's Companion for many, many years. And it started off life as silver with a hint of gold occasionally as well, and silver with white. But what you've got here, how many sheets? 10. 10 sheets of green for $3.99, or we've also got 10 sheets of red. Is that a different item number for the red? It is a different item. $3.99 for the red as well, but this has also got this beautiful pearlescent finish. So there's your red, PW 2090. Now, if they're going to be colours that you want for your Christmas cards...
Oh dear, there's not many left.
No, we've only got 4 units of the green left and 4 units of the red left, and then that will be it until we can get more stock back in. But they are the most traditional Christmas colours of all, aren't they? Yeah. Green and red.
It's our we call it Christmas red and Christmas green for that very reason.
Yep.
Absolutely perfect. 40p a sheet.
Did you do that snowflake out of this?
No, I did it out of the textured.
Yeah, the 12 by 12.
Yeah, 12 by 12.
But if you want this then, we've got just literally handfuls of this remaining. PW2090 was the red one, I think, and the other is on the website
I would say,
as well.
look at those numbers. Most people that have bought the red have bought the green.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think they probably
kind of even availability. And don't forget, if you want a little bit extra in the way of luxury, obviously Centura Pearl is the ultimate in luxury, but so is the ultimate cardstock, because you've got 10 sheets of your non-shed glitter, 10 sheets of your very, very fine mirrored card, and 10 sheets of your gorgeous, luxurious satin finish. Now, you made a really good point, actually, because when I first saw this, I thought, well, why have these been cut? This is basically for the packaging at the front. These are bonuses. You're getting those as extras. You will get 10 full A4 sheets of your glitter, your mirrored.
It's really mirror,
isn't it? Yeah. And then your satin, which looks like sheet metal. That's the purple. So that's proving very popular. We've only got 3 colourways left now. Purple, blue.
I think that's lovely. I mean, we've got a lot of paper packs that's going to work so well with that.
Look at that colour.
It's amazing.
Beautiful, isn't it? And then that is a silver glitter card, but there is a very light hint of blue in there, okay? And then the other one is the green. Now, if you wanted maybe this green with the green Centura Pearl, that would be a good call. Yeah, it's a different shade of green, granted, but still, it will go together really nicely, I think. And these are just £9.99 for 10 sheets of satin, 10 sheets of mirrored, and 10 sheets of your non-shed glitter. I love non-shed glitter cards.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's a game changer. I don't think I see many people these days selling glitter where it sheds, because they've all realised people want the non-shed, don't they? They don't want to cut it and it crack, and you know that's going to be absolutely perfect every time. But look at this. I mean, 3 very, very different projects to show the different ways that you can use. And this is just, you know, tip of the iceberg. You can be creating so many different ways with these, but aren't they absolutely beautiful? All of those 3 completely different snowflakes to give you 3 very different looks.
Okay, now bearing in mind we used the pages of our 12 by 12 paper pad to make that stunning card with the snowflake. Now, 12 by 12, here it is. Now we've got a choice of either pastels or brights. I'll show you the pastels first of all. 36 of these. Now, if you're not normally a 12 by 12 user, think about it, because you could easily trim this down to make 4 6 by 6s. You can make them into 4-inch strips, 3 of them, or 4 3-inch strips. It's up to you.
Yeah, if you've only got your mini, then you know, you've got 4 strips at 3 inches wide to go through there, haven't you?
And you've got... They are beautiful, and you've got, of course, the linen texture to it too, which is lovely. So you've got a lovely character.
And I love how when you get to a colour, you get shades of it. So when you look at the blues, a couple of different blues, a couple of different greens. You know, your purples, you've got all the different purples in there.
You can see 2 different shades. There we are.
So it's really gorgeous. So that you know that everything is going to work so well together.
It's been a store must-have, you know, absolutely a core item in many people's crafting rooms. $15.99, and you're going to get 36 sheets, really good quality, 230 GSM as well. So that's your pastels.
$19.99 is a good price because it's 36 sheets. I don't think some people realise that our A4 pads, there's different quantities in them. So they think, oh, it's the same all the way through.
No, some are 24. Some are 36.
You've got to look and actually see the value when you realise how many sheets you're getting.
So 36 12 by 12s, that would be 144 6 by 6s.
It would.
If you cut it down that way. So it's entirely up to you. Whichever way you look at it, it's amazing value for money. And then to go with the pastels, treat yourself to the brights as well at the same time, because if you're thinking, well, how will the pastels work with the brights? They work brilliantly, because look, different shades of yellow, one brighter than the other, but yeah. You can really kind of matte and layer with them if you wanted to too.
I love that pumpkin-y type orange.
Yeah.
It's not an orange, it's quite pumpkin, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of terracotta.
Yes. And all of a sudden it's darker.
Yeah.
You don't realise, you're flicking through and then you sort of go, oh, it's changed. Aren't they absolutely beautiful colours?
Beautiful. There's your purples, there's your blues. And we have actually, if you go to the website, got the metallics as well available too. So lots of other card options from Crafters Companion. Everything that's in the show that's still available, you can see if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. And if you are brand new and you want to buy something, you're thinking, how do I go about buying something? The easiest way, dial the free phone number, 0800 001 4433. That will get you through to our call centre upstairs. And they will, of course, give you an account. Simple as that, free of charge. And then they'll process your order. So 1 minute left on the show. One more live show to go between now and 6 o'clock with the lovely Gwen with more creative expressions. But whatever you do, if you love Crafters Companion, they are just a company that so many of you absolutely adore and love. I can understand why. What they bring is amazing value and great quality. And remember, you've got the Snowflakes. They've been the main star of the show. If you go for all 6, you're going to get 2 pokey tools. They come in packs of 2. You'll get one of those thrown into your order absolutely free of charge. If you want the top 3 or the bottom 3, they're available for you for $19.99. If you'd rather buy just one, because one jumps out at you, you only need one, then feel free. You can buy them individually. But the best value is to buy the set of 6. Corrine.
I can't believe that you and Gwen were here at 6 o'clock this morning and you're going to close at 6 o'clock tonight. You're impressive.
Hardcore.
You certainly are.
And I'm back in at 4:30 in the morning tomorrow morning as well. Gwen and I are going to be here in a couple of seconds' time. I don't know what we've taken, but it's lasted us, hasn't it? Yeah, so we'll be up with the last show, live show of the day. See you soon, Corrine.
See you soon.
Bye.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Now, this coming Friday on Hobbymaker, we've been joined by a brand new supplier. The supplier is called Nerge, and you might be thinking, what is that? Well, if you like hand embroidery and you like hand embroidering into hoops and you're thinking, I need some hoops, I need some brand new designs, you need to be here at 4 p.m. on Friday with our fantastic new supplier. We're going to have everything you need. So please join us Friday at 4 on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, just after 5 o'clock, hope you're well, and yeah, we're Hobby Maker till 6 o'clock. Well, we're Hobby Maker every day. We're here till 6 o'clock live though, and tomorrow morning, of course, we'll open things up bright and early as we always do on weekdays with Wake Up to Hobby Maker. I will see you tomorrow for that. That's going to be a really good one with Mandy Taylor as well, looking at lots of personal impression goodies. And the last show though is dedicated to what has been an absolute runaway success from Creative Expressions, both yesterday and today. Yesterday, these stamp sets completely sold out. Gwen didn't know quite whether we'd be able to get more stock or not, put a call into the office and Creative Expressions were able to give us some more. And now half of that stock that we have available has gone from the first show this afternoon. We're talking about the fairy stamp sets. These are just absolutely gorgeous. Now you've got 6 sets of stamps. Here you can see on our rotary stand here, you can see just how beautiful they are. They're in a silhouette, so again, the potential with these are breathtaking. There are loads of Creative Expressions Cosmic Shimmer products that allow you to make wonderful backgrounds for them as well. The toadstool house is quite beautiful. I mean, Gwen, these have gone down a real storm, haven't they?
They really have, and I'm not surprised because I love them, and I always know, you know, if I'm really into something, chances are other people will be as well. Mind you, that follows for most things I use, but I think fairies have a universal appeal.
Yeah.
You know, it's that whimsical nature, the fantasy, and the excuse to use loads of glitter. Why not?
Absolutely. Not that you need much of an excuse to do that, really, to be fair. Now, you can buy them individually. If 1 or 2 jump out at you and you can't afford or don't want to go for all 6, that's absolutely fine. We've got something for everybody's budget on the show. But I want to show you the stamps individually and just give you a little look at the finished samples, because I think that shows you the potential. I mean, Gwen's demos are off the charts, they're fantastic, but it's lovely to see different ways of using the same stamp. Now, this is the first one. So this one is your toadstool house, which is in there, and that's come up on the screen now. Actually, we're showing you the details as we go, which is good. So that's RD2842 for $7.99, but hold fire and go for the main set if you'd like to save the most. But I just wanted to show you what you could do. Christine Smith has done this one. Christine, that's fantastic. Is that using, do you think, alcohol pens maybe?
Yes, I think so.
Really lovely, nice and bright and
Gorgeous,
vibrant.
isn't
Yeah. Diane Williams has done this one, totally different look. And look at this. I wouldn't have thought of doing this. Diane, you've exceeded yourself. Look at that.
It's just stunning, isn't it? It's a real work of art, that.
And a friend is an angel minus the wings. Yes, isn't that the truth? Beautiful. So that stamp set $7.99. It is in the main bundle, obviously, but we're just going to show you these finished cards and then we'll get into a demo with Gwen as quickly as we can. So this next one, this was one of Gwen's demos in the last show, in actual fact. There we go, with that little fairy sat on the flower. That one actually was visible in the show earlier on today. Really gorgeous. And that was a background you weren't quite sure what to do with.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all, but I kept it because I knew it would come in for something. It's just finding the right thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or if sometimes I die cut out of a background if I'm really not happy with it, and that can make it look completely different. So
look at this one, totally different. Jacqueline's done this one with some white embossing powder. That works a treat, it really does. Then we've got Christine Smith again with this one in black embossing powder. Oh, hang on. White and craft card.
Isn't that lovely? That's Diane again. She's a clever girl.
Wow.
Using all those little accessory stamps as well to create a gorgeous frame round there. Beautiful.
Beautiful. So that's the actual fairy, but minus. Oh, is that?
Oh no, that's a different one.
That's a different one. Okay.
Have we got mixed up?
Yeah, maybe. That's actually for the next one.
Sorry about that.
So there we go. Yeah, that was the lady that you saw on the last one there. There she is. So this stamp set is coming up next, and this has actually got lots of foliage in it, which is really handy and really, really useful. So there she is perched on the edge of a branch. This one's I think they're all $7.99 actually. Oh, wow. How on earth has that been done?
Well, that was a background that I'd done on my gel plate.
Hence
and
the reflection.
it had a natural line across the middle of it, and it just immediately screamed to me reflection.
That is stunning.
So the blue and the white were all on the background already off the gel plate, and I've added the fairy on the branch, the reflection, the pebbles, and the hanging vines. That's all I added to it.
Stunning, absolutely beautiful. This one is by...
That's me again.
You, yeah. With the moonlight behind, really, really lovely. Then we go to Maria Jones.
That's beautiful.
They're all gorgeous. And
Yeah.
then another one by Maria as well. So that's if you fancy just that stamp set on its own. I mean, the potential with all of these stamp sets is massive. You've got a whole community of fairies here, really, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
So this one again is a different one. Again, this is the one with the fairy in the moon, perched on the edge of the moon. And you've also got those stars there, stamps in there as well. Christine. This one is Debbie Smith. Again, these are the stencils, aren't they, that we've got in the show?
Yes,
We've still got, I think, we've still got a few of the stencils left, I think. Got less than 20 of the stencils. I'll remind you of those. This is from...
That was a mop-up background off my craft mat with inks. And then, you know, picking up speckles and layering it. And then once it was dry, building the picture on top of it.
And silver embossing powder. There we go. A couple more, and then you've seen all 6 of them. This one, it's got Make-A-Wish with the dandelion clock, of course, as well. Maria Jones has done this.
Isn't that lovely?
Look at that. Yeah, the colours are great on that.
Said, I didn't have a toadstool the right size, so I drew it. I was like, wow.
Wow, that is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I think this is one of my favourite images, actually. Look at that with the moon in the background. It's perfect for that, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. It's just, there's something magical about a moon and then a silhouette in front of it, isn't there?
Yeah, and Debbie's done this one as well. Similar sort of idea on that one. So that's $7.99 for that particular set. And then the last one is the little fairy kind of sat on the toadstool. Again, $7.99. Now, this is Diane Williams. A friend is a gift you give yourself. Then we've got this one. Is that you?
That was me.
That was you. Jacqueline has done this one. And that's Jacqueline's as well. They're all gorgeous. The design team have really excelled themselves. But I mean, it's obvious that they've enjoyed working with them.
Yes. You can always tell when they've really loved something. It just has that edge of, you can tell the pleasure that's gone into making them. I'm not saying they don't make effort on everything they do, because they do.
Yeah.
But there's just something extra special about the fairies.
Now, the stencils, ever so quickly, I've just got to quickly show you these and we'll crack on with the demo because I know time's tight. Let's have a little look at these stencils. We've only got literally a handful of these left. We sold out of these earlier on and Creative Expressions actually were able to give us more stock, but this is everything. This is all we've got. We can't get any more. So you've got your Dandelion Whisper. We've got here your Wild Oak Grass.
I love that. I love the movement in it.
Your Weeping Willow. And lastly, your Leafy Swirls. And then I can show you a few of the cards here. Here we go. Using texture paste through it, embossing it and inking it. That's what's been done on this one. That's Diane. It's the embossing that makes it look like that. And then you've got that fantastic texture paste through. Look at this. Beautiful. I mean, these stencils really do work with the fairy stamps perfectly. I mean, this one is like you're having a little peek into a secret world of fairies behind the branches. And this one, and that's using one of the fantastic lunar pastes we've got in the show. And this one, you did this one earlier on, didn't you? Was that yours?
Did I? Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
It was a long day.
Yes.
So $13.99 gets you all 4 of those stencils, and that's GQ2816. GQ2816. All right, more on what else is available from Cosmic Shimmer in the show as well from Creative Expressions, but what do you want to show us first?
I'm going to start with the Pixie Bursts, and I want to show you a slightly different way of using it. If you saw me earlier, I was doing the traditional method where you sprinkle on the dry powder, spritz with water, and you get these fantastic explosions of colour. But I want to try to be a little bit more refined. Not something that I'm normally good at, but we'll give it a go. So I want to use a little piece of card to apply the powder this time, rather than just going gung-ho and throwing it everywhere. So I want to create a sky using green jasper. And this was by accident, but I ended up creating a stormy sky, and I thought, well, I quite like that actually. So let's create a rainy day with a stormy sky and see what happens. Okay. So a little bit onto our paper. And then I want to just tap this ever so gently so that I don't get as much. And I'm going to just try and contain that to the top half of this piece of card, if you're thinking landscape. So I'm trying to keep it up there.
Well, green jasper is in the set of 3 that's on the screen right now, and you also get purple orchid, black cherry, and green jasper.
Okay. Let me just flick off the loose, and then I'm going to use the wild moss, which is an amazing combination of greens and olives and khakis and mustards. It's a beautiful shade. I really love it. So again, just a little bit on here, and let's just turn that around. I'm trying to get my hand in the way, it's quite tricky. So I'm going to pop this to the bottom half. So I'm now creating hopefully some land, a little bit of grass. Sorry, I'll have to put my hand on top. Probably need a little bit more of that.
I mean, there's so little. You've got a job
Very
to see
little
it at the moment.
Very little. I know, I'm sorry. You probably think, what's she doing? There's nothing happening. That's usually what happens anyway. Let's have a look. So you can always go back and add more. It's very difficult to take it away.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use a slightly smaller mister bottle so I get a lighter mist. Again, just to try and control the spritz a little bit more. So this is our green jasper. And look at those amazing colours. It's actually got a lime, almost a neon green in there. Let me just spritz the back so it stops bowing. Okay. And then when we come down to the wild moss, you can see that's got mustard and purple and teal.
I mean, it looks like there's nothing there, but suddenly the colour comes from nowhere.
I know. The tiniest speckle of it just gives you this kaleidoscope of colour. It's amazing. I love it. So we can take that as far as we want. I'm going to stop. Stop, Gwen, stop. You can carry on and it will continue to grow and expand the colour, but I'm happy with that, so I'm going to leave it. I've got one I did earlier, which is somewhat wild. This is more like a thunderstorm than a stormy sky. But I thought, you know what, let's still go with it. So I've positioned my toadstool where I think I might want it, and I'm going to ink that up with a VersaFine Clair. This one is Twilight, which I really like. It's like a really dark, almost like a French navy.
I've got to let you know the stencils are going very quickly again. What was the update, Ali? 20%? 30%? 30%?
Gosh.
Gone.
Right. So obviously with a background like this, you need quite a strong contrasting colour. Mm-hmm. So I'm using a really dark blue. And then we'll see if that's stamped enough. I'll just give that a layer of ink because I think it just needs a little bit more oomph.
Wouldn't it be so cool to live in a house like that?
Wouldn't it just?
Oh, there wouldn't be mushroom in there. Thank you.
Stop it.
I bet you're glad you don't have an earpiece.
Why do you think I said no? Kidding. There we go. I'm happy with that. So let's stop with that. Okay. Now this VersaFine Clair is quite a juicy ink, and because it's oil-based as well, it does take a little bit of time to dry. So we have to try and be a little bit patient, not something that's, you know, easy. Okay, I'm going to go back to my lovely Wendy Vecchi ink pads now. I'm going to use the leafy green. I'm going to create the land, because at the moment this is a mishmash and you can't really see what the heck's going on. Okay,
so these ink pads are water-based, and they are they like a, they're a blendable ink, aren't they?
They're blendable, they're good for stamping, good for painting, good for doing the pick-up technique off your craft mat. So yeah, really versatile.
They're on the show as well. Everything on the show is actually on the website right now for you to see and order. So
I want my little house to be sitting in a hollow almost. So I've got the bottom of it exposed below this piece of paper which I'm using for a mask. And I'm going to now over ink with the green ink, and this is going to completely change this landscape, hopefully. No, it will. Because even when you've spritzed, unless you really, really layer it, when you've spritzed your pixie burst, there will still be white patches here and there. So when you go over with a second colour, that's where it picks up that colour from. So it's more effective than you might think, even though that looked like a, excuse me, a really dark background. And then I also want to add a little bit of shade to this in the corners. So I'm going to grab this ink pad again, the navy blue one, and pick up on a very small blending brush. Just going to pick out the corners. Now, because I'm going over this green, the Versafine Clair is, well, any dye-based ink pad is transparent.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes on almost a turquoisey colour because of the green at the back of it. So it's really quite attractive. Because you might think at first that colour wouldn't work with the background I've got, but it all layers and you see all the colours through. So they do actually work really well together.
Now, Gwen's demos are so thorough. What we tend to do is give you like a shopping list of what Gwen's used in the demo at the end of the demo, so we don't interrupt you too much. So.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to get on with it then. All right, so when we lift this, we can see that we've got a darker green landscape, but because my background was really quite heavy, it's not as strong as I would like. So I'm going to pop my mask back down, and I'm going to actually use a little bit of this just to separate that edge. So I can just flick away from the paper mask. And now you can start to see we're getting a bit of a hill line.
Ah.
So the thing about doing this sort of thing is don't ever give up. You might think, oh, that's rubbish. Like when I took my mask off, I thought, well, that's not enough. There's not enough separation. Don't give up. Just go back with a little bit of shade, a little bit of a darker colour. And just keep having a go till you're happy with what you've built. Right, that still to me needs to be a little bit heavier. So let's go in with a little bit more. See, if my background hadn't been quite so manic, it wouldn't have needed all this, but this is the beauty of stamping and playing with inky things.
And it's also great that, you know, loads of you bought the stamps yesterday and earlier on this afternoon, and you're tuning in now to see other things that you can do with them when they arrive in the next few days. That's why it's so lovely to have these great demos from Gwen and all the other great Cosmic Shimmer products as well.
So I've got my trusty bleach pen. Now, we've talked about this before. It's one of Cosmic Shimmer water brush. But I mark it so I know it's got bleach, but I would not recommend storing bleach in it because it can rot the valve.
Right.
So once you've finished with it, just empty it out.
And you did say the cheapest bleach out there, not the thick stuff.
The very thin, not the thick gel-like stuff, because that just doesn't work. Even if you try to water it down, it doesn't work.
It works in the loo, but won't work in your pen.
I don't know why. It just doesn't.
Too thick, I suppose.
I think this is not going to bleach out a lot because the pixie bursts were so concentrated. But it's going to give me enough lift that I can change the colour of the door here. Because once you've done it... If you
tried with water, it wouldn't have the same effect?
It probably wouldn't shift very much at all, no.
Oh, right.
Once you start to add in detail, that's at the moment, this is a mishmash. I'm quite happy to admit that. But that's how you start. And then you have to think, okay, how am I going to make the door stand out? How am I going to make the house stand out? And that's when your shading and your added colours come into it. So again, don't be scared. Just always have a go. I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't like what you've done, it's just a piece of card.
The stencils, 70% gone. I wouldn't say it's a mishmash at all. I think it's fantastic. It's looking great.
But you're not in my head. Probably a good job, but you're not in my head. You know, when you've got a vision of where you want to go with something and it's just not happening. But I don't give up. I just think, no, I can make this work. Just needs a little bit of effort, a little bit of thought, and some yummy products. And you can do it. So I'm lightening these toadstool spots. This is going to make a massive difference because I can now go into these with something white. And you can use a chalk, pastel, or something like gesso.
Yep.
I'm going to use a white Jelly Roll pen because I happen to have one. But do let the bleach dry first. Otherwise, whatever you put on top of it is going to be a bit ineffectual. Mm-hmm. Same with all of these little ones down here. Let's clean those up a bit. I mean, it might seem a bit odd. Put all this colour down and then you spend your time taking it away. But how else are you going to do this? You know? And it's nice, it's relaxing, it's just like painting. Look how that one's lifting, that's coming up really nice.
And who'd have thought just everyday bleach can be used in your arts and crafts?
Yeah, can I please warn you though, please don't ever spray bleach.
No.
Don't be tempted to put that in a bottle and spray it, because it's really not healthy. So I do have to add that proviso.
It's a great little technique though, isn't it?
It really is. I don't know when I first discovered it really. It was just, probably I wanted to get rid of a mark I'd made or something. And it's usually about right. And I thought, you know what, let's have a go with some bleach. And then I thought, hey, this is good. And it went from there. So those are coming
Not many
up.
people that I've worked with use it, but I just think it's really effective. Just be careful with it, obviously, if you've got kids.
Yeah, and
stuff
obviously
like
be careful with your clothes as well. Perhaps wear an apron or
that. Yeah.
something. But if you've got it in a contained pen like this, it's fairly safe. Right, so I'll just let that settle. So I've got a frame that I've already cut, so I can start to visualise my picture. You see, I think when we get rid of some of this heaviness, it's going to start to look a little better. But I'm still feeling it's a bit wild. So I'm going to bring in a white chalk ink. And I've got one of our smoothies here. This wasn't planned, I'm sort of going with the flow here. So I'm going to just try and lighten some of these areas. This is one of our colour cloud inks, and it's the opaque white, and it's actually quite chalky. So it's really nice for doing this. It's great for doing that little sort of aurora around your moon and things like that as well. So let's just see if we can brighten some patches of this sky up a little bit.
And this is the colour cloud, so we'll have that on the website, I'm sure, as well.
It should be, I
Yeah.
think so. It's one of our staple items, so hopefully. What you will find is that with a dye-based background on it like this, it won't stay white. The colour will come up into it, but it will lighten it,
Yeah.
soften it. So I mean, it's like Hurricane Eric or something, isn't it, going on here? Right, so we'll let that do its thing. And then I'll bring in the white gel pen now, and we can just start to enhance some of these little spots.
White gel pens are just brilliant.
The best thing ever.
And they're so vibrant.
Just a beautiful white. But again, with these products, with the Pixie Bursts, you will find that they will soak up into the white pen. So you will still get little hints of colour, but I don't mind that. I quite like it, actually.
And also, don't resist the temptation to put too much pressure on the ball, on the nib as well. I pushed the ball in and broke mine.
Yeah, no, you just very, very gently do little tiny circles.
Yeah.
Because these pens have a special valve in the end which controls the flow of the ink.
Yeah.
And so you need to let that do its thing. So I'm just doing little tiny circles. And again, we've got these on our web shop, I'm sure, because I've had them a few times recently.
Yeah, if you have a look at hobbymaker.co.uk, every brand that we have on air has got a brand shop on our website. So it's dead easy to find everything there. Even stuff that's not on air or whatever, if it's in stock and it's on our website, you can order it. Simple as that. So, yeah, Creative Expressions, Burton Gert, PI, Personal Impressions. This is everything that we've had on the show today, and a couple of sellouts, obviously, along the way. But yeah, just have a look at the brands. They're all the brands that we've got here at the moment at Hobby Maker. Still more to come in the future, I'm sure. Lots more to come in the future. Yeah, just click on what you want to look at. Everything that's available will pop up on the screen for you.
So what I've got here is one of the Jelly Roll Stardust. So these are the sparkly ones. And I'm just going through the crisscross on that window so that we look like we've got somebody home. Again, we've got these sets of pens. I don't know if they're still in stock or not, but we've had them. And then I want to bring in a little bit of paint, as you've seen me do throughout the day today, using my ink pads and an acrylic block or any other form of palette that you choose to use. You can do it straight off your craft mat. I just prefer to do it by hand off a block, and then I don't, get it where I don't want it. So I'm just going to add a little bit of water to this. Actually, I'm going to use my bigger brush for the shroom. And I'm going to do the stems so that they're a little more brown. The thing about pictures like these, they evolve, and everyone's going to be slightly different. So, you know, if you're wanting to have a go at painting, this is a great way to start, because it's not complicated. You don't need to know all the rules and all, you know, it's just go with the flow, add colour where it seems logical, and then maybe you might think, well, you know, I want a shadow, so where's the light coming from, and put the shadow on the opposite side, and that's about all you need to think about.
And you don't have to, you know, invest in expensive palettes or anything like that,
No.
because if you've got some ink pads already, whatever brand they may be, you can actually use those by just putting the ink pad on your glass mat.
As
or an
long as they're
acrylic block.
water-based,
Yeah.
or you can use, there are pigment inks which are water-based as well, which you can do the same thing with, but those are going to be more opaque than a dye-based ink pad is.
Right.
So it depends what effect you want. I like this effect of putting this colour over the pixie burst background because it retains the pattern from the pixie burst.
Right.
So it's like automatic shading, and I'm not having to try. I'm just putting one colour down over the top of it, but it's coming up quite interesting. Well, I think so.
Yeah, I do too.
Like I said, you're
It's
not
like,
in my head.
it's like we've got a free workship with you today. It's great.
Well, I thought it might be quite nice to really explore these a little bit more. So that's needs a bit more brown on there. So I can let that dry. I can go back and add some more if I want it darker. Or you can go in with your pens, of course you can, and start to add some light and shade if you're good at that sort of thing. I don't tend to worry about it.
What, light and shade?
Well, I do to some extent, but I don't deliberately try and go for all that, you know. I just, it's more the illusion of the effect that you, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
It's that suggestion to the eye that makes the brain think it's happening, even if it's not. And then I'm going to use the thistle, and I'm going to give this toadstool a lovely, vibrant front door. So again, just going straight over. Now remember, I bleached that out, so the surface will take more colour than it.
How long does the bleach take to dry normally?
Oh, not long. Well, did I do that? 5-6 minutes ago, and it's dry. It's fine. You're not soaking it. You don't saturate it. In fact, it's probably better to do one light coat and then wait and see what happens. And then if you need to lighten it further, do another coat.
Right.
It's more effective. And you can speed up the drying with the heat gun. There we go. So we've got a nice little red front door. And then just bits of detail like the path, the pebbles here, you can paint all of those and whiten all those spots. And then the green, like we've shown you before, with the leaves. Just take a little bit of green ink and go up the centre of those leaves to create a slightly different green.
So you can take these stamps really as far as you want to,
Yeah.
and with all the Cosmic Shimmer products for backgrounds and so on, they've got so many to choose from. You can have such a ball.
I mean, they can be quick. They don't have to be involved like this, but I just thought it was different. You know, it's not something I often get time to do, so I thought, why not?
That would be a great new home card, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So then when we start to look at popping that frame on, and ignore all this dark stuff around here, it looks quite nice now. We've lightened up some patches in the sky, so it's not quite as manic. We've got our ground here. We could stamp some foliage into that. But what I actually want to do is introduce some rain.
Oh, rain. Okay.
Rain. I said we're going to do a stormy sky.
Yeah, right.
So we've got this fantastic twinkles in the Cosmic Shimmer, and it's titanium, this one. So it's a lovely dark gunmetal grey.
Now the twinkles, you will get 4 different colours. You get the lilac, which has got AB glitter in it. You get the white that's got AB glitter in it, the red, and also this one that
No, I'm sorry,
Gwen's
I've
using.
just had a change of plan. I just want to add another hill, because I can.
All right.
So I'm going to go in here, and I'm just going to add a little bit more.
What's that colour again you're using? The ink-
It's
blue?
called Twilight.
Twilight.
And it's a very dark, like a French navy almost. Yeah, it's really cool. Just increase that intensity of that one.
Now the twinkles we put on the screen, you are going to get all 4 of them, and we've only got 20 left now, actually 19 now.
Right.
So SN2879, if you fancy the twinkles, they're going down quickly.
There we are, that's better. It was missing something. Right, so let's
great,
go back
actually.
to these twinkles. I'm going to try and create some raindrops.
All right.
So I'm going to start at the bottom of the raindrop, because a raindrop's teardrop.
Yes.
So I'm going to start at the bottom and then sort of up, like so. So they're not really dots, they're like little splats.
Hey.
Obviously you need a lot to make a rain. But you get the idea.
Yeah, great technique.
So it's just a quick, do your little dot and then
Flick up.
flick, and you can.
It's coming down cats and dogs.
It's really raining hard. And yet obviously you can do some other little dots in among. But when that dries, it'll have the most lovely sparkle. And it hopefully will look a bit like raindrops. So
Thundery
you
sky.
do that all round the top of your shroom. Well, it's not a shroom, is it? Fungi. Pop your frame on. And that's really it. Obviously, there's bits need finessing.
Yeah, sure.
I've also got a background that I'd like to show you.
Okay.
Now, this one,
I'll tell you what, shall I just do a quick update with the shopping list?
Yeah, sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go on to the next demo, I just want to remind you of what obviously we've been using. The first thing I've got to warn you about, not just the twinkles, but the actual stencils. They're going very, very fast. And this is the restock stock that Creative Expressions were able to get to us in the earlier show. This is all we can get now. So how many have we got left now? Under 10. Single figure stock. $13.99, you're going to get your Dandelion Whisper, you're going to get your Wild Oat Grass, you're going to get your Weeping Willow, and you're also going to get your Leafy Swirls as well. Hello to David in East Lothian, you're in now. Brand new craftery in Worcestershire's just come in as well. GQ2816 gets you all 4 of these stencils. There we go. And they're DL in size, but they're so useful, so handy to use with your fairy stamps as well. They'll be absolutely brilliant. Let me just show so you can see them all. There we are. 1, 2, 3, and 4. But they stand alone too, but they work with the fairies brilliantly. Now, if you've got that in your basket, please do check out, because we're down now to single figure stock. It's about to go, GQ2816, and that's all we can get from the guys at Creative Expressions. Now, the ink pads. Now, the Wendy Vecchi ink pads. Now, these, remember, are what Gwen's been using all day today to paint with. Now, the way that you do that is to use either an acrylic block, you can use a saucer, a glass mat, or something like that. And we've got Thistle, we've got Forget-Me-Not, we've got Pink Peony, and we've got Leaf Green. And these are all water-based, aren't they? And you swear by these.
Water-based, dye-based, blendable, translucent inks.
And they're only $4.99. So the different item numbers, EN2857 is your item number if you want that one. 0800 001 4433, or of course the website hobbymaker.co.uk. If you want maybe more than one, if you want 2, 3, 4 of them, you only pay 1 P&P, remember, unless you've paid your postage already. In that case, you don't have to worry about any more postage until tomorrow. Pink Peony. If you want your Pink Peony, that's available as well. Again, it's £4.99. They're all the same price, and they're all listed on the website. And if people have never tried Wendy Vecchi ink pads before, Gwen, what would you say to them?
Well, I love them because they're that versatile, multi-purpose ink pad. They're stunning colours, and you can stamp with them perfectly well. Now, I love distress inks, don't get me wrong, and they're the similar ilk, but slightly different, they're a bit more special. But they're not great for stamping with distress inks, the normal distress inks. Oxides are, but the normal distress inks aren't the best stamping ink. They're fantastic for blending, doing your backgrounds, whereas these will do it all.
Right.
So these will do your background, you can put them through stencils, you can do the mop-up technique off your mat, you can mix them in, well, you can do that with any ink pad really, mix it into a texture paste and colorise that with them.
Okay.
So yeah, I just think they're brilliant.
Okay, so that's Pink Peony. Then we have Forget-Me-Not, which is that lovely blue. and then thistle. So if with Distress Inks, if you've not been that happy with the quality of the stamp when you're using them for stamping, try Wendy Vecchi's fantastic blendable dye ink pad here. Again, water-based, $4.99 each, and UQ2824 is your forget-me-not. And then the last colour is your thistle, which is that lovely kind of burgundy colour, burgundy purple. There we go, there's your thistle, $4.99. So if you want all four of them, that would be $19.96 and one P&P of £3.95. And we've also got the sentiments in the show. Now, we haven't actually used these actually in the show so far today, but I know they are available. And if you've gone for your fairy stamp sets, either yesterday or earlier today, a lot of these have actually got like a fairy theme to them.
That's one I've just dressed up.
Oh, okay.
So I've done a bit of stenciling, used some twinkles and stamped the sentiment.
Fantastic. Have a magical birthday. If I just turn them around, it's easier to see the actual printing on the front here. So those are all the ones you're going to be getting. And they're all separate. You've got good friends, thank you very much, make a wish, may all your wishes come true, fairy hugs. So there's lots of generic sentiments, but also some that are fairy related. So these are only $9.99 for all of them. And they are going to complement the fairy stamp sets that literally hundreds of you bought yesterday and today. CB2880 gets you the sentiments. And don't forget all of the other items. We've got, of course, our lunar pastes. We've got our fantastic twinkles as well. We've got our brilliant pixie bursts too. They're all on the website as well. If you have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk, you'll see everything that has been used by Gwen in the show. Okay, we've got about 15, 20 minutes, Gwen, or thereabouts.
Okay.
Do you want your sentiment back?
Thanks.
Okay.
I don't really need it, but
okay.
I'll keep it there. So what I've got here is a panel that I've embossed with the stencil. So this is the leafy vines one. And I mentioned earlier about the fact that you don't have to use them as a DL. You can extend them.
Yeah.
So what you do in your die cutting machine is you put the stencil on the bottom, then you put your cardstock on top of that, and then you put a rubber mat here and then a hard mat, and you run that through the die cutting machine, and it will emboss the stencil into your cardstock.
Brilliant.
And then move it along and do the second side. So that's how I've done that. And it's a very effective way of using a stencil. And now I'm inking over it with these inks, and I'm using a foam applicator in the traditional fashion, because what happens once you've stenciled it, I've got a bit of double vision there, but that'll be disguised once we get this all put together. Where the fibres in the cardstock have been broken, it takes the ink on more strongly than it does the rest of it. So you immediately get a two-tone effect from your ink just by doing that. So that's another really cool tip. And then when I've done this, I want to add to it some lunar paste. Excuse me.
Now the lunar paste we've got in two colours today. Get both of them, you don't have to choose. Lunar paste, Moonlight Silver and Moonlight Mist, which is like a lavender colour. So they're on the website too. So
I'm going to use my same foam applicator. I don't need to clean it. I can wash it all out afterwards. And then I'm going to just pick up a little bit of this. This is the Moonlight Silver. I'm going to put the tiniest amount. I really don't want very much at all. And I'm very gently going to pull that over where I've inked. How gorgeous is that?
Oh, wow.
You can really see the flakes in there
You
of the
can,
mica, can't you? Yeah, I mean, you can put this down a lot more heavy, but I just wanted a hint. The sparkle is so intense, it's so gorgeous.
It's a bit like a gilding wax, but creamier.
Yeah, and a lot easier to apply. So just do that all over. Look at that amazing shimmer, it's beautiful.
I can't believe that there's no grittiness to it.
I know, it's
completely smooth.
amazing.
Yeah, it is.
So I'm just taking off the excess so I don't get a dollop. Dollops are not good, unless it's mayonnaise. So just take off the excess. And then off you go. Quick smoosh. It's just really pretty.
So many different techniques that you've shown us today, Gwen. It's been so...
I know, my head hurts. No, I love it. I love being able to share. It's really, really enjoyable.
Well, it's always nice to know exactly what the products can do, but showing different ways of using them.
Yeah, I think that's always good because, you know, you're spending money on them. You want to get your best out of them, don't you?
Totally.
So it takes a little while because you have to keep applying the little tiny bit, but it's worth it, I think. And then what I'm going to do when I've done this, I'm picking up a bit of waste off my paper as well, because you can still use that. There we go. And then just drop that into water and it will all just lift out. It's not a problem at all. So there we go. Drop that into my water. And then I'm going to bring back that lovely dark twilight ink and add a little bit of shade to the corners here.
That is a gorgeous colour, that twilight.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, over this green, it's going to be a lovely tealy sort of colour. But also, what's really interesting about doing this is that the lunar paste takes on the colour as well.
And by the way, the brushes that we're using at the moment, that Gwen's using, we've still got the pack of 4 available in 4 different sizes. And one of the biggest ones I think I've ever seen is included in this box.
Yeah, it's fab, that.
Yeah. So if you want those brushes, we've got 4 different sizes: small, slightly larger, large, and then humongous. All of those are going to be coming up any second. And you swear by these brushes, don't you?
Yeah, and even though that one is huge, it's still, because the handles are very flexible, so it's very difficult to apply too much pressure, therefore it's very difficult to apply too much ink.
Brushes are there on the right-hand side. What's that say? I can't read that. HU2839. How much are they? We'll show you how much they are in a minute. I think they're less than £20, I think.
No, they're always good value, the Vast and Creative stuff. So there we are. So even though I've gone round that and inked the edges, I've still got that lovely sparkle there. So that's really cool. And then I can now bring back my picture. I was just trying to trim it. Normally I would have used a die and cut it properly, but I'm just going to take away this dark surround because it's doing my head in basically.
I was right, less than £20, $18.99 for all 4 of those brushes. And it comes in a box as well. So if it's a gift, easy to wrap up.
This is not how I would normally go about this. I would normally use the die that I've used for the frame.
Right.
And cut a slightly smaller oval, but
Well, we haven't got you a machine, have we?
No, well, it's right. So, there we go.
Oh,
that
yes.
just brings it alive, doesn't it? Little bit of tweaking and a bit more shading, but you can take that to whatever level you like. And I've got one, obviously, that I did earlier, mounted on some lovely contrasting colours of cardstock.
And there's the finished product.
There we are.
Isn't that great?
Different again, due to the background, but yeah.
Well, remember, if you want to experiment with backgrounds, there are lots and lots of ways of doing it here, of course, at Hobbymaker, especially with Creative Expressions. They have some amazing products for fancy backgrounds. I mean, what we've used quite a bit of today, which I think made a big contribution to that last demonstration, was the pixie bursts. I'll pop them on the desk here so you can see them. So you're going to get all 3 of these. There's part A and part B. So part A will get you these 3 colours, which include, there we go, green jasper, which is that one there, black cherry, and purple orchid. And all you've got to do is either sprinkle onto plain cardstock and then spritz and it just explodes, or you can actually sprinkle it onto wet cardstock, can't you? Either way,
yes,
it works.
Absolutely.
So yeah, they really are amazing. And it's just like salt and pepper, just a little bit is all you need. I mean, that demonstration that Gwen just did shows you she didn't need much at all to get that kind of land and sky effect from those 2 colours that she used. So here we go, that's $10.99 for your pixie bursts. And then the other set we've got, the other 3, are Very Berry, Making Waves and Wild Moss. So this is set B, if you want these colours. So that one is, we've only got 20 left of these now. Very Berry is that one. Making Waves is that beautiful blue. And then Wild Moss, gorgeous, is that one there. So they are $10.99 for all 3, but we've got part set A, set B. You choose which ones you'd like. And that's DZ2897. DZ2897. Oh, what about the lunar paste? We didn't mention that because I know you were using it in your demo last. Always nice to give you details of what we've just been seen demonstrated. So here's the lunar paste, 50 ml in each bottle. Moonlight Silver is the silver. And then you've got your Moonlight Mist, which is that lovely kind of lavender colour as well. And that's full of mica, not glitter. So it's not coarse, it's not grainy or gritty or anything like that. So it spreads just like cream, really. It's really, really smooth. £10.99 gets you both of them. BU2895. Now, a quick recap of the big bundle of stamps. Okay, let's remind you of that quickly too. So the big bundle of stamps is here. We've still got stock of it. We had to restock it overnight because it sold out yesterday. Now there are 6 sets of stamps that we're looking at here. 6 sets of stamps. We've got less than 20 of them remaining now. You know how many more we had in stock today that we were able to get from Creative Expressions. And this show will get watched again, I'm sure, on repeat later on tonight. And it does get repeated on the internet, of course, as well. So I'm sure this is going to head towards a sellout. It's going to be on YouTube. KC2865. KC2865 is your item number for all 6 of these stamps, and they've all got the fairy theme with the kind of silhouette effect to them. And yeah, if you want one, you can buy one. But if you go for all 6, that's where you get the most discount and you get the best value for money. But I think it's just a bit of escapism as well, isn't it, with the fairies?
It is. I guess it takes you back to childhood. I think we all know about Tinkerbell and Thumbelina and, you know, things like that. And it sort of sticks with you, doesn't it? And it's that little bit of magic which you need in life, I think, don't you? Especially at the moment.
Now, before we go and do one more quick demo, I just want to show you the Shimmer Twinkles where you get all 4. So there we go. All 4 of these. You've got the grey, which is actually called Titanium, posh grey. You've then got your white, which has got the AB sparkle in it. So has the lavender, the purpley one. It's got AB glitter in it, and then you've got the red as well. Now, these are brilliant value, 4 of them for £12.99. Yeah. And that's what you did the raindrops was.
It was, yes. Yeah. Tried anyway.
SN2879. No, it'll look good. It'll look good. Okay, we've got about 5-6 minutes left.
I'll try and do this as quickly as I can. I can show you the sort of basic principles of it anyway. So I'm using black cherry, and again, I'm going to use this little card trick because I really want only a very tiny amount of this. The idea being that it would look like the spores coming off the dandelion.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, oops. So you have too much there already. But, get rid of a little bit. And then I'm just going to lightly mist this. I won't bother putting it in my box. There we go. So that needs to dry. But while it's drying, I can do some stamping. So I've got 3 sets of stamps here, and this is the dandelion head from Fairy Wishes. I'm going to ink this up with the thistle colour of ink around the top of it. And then I'm going to try and get the green on the stem. So multicoloured inking is possible. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can spend a little bit more time than I have. And then we can stamp this coming up towards that spray. Okay. And then do the same again. See, that's effective. It's simple but effective.
It is effective, isn't it?
If you want to be really precise, you can go in and you can clean out the stem and really go to town, but I haven't time. So this one, I want it to be slightly shorter and coming on at a different angle. So I'm just going to, where's that little bit of paper? Oh, I chucked it away, never mind. So I'll pop it down slightly lower and at a slightly, I would have masked that off so I didn't get the stem, but that's all right. And then on one of these other sets, this is the Daisy Dreams, there's an extra leaf, and it's one of those that's so useful. So I want to stamp some leaves onto these dandelions. So we'll have one there. And then, oops, we'll have one coming up this side. And then the sentiment, Make a Wish, which is really lovely. And that's from that one again, Fairy Wishes. I'm going to stamp that in the thistle. So you can see I'm keeping my colours cohesive.
Yeah.
Put that there. And then I'm going to bring in some foliage. So we said before, this particular stamp, the Fairy Glade, has got these incredible foliage stamps, and they are so useful.
I'm sure when I was a kid, my mum and dad used to say, you know, blow on the dandelion clock and then make a wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did.
We used to say you could tell the time by it, however many times you blew it to get rid of all the seed heads.
I don't know whether that was the case or not, but...
It was what time it was. But no, I'm sure it was not factual or accurate at all.
Did the wishes come true?
Did we
Can't remember. So many years ago now.
So you can build this up, you know, obviously take a little bit more time. We've got some little flowers here, which we can pop in, perhaps add a little colour. I'll just do these with a little bit of the thistle, or you could do them in a completely different colour. And just pop those down in the bottom here. You can do whatever you like, just go for it. Just be free. It's quite hard sometimes, we find it hard to let go and do that, don't we?
Absolutely.
And then this one can either be a sort of a hanging foliage, or if you turn it the other way, of course, you can have it as a growing foliage. So that's, again, a really useful one.
Now, the hour is dwindling away. We've only got a couple of minutes left now. I know Ellie, my producer, wants to get the stencils in quickly because we are now down to the last few. How many have we got left now, Ellie? Less than 10. Less than 10 of these stencils, single figure stock. For $13.99, you're going to get all 4 of them. There we go. Let me pop them down for you so you can see. So you've got your Dandelion Whisper, which is basically a stencil version of what we've just done with Gwen, with the stamp. Then we've got this one, which is Wild Oak Grass. This next one is Leafy Swirls. And then finally, Weeping Willow. There we go. Now, these have been restocked again this afternoon. We were able to get a lot more stock, but we're now down to less than 10 remaining. So if you want these stencils, they are going to sell out, if not during the show, shortly afterwards. The brushes are there as well. They're going very, very quickly. Last couple of minutes, Gwen.
I've just started to ink in the background. That makes a massive difference. Once you bring in the colour, it pulls it all together. And I'm going to go up here and add some sky. And then the only other thing I need to do is add some sparkle, of course. So I'll bring in one of the... Yeah. Be rude not to. So you can work on that a little bit longer. And you can see those pixie bursts have dried already and fixed. They're not moving because I'm inking over them, which is brilliant. Work a little bit more at that to get a better blend down the page. And then I'll just grab the Vintage Rose Twinkles, and we can do some little dots here and there. So these can be coming off the dandelion heads.
Perfectly timed.
Or they can be down here as little berries. Oops, that was a very big berry. But, you know, they are really gorgeous.
Well,
and then when that's done, here you go.
There we are.
With an inky border.
The marriage of the stencils, the fantastic stamps, and all those brilliant Cosmic Shimmer products. Cosmic Shimmer is part of Creative Expressions as well, but that's their kind of division for, not embellishments, but for drops and that sort. Yeah, mediums, that's it. That's the word I was looking for. So they're all there on the website, and you can see everything else that Creative Expressions has got to offer if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk in the brand shop. Gwen, you've been a star. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much. It's been a fabulous day.
It's been a brilliant day. Lots of great demonstrations.
Thank you all for watching.
Thank you for watching. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for Wake Up with Hobbymaker at 6 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned, won't you?